This is Marked by Fate, Coven of Shadows and Secrets, Book 4, a Crowns of Magic Universe series. Written by Ashley McLeod. Narrated by L.C. Johnson. Chapter 1. Harper. The stench of sulfur wafted into my room on an autumn wind, drawing a shiver up my spine. It smelled like demons and reminded me of wrath. Immediately, I halted my ritual and turned away from the flickering candles atop my altar. Though I sat on a velvet floor cushion and could see nothing of the neighborhood outside, exploring was easy. I'd cracked the window to allow smoke outside, and my shifter sense of smell was keener than most, allowing me to monitor the area. Even so, searching for it now, I couldn't detect the sulfur at all. Had I imagined it, or was the stench really a threat? Goosebumps pebbled my arms, but I fought to master my fears before they got out of hand. It was the middle of the day. I'd probably just smelled a skunk, or maybe a neighborhood kid had set off a stink bomb. There was no evidence that the funk pointed to trouble, and no need to find trouble where there wasn't any. Matters were dire enough without me inventing new problems. 2 of the 7 Lapis Calesti were on the loose, and a prince of hell walked free in this realm. Worse, he searched for the other 5 sacred stones, artifacts with the power to change the world. Then, another option that explained the smell came to mind, a much better one. With the idea, my hopes lifted. Was my ritual working? I'd never successfully called the old ones before, but Mom had done so a handful of times. In each occurrence, she claimed the signs had differed. Perhaps because she had called different wolves, ancestors, each time. That was our working theory, though there wasn't enough data to be certain. A snort escaped me. That would be just my luck to call the most rotten-smelling old one. But it would still be an ancestor. I resolved to try again. Stinky or not, the lure proved impossible to resist. With a deep breath, I turned back to the altar covered in red velvet and brimming with symbolic objects. 3 long, slender tapers ended in wildly dancing flames. The bowl of dirt adorned with 3 rocks from my pack's land in California sat before the candles, right next to a cup of water from a nearby river. Witches might consider the ritual to be elemental, but that wasn't the intention. The inclusion of earth, water, and flame signified a wolf's connection to their past, present, and future. Of course, they were all connected by one thing: the pack, the way of the wolf. I honed in on my intention, trying to achieve that perfect balance Mom always spoke of, but after 2 full minutes, no one appeared. I exhaled a long breath. No such luck this time. Disappointed, I bowed my head to finish the ritual. For the mother wolf and all her nurturing and wisdom. A breath took the life of the center candle. For the Alpha Guardian, I blew out the taper to the right. And for the pack, I bleed, I love, I live. Pursing my lips, I extinguished the last flickering flame. Immediately, another breeze soared in through the window, this one colder than before. A chill drew shivers up my spine. The wind was clean, with no stench, but it still felt wrong. A bad omen. Taking no chances this time, I stood and crossed to the window, opened it all the way and leaned outside. In the neighborhood, an upper-middle-class area of New Haven, everything seemed normal. Kids recently returned from school and played outside. Bikes littered the yards. If not by name, then by face, I recognized every child running amok. A middle-aged woman 4 houses down raked leaves into an enormous pile of reds, oranges, and yellows. I knew her too. No one even vaguely resembled Prince Wrath, the Ringmaster, or any other enemy of my coven, shadows and secrets. I frowned and slipped back inside, pulling down the glass behind me. My imagination was running away with me. Too whimsical for her own good. My father's words rushed back as if he'd just uttered them, but it had been years since he accused me of being whimsical or soft. to alpha mace ferens, the most cunning alpha on the West Coast. Those qualities equated to weakness. I didn't agree. More than that, I wasn't weak. Dad had trained me to fight in my wolf and human form since I was 13. I was intelligent, as cunning and calculating as my father. Everyone agreed I was a fine replacement for him and would one day be alpha of the Midnight Pack. As Dad required, I'd trained what he referred to as the fluff out of me. Mostly, anyway. I crossed the room to the door, only to stop at the threshold and turn to look at the altar once more. Growing up, my quiet meditations with Mom were a treasured part of our secret life. A softer part. Dad always looked down on them, but it was one thing I hadn't been willing to give up. As ever, I wish my father understood my pull toward the past, to the mystical side of the wolves. No point asking for miracles, I muttered. The world needs those for wrath, and Mare needs them. A loud rumble from my stomach cut me off, and I looked down at my belly, astonished by how much noise it could make. So I was hungry. Finally. I'd barely been able to eat since the battle in New York, so the fact that I was hungry now had to be a good sign. I'd grab a snack and then get to studying. The floorboards creaked beneath my slippered feet, the sound of home, though it didn't feel that way with my Nephilim and witch roomies gone. Hell, I even missed Meredith's feline familiar. Actually, no, I didn't miss the talking fleabag for a minute, but I did miss knowing that if Benedict traipsed about, then Meredith was home too. The house was full. Alive. Wolves, even more introverted ones such as myself, enjoyed having others around. We didn't go on about it like more sociable wolves, but it was still true. The stink of Shay's forgotten Thai leftovers assaulted me when I opened the refrigerator. That girl was the worst at throwing out old food. After a few minutes of perusing, I settled on a strawberry yogurt and string cheese when my phone rang. I gasped and bolted out of the kitchen, back to my room. Was it Shay? Meredith? Would they call me before Luca? It might even be a spam call, but I hadn't been able to completely shake off my alertness. Something deep inside me told me it wasn't spam, that I had to answer, that something in the world had shifted, and this was important. I threw open my bedroom door. The wood cracked against the wall, and the sound of it echoed through the empty house. My phone lay charging on the nightstand, and I rushed over, sucking in a breath when I saw the name on the screen. Mom. I snatched up the phone and answered. Mom? My mother exhaled. Harper, you're okay. A chill dashed down my spine. Why wouldn't I be? You called me. Are you okay? I'm fine, baby. She exhaled. I just felt wrong. My fist tightened, and only then did I notice I still held my snacks awkwardly between my fingers. Thank the old ones the yogurt was sealed, else I'd have a hell of a mess to clean up in the hallway. I set the food down and perched on the edge of the bed. Mom, have you communed recently? Actually, I was just in the moon room. She paused. Why, baby? Were you? The tone in her voice told me this was why she called. Something was up, and all the way across the country, tucked up against the Santa Cruz Mountains, Mom had felt it too. I've been stressed and needed to calm down, but it didn't work. I felt something too, Mom. Smelled sulfur. I did too. My heart rate kicked up. What does it mean? I'm not sure, but it can't be a coincidence. I squirmed because I agreed, and had a hint that it had to do with wrath. But I couldn't tell my mother that a prince of hell was Earthside, that he'd been the one to attack New York. The attack was common knowledge among supernaturals, but the person behind it was not. Most put the blame on the Ordo Aeternum, which, from their history, was believable. What the OA wanted and what the Darkborn and the demons wanted were not so different. Only once the Covenant was sure they had things under control in New York would they release more information to covens, packs, clans, and any other gathering of supernatural creatures. Until that moment, I was bound not to speak of the Prince of Wrath, nor his followers, the Darkborn. At least not to anyone outside of my dark artifacts hunting Coven, shadows and secrets. "You know something," Mom said slowly. "Lots of things. Don't be sassy with me, Harper Mace Ferenz." I cleared my throat. "I can't say anything, but I can tell you that the pack needs to be on the lookout for outsiders. The demons and every creature serving Prince Wrath were certainly that. We rarely welcome visitors." No, my pack didn't, and that was by design. My father controlled large swaths of California, but he kept his pack, those he protected, tucked away in a safe community. When they had business to do, he traveled with his betas and a few other trusted wolves. "Stay safe, Mom. I know you'll keep a watch on Henley, but tell the twins to chill." The thought of my younger identical twin brothers, Ethan and Elijah, caught in the crosshairs of demons or Darkborn, made me want to punch something. But they were 19, and unlike my 13-year-old sister, the twins would have a harder time staying in, keeping calm. Male wolves of that age were usually itching to show their dominance. I worried that if a demon or Darkborn challenged them, they'd rise to the occasion. People shouldn't travel right now, even Dad and the betas if you can stop them. You'll learn why soon. From you? I can't be sure. A pregnant pause filled the miles between us. "The Covenant," she stated finally. "Yeah. It's bad. It's not great. By the moon above, what an understatement. The entire planet was in mortal danger. I'll tell your father." "I'm guessing Elijah is at school in L.A., but Ethan is still at home, right?" I had half a mind to demand that Elijah leave UCLA and drive home to be with the pack. That would look pretty two-faced of me, so I kept that to myself for now. "I'll tell everyone, baby girl. Now, it's your turn to promise. Will you stay tucked away, too?" My silence was all the answer she needed, and Mom sighed. "Call me daily, okay? To check in. At least until this is over." "I will. And when I get the go-ahead from S&S, that I can talk to you about it, I'll call." My stomach rumbled again, and this time Mom heard it. She laughed, and the sound eased the tension I carried in my shoulders. "You'd better eat. I wouldn't want you lunging at poor Shay." I didn't say that poor Shay wasn't home. Rather, she had left for D.C. with Hans to be used as bait for Hans's insane sister. I hadn't heard a word from her and was worried about how the mission had gone. In a practiced manner, I forced a smile into my tone. "Yeah, I'm starving. Talk to you later, Mom. I love you." "Love you too, baby." We hung up, and, grabbing the yogurt once more, I went to get a spoon. I didn't even make it to my door when another whiff of sulfur drifted through my room. My mouth dried up, and I ran to the window. Again, nothing obvious was amiss. But I didn't buy it. A wolf shifter knew that appearances deceived. Out there in the vast world, something waited to pounce. A hunter, a predator, a breaker of worlds. I couldn't see them, but I could read the signs. Trouble was coming for us again, and I would be ready for the next attack. Chapter 2. Meredith. A chill hung in the evening air, but adrenaline shot through me, keeping me warm. On my finger, the moonstone ring marking me as a Vindix was a touch hotter, like it did not want to be ignored. Although the piece was largely unpredictable, at that moment, I understood what it was saying. The ring was warning me. If that was true, then there was only one possible explanation. The Ringmaster, my old boss, had to have been the one to set off the wards surrounding the abscondee to Coven's land in rural England. She was finally coming after me, demanding that I pay my debts with blood and magic. "Breathe," Tobias whispered, and only then did I realize that I had stopped breathing. "Nothing is nearby," Vindix said. The cat was climbing a tree and peering into the English woods with intense amber eyes, ready for anything. I should have taken comfort that my vampire mate and my familiar could see, hear, and smell far better than me. They'd anticipated my enemy before she got close to me, but I felt anything but comforted. The woods were dense, and the Ringmaster had already abducted me once. That time had been in a city, and I'd had far greater visibility. I shivered, but repressed any more emotion. I tried not to think about it, but I suffered PTSD from that night in New York City. "Gloria says that John saw nothing." Miriam Black, leader of the Abscondita Coven, a group that protected information on the Lapis Calesti, cried out from my right, visible only by the glow of the moon in the dark woods. "He's on alert now, though, and will give the signal should he find anyone." "No rigor. He's searching too," Stuart called from my left. So the resident giant and wyvern hadn't seen the Ringmaster arrive. How? She wasn't coming alone. Why go to the Ordo Aeternum and strike a deal if she would not use their might? The OA was a radical faction that believed supernatural should rule the humans, and my old boss had information on the Lapis Calesti that the organization desperately wanted. Normally, the OA might balk at dealing with a human, but the Ringmaster was powerful in her own way and persuasive as hell. Plus, once she absorbed my magic, her goal, she'd be one of them, and the OA wouldn't have to compromise their screwed-up morals. The alliance was win-win for both parties, even if I had a hunch that the Ringmaster would ultimately screw the OA over later. Prince Orion, Wrath, was much more powerful than the OA, and my old boss would want to be in on his good graces. "Stay close, Meredith," Tobias growled at my side. "Do you scent anyone yet?" "I don't smell the Ringmaster," he assured me, "nor Josiah, or my maker. I would be able to scent Giselle first." For the first time, I worried about what would happen if Giselle had to go up against Tobias. We both knew his sire would have to make the fight look real. She was spying on the OA and couldn't blow her cover. As his maker, I guess she'd be even stronger than Tobias. But Tobias's voice yanked me from my growing dread over what might happen to him. "There is something different out here. Hot." "Hot? Like fire?" "The OA must have fire elementals. Witches, certainly, and perhaps those of other orders, too." Another type of fear gripped me. Fire in a forest as vast and remote as this one would be devastating. "Let's keep going," I said. We needed to stop this fight before it could begin. Side by side, we trudged forward. Occasionally, Tobias would glance left or right, and I suspected the guardian witches of the Abscondita Coven searched in the distance. No one had released magic to give away their position. I swallowed. 10 of us prowled the woods, not counting John, Rigor, and Benedict. How could an army of OA be hiding so well? Was it possible that they'd run after they set off the wards? I wished my seeking powers worked on finding people, not just things. But no, all I had was a sense of dread and a warm ring around my finger. The heat it gave off was steady and pleasant, unlike when it had tried to burn me in the Beinecke Library a few days ago. "Hey, you!" a raspy voice screamed in the distance. I pivoted in time to see fireballs streaming through the trees. "Ah! Gloria!" Claire's Irish lilt rang out as the sounds of thundering footsteps tramped through the thick underbrush. Tobias, Benedict, and I broke out into a sprint, too, but toward the attacker, now weaving through the trees to get away from Gloria. I could just see the person's outline, small and curvy, through the moonlight. The stout, iron-haired witch seemed indestructible, even at 70-something, but judging by the streams of colorful curses ripping from her lips, something had happened to her. "This way." Tobias herded me to the right. "How many?" I asked Tobias. "Just the fire elemental still." He shoved a branch out of his way as we ran by. The scent grows stronger. There. 20 feet ahead, a short figure leapt out from behind a robust tree, their hands ablaze, fire shooting erratically from their torso in a way that resembled wings. "Stay back!" The person, a young woman, maybe a year or two younger than me, shouted at us in a Scottish accent. Her arms trembled violently in the orange glow of the flames. "I don't want to hurt you." I blinked. "You don't? Then why are you here?" "Are you alone?" Tobias demanded, and the woman shifted her attention to him, the bigger, more obvious threat. "Who else would come all the way out here?" Fire fanned around her hourglass figure, brighter than a second ago. She glanced down at the flames spreading, and fleeting fear dashed across her face. She couldn't control her magic, but she was trying to hide it. I needed to proceed with caution. Stepping forward slowly, I held out my hand, creating a barrier between this woman and Tobias. "We thought you were someone else. You haven't seen anyone in these woods?" "No." She inched backward. "That old hag leapt out at me. Scared the piss out of me." Gloria had probably taken joy in it, too. The caster of the abscondida Coven had spunk. "She lives here," I said, barely aware of the rustle in the trees. Benedict continued to watch from above in case something went wrong. "Clearly, you have magic. Did you feel the wards when you walked through?" I had to be certain that she had been the one to break them. "I think so." The girl shuddered. "It was like walking through a fridge." My shoulders loosened, and I dropped my arm so that it fell at my side. In response, the other woman seemed to relax a touch, but when Tobias shifted slightly, she tightened once more. "Tobias." I looked at him, and took in the rough edge of his jaw and the coldness of his emerald eyes. "Maybe take a step back." "You're my mate, and you're requesting I stand down while she looks like a bloody phoenix? Their kind can ignite an opponent in seconds, my love." "I'm no phoenix," the young woman spat out, as if the idea offended her, though I couldn't say why. Being a phoenix sounded pretty cool to me. "I'm a witch." "A witch? And a fire elemental?" My gaze swept over the young woman. When I spotted a bracelet on her wrist and quickly counted the stones, my knees buckled. Tobias caught me a second before I would have saved myself. "You're trembling," he growled, tightening his grip on me as if his touch could calm me down. "Look at her wrist," I whispered, righting myself. It wasn't exactly like my ring, but the piece was close enough. Miriam had mentioned offhandedly just days ago that each Vindix would have a talisman, and I was certain the bracelet was such an item. "What are you two talking about?" The girl narrowed her eyes, and the flames around her fanned higher. "Sorry," I said, walking closer to her. "Your bracelet. Is it old?" "What?" "I'm Meredith," I said. This girl didn't know me, perhaps didn't know what I believed her jewelry meant. "And I can't help but notice your bracelet. It reminds me of my ring." I extended my hand to show her. We were still about 15 feet apart, so she had to lean closer to view it. She shrugged. "Don't see how." "There's a large moonstone and 7 other stones. Yours are just all red." "My mom gave it to me as a graduation gift." She shook her head. "But what's your point? You're freaking me out, and I've already had a hard couple of days." At the end of her sentence, her voice broke, and sorrow flitted across her face before she buried it. "Is the bracelet warm?" I softened my tone. It should have been. Her bracelet and my ring were made to tell us we were one and the same. "A wee bit, but I was playing with fire, in case you hadn't noticed." "Has it been warm this whole time? When you were walking through the woods looking for—" I trailed off, leading her to what I hoped would be an answer. She gaped before she caught herself, and her features rearranged into one that gave away little. "A feeling brought me here, and then my bracelet, my da's mum's, got warm. I didn't know what it was doing." I exhaled and lowered my hands. "I do. There's a reason you're here. What's your name?" "Tana." "Fire or star goddess," Tobias whispered, making me whirl on him. "What?" "Her name. The vampire looked at Tana, studied her dark hair, amber eyes that caught the firelight, and olive skin tone. "You're Greek?" "By birth. My family moved to Scotland when I was a wee girl. Dad got a job at the uni." "No other reason?" I asked. She shrugged. "They say coming here felt like coming home, but the job instigated the shift." No, fate had done that. I looked at Tana in wonder, almost certain a Vindix stood before me. This young woman had to be the keeper of the Ruby of Flames. She had a bracelet that acted like my ring, a sort of talisman. She had the right type of magic, and she had the pull to be here, to seek us. Me. Had my appearance on this island prompted her arrival? All those things swayed in her favor, but there was only one way to know for certain if she was a Vindix. "We need to find Miriam." I turned to Tobias. "Or someone else who could take us to the pool." "A pool?" Tana asked. "This is going to sound weird," I started, "but I'm going to ask you to submerge yourself in a small pool of water." Her nose wrinkled. "I don't like water." "Of course not. Fire and water didn't mix." "Well, if you want to know why something brought you here, you're taking a dip nonetheless." Out of the dense foliage, Miriam Black approached with a stern tone. Her blue eyes narrowed as she took in Tana. As always, she reminded me of an iron-haired, strict English headmistress. "I did it," I offered, when Tana glared at the woman and her eyes seemed to burn from within. "It's magical, and more importantly, it's the only way for us to know for sure why you're here." I didn't need it. I recognized my bond with Tana in my heart. My blood, my bones. But the pool would be confirmation for others. It would also make Tana believe. She, perhaps, was the most important person to convince because, while Tana knew how to use fire magic, I got the sense that that was all she knew. Had all the Stone Guardian families lost the knowledge of the Vindix? Of the incredible power and responsibility that ran through their veins? Didn't it hurt, did it? "It's cold, but it wasn't painful, I promise." She studied me, and for a moment I was certain that she'd turn tail and run again. If she did, what would I do? Chase her? That might result in disaster. Though she'd been drawn here, she seemed scared, and not great about containing her magic, especially in such a thick forest. After a minute that seemed to stretch into a decade, her arms dropped, and the fire wreathing her body disappeared on a phantom wind. "Fine." Her tone said it all. She wasn't happy about this, even if she had agreed. "We can show you to it now." I kept my voice soft and gentle so as not to offend her further. "I would hope so. I dinna have a bloody week." An unexpected snort escaped me. "Follow us." Miriam didn't have to be asked to lead the way. The Coven leader turned and strode through the woods, around the vast manor that her coven called home. All the while, Tobias walked at my side, closer than necessary. Benedict rustled through the foliage, apparently still unsure about the girl and unwilling to reveal himself. Tana trailed us as we passed by other Coven members, each throwing intrigued looks our way. I didn't speak to her. If I were her, in this odd place, watched by so many strangers, I'd want a moment to mull things over. When Miriam reached the crypt-like entrance to the underground enchanted pool, Tana sucked in a loud breath. "That's it? Why is it a door in a wee room? We can't even all fit in there." I'd asked a similar question when I'd been shown this place. The door that popped up from the ground only to lead down a set of stairs into a cavern was creepy. "The pool is underground. That's the entrance to the stairwell, so it doesn't need to be large," I explained, watching fear tighten her features. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like a crypt. "Why is the pool underground?" Tana peered at the door skeptically. I'm not sure. It's natural, so I guess it was just there. Miriam?" "Aye, that's the measure of the pool." Miriam nodded stiffly. "Now, I'd like to get moving. It's getting cold out and my old bones don't take the chill as well as they used to. Tobias, will you wait up here?" I turned to face my mate. He wouldn't like the request, but Tana didn't seem comfortable at all. "Yell if you need anything," he said firmly. "Why is he staying?" Tana asked, clearly not trusting my motives. "You'll have to undress to get in the water," I answered. "I thought it might make things more comfortable for you." She paled. "Get naked?" "Something will happen on your body, and your skin will need to be bare for you to see it. That's how we'll know for certain that you are who we think you are." Tana stared at me for a moment. The girl was practiced as hell at intense eye contact. "Only ye, then. The old lady can bear up here, too. Save her knees." Miriam scoffed. "I'm coming, girl. I only want her." Tana pointed to me. "She's done it, so she can come. I dinna trust anyone else." She cast me a suspicious glance. "Not even sure why I trust you, little. But I do." At that, I laughed. "I'm flattered. Miriam, I can tell you what happens. It will be the same thing that happened to me, right?" "It will be." The elder's lips pursed, and I sought to soften the blow. Gently, I touched her arm. "Trust me. You're going to have to do so for much larger matters soon." Her expression softened ever so slightly. "That I will." She opened the door wide. "Go on, then." I nodded to Tana. "There's a railing. The staircase is steep." Without another glance back, I descended the steep steps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally, a creak of wood behind me told me that Tana followed me. I exhaled. I understood Tana's resistance to trusting others. As far as I was concerned, trust needed to be earned, especially with a demon prince on the loose. "Why is it so musty?" Tana asked after a moment. "That's the water." I waved my hand in the direction we were going, taking care on the narrow steps. "The cavern isn't very large, and I don't think there's much ventilation." "I don't see it." "Just wait." I glanced back at her as the rock ceiling lifted enough for her to see the pool, and Tana's footsteps faltered. "That's the pool? It looks like magic." When I got to the bottom, I turned to her with a smile. "It's gorgeous, isn't it?" The small blue pool of water spread before me, tranquil yet cloudy. The cavern took my breath away. We stood beneath a dome ceiling embellished with natural yellow crystals. Mica shimmered in the walls, reflecting the glow from the larger gems. "'Tis," Tana said, eyes raking over the space. "But do I really have to get in there? I dinna like that I canna see the bottom." I wasn't about to tell her I wasn't sure about the depth. The pool might have been 10 feet deep or 1,000. I suspected neither of us wished to find out. "You do," she huffed. "You lot are quite secretive." "You don't know the half of it," I said, thinking about the manor's library, all the mysteries hidden there, secrets that the Abscondita Coven had been guarding for thousands of years. "Can I ask you something?" "I guess." Tana moved closer to the water and undressed. "How exactly did you know to come here? Did an event instigate it? Or have you been feeling the need to move this way for a while?" She turned white as a sheet. I felt a pull and started driving." As she spoke, her eyes darted from the water to the ground and the crystal-crusted walls. They lingered anywhere but at me. Whatever had happened hadn't been good, but I didn't need to learn about her past yet. I'd learn, in time. "Turn around," she said, already in her bra and underwear. Unlike how Miriam had refused me, I did. Only after a splash telling me she'd jumped in and the sound of her sputtering for air did I turn again. Her back was to me, and the moment I laid eyes on her, I smiled. The glowing white swirls were there, gleaming otherworldly tattoos climbing her arms to cover her shoulders and plunge down her back. Most prominent was the glowing white full moon on her back. And there was more, too. It was difficult to see her bracelet in the water, but I swore I spotted a flash of green and purple that had not previously been present in the circlet of rubies. Just like my ring had changed when it became whole in the Beinecke, this water had washed away whatever enchantment was on her bracelet, revealing its truth, Tana's destiny. "What the hell is all this?" she shrieked, and stared down at her arms, her hands, and her chest. "Get out," I answered, heart thundering in my chest at the implications of what had happened. The glowing white swirls and symbols were proof, marking Tana as a Vindix. Most likely the keeper of the Ruby of Flames. I hope you're not tired because, girl, do I have a story to tell you. Chapter 3. Hans. Miles of sleepy Italian countryside flashed beneath me so fast that the trees blurred, and yet we were still not flying swiftly enough for my liking. The problem was, I couldn't speed up. My midnight black wings, born just hours ago, ached from use. They were already being pushed to their limits, and I feared that soon they'd fail me. For the millionth time, I glanced behind, but as before, only the starry night sky stared back. So far, no one had followed us. I released the breath I'd been holding and turned to the other distracting features of my travels. Archangel Uriel, currently still passed out in my arms. Since Shay, her father, and I had escaped Lake Como, I'd had hours to notice that Shay did not resemble her father. Instead, she favored her mother, Angelina Ramos, Covenant seat, Mexican smoke show, and business tycoon. However, the magic rolling off the unconscious Uriel resembled his daughter's. Strong, radiant, unmistakably angelic. That last quality was quickly becoming an issue. Because Uriel was a large being, I couldn't see my forearms, but where the archangel touched me, my skin felt irritated. "Hans," Shay called out. "Are you okay?" I looked up from her father to find her flying backward, watching me. I envied the graceful way she soared. "I'm tired," I admitted.
"I can try to take him,"
Shay offered, sizing up her father, all 250 pounds of muscle. I wasn't doubting that Shay was strong. I'd seen her athleticism plenty of times. But like me, Uriel was a big guy, and even though I worked out religiously, I was having trouble holding him. Had we not been fleeing for our lives, I would have stopped to reposition a long time ago. Or we could rest. I arched an eyebrow, hoping she would agree. "Perhaps you can try to wake him." Shay looked down. Quiet forest land spread below us, and Lake Como had disappeared hours ago, but I understood her hesitation. Wrath had wings, as did many of his minions. Technically, they could appear at any moment, and yet I really needed a break. "We don't have to stay in one place for long," I added, desperate to touch the ground, to stop flying.
"You're right,"
Shay nodded.
"I bet they would have already come for us if they were going to do it. We have a little time."
They were the 7 princes of hell: Orion, Lucifer, Baal, Osmodev, Belhor, Levi, and Mon. All, save for Orion, the Prince of Wrath, had recently exploded from a newly opened gateway linking our world to hell. A shiver ran through me at the memory of last night, of how the waters had parted and the earth had fallen away to reveal fire and evil before the princes rose. If someone would have told me that I'd watch an eye of darkness open, I would not have believed them. But I had, and there were 6 more portals somewhere in the world. I hoped that only one eye of darkness had burst open and not all 7. I swallowed, trying to banish the image of those dark figures rising from the usually quiet water, but it was impossible. When I thought of the princes, specifically Lucifer, another person came to mind. Lilith. My mother. Had she risen with them?
"Whatever you did to Orion must have them thinking twice."
Shay's tone sounded nonchalant, fishing. But I wasn't ready to go into what I'd done to Prince Orion to stop him from tormenting her father. Nor what I had done to those spectators on the lakeside who had watched the demons battle Shay, Archangel Uriel, and me. I had ignored my vile hell-blooded gifts for so long, but now, with my wizarding magic bound to fucking Richard Bronze, the blackest of powers were all I had at my disposal.
"How about there?"
Shay added when I didn't reply. She pointed below.
"There's a stream to wash in and get water from."
I followed Shay as she descended into the thick trees. Touching down was new to me, and it showed as I stumbled on legs that hadn't been used in hours. Lunging forward, I lost control of the Archangel, but Shay was there, ready to catch her father. In doing so, her hands landed on mine, skin on skin, demon on Nephilim. She sucked in a breath and jerked back ever so slightly before I realized I might not yet be stable, that I might drop the Archangel. Stiffening, she maintained our connection. "I've got him," I assured her, hating that I made her uncomfortable. "I'll set him over there." I gestured under the trees.
Thanks.
Shay dropped her arms to her sides and clasped her hands behind her back, as if she didn't know what to do with them now that she was sullied. I edged to the side of the woods, and finding a softer stretch of ground, laid down the Archangel. My arms thanked me, but the relief proved short-lived. My forearms were worse off than I'd imagined. The rare stretches of uninked skin glared back at me, red and irritated. Some parts blistered from where the strong angel magic met more sinister powers. Deeper still, grey veins, so dark that they were almost black, taunted me. How long would this take to fade? My heart raced, and for the first time, I became aware of how the back of my shirt had split open to accommodate my wings. Were the veins back there grey, too? I ran a trembling hand through my hair. Nearing a breakdown, I forcibly pulled myself together and turned to my SNS partner. Shay was already on her knees, checking her father for injuries. I started, feeling shitty and useless, and about 1,000,000 other negative emotions. "Let me know if I can help."
Thanks,
she replied, and this time she gave me a small smile.
I think he's okay. He's just...
The Archangel jolted up, his sword of fire and light flaring in his hand, his chest heaving.
Dad, you're okay!
Shay placed her hand on the sword hilt, steadying the weapon before it could cause harm.
I'm here. You're safe.
Uriel's gaze traveled between his daughter and me, running momentarily over my black wings, which hadn't been a thing when he saw me last, before Wrath wrapped him in a cocoon of darkness. "How did we survive Wrath's attack?"
Well?
Shay swallowed. "You. Tell me." Uriel gazed at me again, his expression serious. "Leave nothing out." Fuck me. The last thing I wanted to do was talk about what had happened. How, not only was Wrath walking the earth, but now 6 more princes of darkness were too. But people didn't deny archangels, not even hell-blooded souls like me, so I began the tale. When I got to the part where Shay gave me her sword of fire and light, her father blinked and turned to her. "You did that?"
"There was no other way,"
she said.
"I don't give it out all the time, though. Almost never."
Her cheeks flushed and her eyes dropped. "You misunderstand." Her father cupped her shoulder with his large hand. "I'm pleased you did, and proud, daughter. I'll admit, I wouldn't have guessed you would give it up, but..." Uriel's penetrating stare caught mine. "You chose a worthy soul to hand it to." A faint breeze could have knocked me over. I was so stunned. I wasn't the only one. Shay looked as if someone had slapped her, which both hurt me and made me feel somewhat vindicated. Not enough to say it out loud. My self-worth issues had not disappeared at the angel's word, but it helped. His belief in me made a difference. Would it last, though? When he learned what I'd done, how I'd gotten us out of there? "Now, please continue with your story. What is your name?" Uriel spoke as if he and his daughter hadn't just had a moment. "Hans." I glanced at Shay as I spoke. She dragged her eyes from her father and nodded. "Once I had your sword and learned how to fly with these," my aching wings rustled at my command. "I used the weapon to cut you free from Wrath's bindings and caught you before you fell." I paused. He wouldn't have fallen into the lake,
No, the Archangel would have plummeted much further. But did he know? "Before I fell into hell," Uriel said, "I'm aware. I can feel them. The 7 princes are here." He rose, the movement fluid, as if he hadn't just been attacked by a dark equal and unconscious for 2 hours. "That is what you mean, correct?" "Yes," I said. "Why did wrath not stop you?" My muscles tensed with dread. I used magic against him. The Archangel studied me. "I sensed a bind within you. If I were able, I would cut you loose. But that is not within my scope. I can only assume you did not use wizarding magic, but your hell-blooded powers. Those of Lilith." An exhale parted my lips. "How did you know she's my mother?" "Her power signature is unmistakable. Now, answer me." Uriel raised his head to stare at me. "I did," I admitted. "I used my demon magic for the first time in a very long time." "And what is your black gift?" "Gift?" I shuddered. That was something Nicoletta would say. Uriel came closer, his sword vanishing into the ether. "The princes of hell were once angels." "Yes," I replied, uncertain where he was going with this. Behind her father, Shay watched us quietly. "You might disagree," Uriel said. "But that means we are not all that different. Our shades of power vary, the intensity of our magics, but what really divides us, even myself and the Dark Princes, is choice. They made a choice and paid for it. However, your mother is different. She was never an angel, never had a choice in what she is, and yet I sense she has stronger, more heavenly morals than the princes." He paused. "I sense that you differ from the fallen, too." "I do," I blurted, "but my dark gift, as you call it, is to cause others pain. I can torture them if I want to." A soft gasp came from Shay, and I forced myself not to meet her eyes. It wasn't the first time I'd revealed my demon magic to non-family members, and I knew the look of horror she'd wear. I'd rather not see it. "And that is what you did to Wrath?" I gulped. It was. He did not expect it, though certainly he deserves it.
"Father!"
"Angels are not perfect, Shaelina." Uriel looked at his daughter with love in his eyes, but his jaw was firmly set, as if he knew what she needed to hear. "No matter what your lovely mother says." Her shoulders loosened, and I felt her relief swelling. Angelina Ramos was a real piece of work. She placed heavy expectations on her daughter's shoulders. Not that Shay couldn't accomplish whatever she set her mind to, but I'd seen how Angelina pushed and pushed and pushed. Most would break under such pressure. Shay's mother also, notably, hated hell-blooded people. "You should learn to harness that gift." Uriel caught my eye. "Do you possess other dark gifts?" I shook my head, struck by how this conversation was taking a turn. "No, that's the one I had before I stopped using my demon magic." "At what age?" It was hard to say. Officially, I stopped at 13 when I decided I was done terrorizing others. But for a few years after, there were still moments when I slipped. And when I'd taught Nicoletta about her power, I'd accessed my wellspring of magic, too. I haven't used it for a decade. I settled on. "Things might have changed." I hoped not. I didn't wish to have more demonic powers. "Don't discount what you have, Hans." His stare, much like his daughter's, penetrated me before dropping to his arms and hands. "I am covered in blood, and wish to wash. Would you two mind giving me a moment?" The Archangel gestured to the stream. So, as Uriel washed up, Shay and I entered the woods, silent as the grave for a few paces before she turned to me.
"Thank you so much, Hans."
For what? I asked. Bringing you to DC and getting us both abducted and used by Wrath? You should be furious with me, with my family. I hadn't forgotten that my sister was responsible for so much of this pain, for luring me and Shay into her trap so Prince Wrath might use Shay to release his brothers from hell.
I don't blame you for your sister's mistakes.
She released a long breath.
I mean, do I think you need to stop redeeming her? Hell yes, I do. But she's making her own choices, and anyone can see you don't agree with them.
Her lips pursed. Though she was right about Nicoletta, I wasn't sure I deserved any trust. Any time I'd been presented with my sibling, I'd made the wrong choice. That had to stop. The girl who'd loved running wild in the woods, the girl who made me play tea parties with her dolls, and who adored the ground our father walked on, was gone. When I saw Nick next, I didn't think I'd be able to forgive her, or save her. Once, Luca had offered my sister salvation, a place in SNS, but no longer did I consider it a real option. She did not care to choose the right path. My little sister wanted power and a place in the pantheon of the dark gods. If she wed Wrath's son, and heir Reichel, then she'd likely get it too. As if being Lilith's daughter wasn't impressive enough, once she produced Reichel an heir, Nicoletta would cement her place among Hell's royalty.
But you saved my father,
Shay continued slowly.
I was failing. Without you, he'd be gone, and that's something I can never repay. So thank you.
I would do it again, I said. Shay's gaze strayed back to the stream before she looked at me again.
You flew well enough to escape, but as a token of my gratitude, what do you say I teach you a few tricks? We don't have passports or anything on us, so we might have a long journey home. Flying would be easiest, if you can manage.
I hadn't considered that issue, but Shay was correct. We hadn't had our passports on us when Wrath had smoke-traveled us from DC to Italy. The idea of flying from wherever we were in Italy to New Haven, Connecticut, with my new wings exhausted me all over again. Luca can overnight our passports, I said. We didn't have our phones either, but I had the Coven Master's number memorized for emergencies.
Sure, but he can't send them here.
Shay gestured to the woods.
We'll have to get to a major city, and flying is better than walking. Plus, I don't know how quickly you'll learn how to hide your wings. If you can't, the passports won't help anyway.
She bit her lower lip. For fuck's sake, my demon side caused more issues by the second. Can you show me how to do it? Maybe it's the same way you do it, I suggested. She blinked, taken aback that anything about us would be the same, but I didn't take offense. I hated my demon magic too.
Sure, we can try.
Shay recovered with a small smile.
I can't guarantee it will work, but if it doesn't, maybe my dad has tips?
She beat her white feathered wings and lifted into the air.
What do you say we begin by you trying to catch me?
I followed you here. I stretched my wings and tried to shake the ache from them, with your father in my arms. Shay's lips curled up in a genuine smile.
As much as I wanted to, I wasn't going anywhere close to my full speed. Not with you and Dad behind me. Someone had to be prepared to defend you. She winked. But I will go faster while we're putting those bad boys to the test.
With that, she took off and zipped away, showing me that she spoke the truth. I watched, stunned by this turn of events, before soaring after her.
Chapter 4. Shay. I pulled back my hair, doing my best to tame the disaster that had resulted from flying lessons. You did well, I said as Hans landed next to me, his pale cheeks pink from the wind. The color amid the white scar running the length of his jaw stand out against his skin. You need some work on your barrel rolls, I added teasingly, only to realize I might sound like I was hitting on him. Still, I infused more seriousness into my tone so he didn't get the wrong idea. For a newbie, I'm impressed.
I had a good teacher,
He smiled. Maybe. He'd made progress in a short amount of time. We had been at it only for about a half hour, when my father sent up a gold spark, a signal that he'd finished bathing, and doing whatever else he'd been up to, and I'd ended the lesson. More than anything, even getting out of the ridiculous white dress Prince Orion had put me in to ridicule the Nephilim Order, I wanted to get back to Dad, to talk to him. I didn't get that chance often, and he'd have to return to heaven soon to tell those above what had happened. Thankfully, Hans had understood why I wanted to cut the lesson short. The stream is this way. I set off through the trees toward where the water cut through the woods. I spotted my father through the trees minutes later. Angels, even ones who are trying to dampen their essence, give off a golden glow. Humans could not see it, but all supernaturals possess the ability, and as a Nephilim, I was extra sensitive to the glow. He turned to greet us as we exited the trees.
Good. You're back. We must talk.
For sure, I said, elated that he was making the time for me. Let me wash my hands.
Of course.
He leaned against a tree, white wings spread to an impressive 20 feet, wingtip to wingtip. Hans joined me, and we washed in the cool stream. As we did so, I tried not to stare at the gray veins etched into his red skin. They were a symbol of dark magic, that he'd used it, that he'd been at the mercy of it. Hours ago, that would have sent me into a total tailspin, but now, well, I still didn't feel 100% right about it, but he'd done it to save my father, to save me. Once I felt clean, or at least as clean as I could get, I rose and turned. Dad was still there, just watching and waiting. He held his arms out. I beamed, darted to him, and embraced him.
It's been too long, little light,
he said in my ear, his powerful arms wrapped around me.
Are you well, Shaelina?
Though he'd used my given name, it didn't rub me the wrong way it did when Mom used it. Coming from Dad, any acknowledgement was special. As well as expected, given everything that's happened. He loosened his grip, and I leaned back.
I used the time while I washed to think. Now, I must ask you, are the Lapis Celesti loose?
They are, Father. You didn't know?
I did not. Wrath has them?
Exactly, I said. He's been lying low for a while.
Indeed. He is cunning.
I gazed at him intensely. Do you know where the other sacred stones are? His face fell.
I do not. After they were entrusted to those in this realm, the angels did not track them. And only one archangel can speak openly of the stones. The rest of us are bound to silence to protect the stones.
Frustration built inside me. Well, we know that the opal and the pearl are with Wrath. We're trying to find the others. My friend went to a woman who might have knowledge of them.
There is a coven, my father said. I cannot tell you much, but they will have the answers. That is their lot in life.
Are they in England? Behind, footsteps sounded in the opposite direction. Hans walked away, to give my father and me space.
The Coven has traditionally been located on that island, he said. I cannot say if they are still.
It had to be Marion Black. That was the only thing that made sense. My roommate, my friend, is going there now. She's probably there by now. She's the holder of the opal. Understanding dawned on his face.
You should go too, little light.
My eyebrows narrowed. Why?
All I can say is one of your kind will be needed. It is not a coincidence that a stonekeeper found you and lives with you. I cannot be sure. I've never been a seer, but I believe it is fate that brought her to you.
At first, Meredith had been hard to befriend, but when she opened up, a floodgate opened. She didn't hold back, even when sharing the ugly bits. We'd only known each other for a matter of weeks, and I had felt close to her. I was certain we were destined to meet one another, just as Dad said. And I got the sense I wasn't the only one in Shadows and Secrets that felt that way. Tobias was protective of her. He'd known how to find her in New York. There was a bond between them. While I hadn't had time to ask him or Rooms much about it, I wondered if somehow they were fated too. Dare I even say mates? It had happened before. 2 different orders mating. My friend Cora, a fire witch, and a fae prince were fated mates. Were Tobias and Meredith the same? I shook my head and focused on my father. We could fly, but it will take days, and Hans is so new to flying.
My father nodded. That poses a problem. Logistics in general will, if what I fear comes to pass.
I was about to ask what he feared when my father's wings curled around him. From the right one, he plucked 4 feathers, then did the same from the left.
Take these, and seek the Coven of Illumination in Paris. It's an ancient coven, and among them is a renowned alchemist, one who has perfected the art of imbuing items with the ability to light travel.
Light travel? I blinked. Is that like smoke travel?
Precisely.
My father nodded.
Angels can perform it as demons can smoke travel. Perhaps you can do so. Have you ever experienced an inclination to, for lack of a more eloquent word, teleport?
No? Not that I hadn't had the desire to do so. Who hadn't? I managed to get myself into tons of embarrassing situations, and the ability to poof, disappear and go elsewhere was a dream.
You are of my blood, and hence you might have the ability, my father said. Perhaps give it a try.
I almost laughed, but remembered Nicoletta. She had learned to smoke travel. Pure angel or demon blood was not needed. I looked at the feathers. If you think I can do it, then why give me these? For protection? An angel's feathers were sacred, and when paired with angelic magic, could do many things. Like make soldiers to fight Wrath's peons, as my father had done.
You will need something precious to barter for an item that will give you the ability to light travel. 1 feather should buy you 1 item. If I am reading the signs correctly, and the 7 stone keepers are to come together soon, they will each need 1. And as my daughter, I want you to have 1 for...
For a moment, his eyebrows screwed together until he struck the word.
Insurance.
In case I can't manage, I said, taking the feathers with reverence. Thank you, Dad.
It is the best I can do. For now. Once I speak with those above, I might be able to do more.
His eyes flickered upward, toward the heavens.
We have to work with a consensus. It is our way.
But is there any question they should help? You came down from on high for me. Surely they don't want pure demons running around on Earth.
You're my blood.
His hand landed on my arm, soft, yet strong and reassuring.
Of course, I arrive for you.
While his answer made me all gooey inside, it didn't put an end to my questions. And the demons?
We entrusted the stones to certain people for a reason, little light, my father said. They are the ones who will see this to its end.
Who? I considered Meredith and the Opal of Heaven. Is it the people who own the Lapis Calesti?
In the beginning, they were all witching families, and that responsibility passed through blood.
Witches? Of all the orders, why them? The witches accepted the common belief that the angels had created magical beings, but they didn't even revere the angels more than other orders. More often than not, they worshipped their goddess, something I'd never understood. Is the witch goddess an angel? I asked, trying to make sense of the witch's beliefs.
No, she was the first witch. Much like wolves revere the mother wolf and the first alpha, the witches celebrate their roots.
Do the angels above like that? My father smiled understandingly.
We do. The first witch was the most powerful of their kind to ever live. Angels gave her magic, but she proliferated it, created more, and spread it far and wide, as a goddess would. Her power still lives today.
His blue eyes twinkled.
No angel begrudges the witches for worshipping her. She really was quite majestic.
Interesting. And yet, I still didn't understand what was stopping the angels from helping. I have to ask, though, if angels can create magical orders, why can't they just destroy the demons? My father paused before a long sigh passed his lips.
We cannot.
But why? An expression as though he were warring with himself crossed his face before he took my hand.
This will come as a shock, but we cannot vanquish the demons, or any magical order, because the power that we use to create other orders is not wholly ours.
What?
The power angels use to create the other orders is not angel magic, but something else, something greater. A power we were gifted, subsequently used up, and have never been offered since.
My head spun. It was almost like I knew nothing about the world I'd been born to. Actually, it was like no one did. As far as I knew, everyone believed angels had created the other orders. Ancient, powerful angel magic that to this day they'd never used again. I shook my head with a frown. I don't understand.
We use the magic of the stars, Shay. Such magic can only be harvested during a very specific cosmic event, and it is quite dangerous.
He looked to the sky.
We lost 2 of our kind in harvesting the raw magic and creating the lapis calesti from them, which is why we have not done so again.
I had no idea. I blinked several times.
Few in this realm do. Only the most ancient fae, vampires, and elves remember. Those who broke through the veil to create Isila.
Why didn't you tell me before?
My kind holds their secrets tightly. It is a sort of power for us. A way to assure that the world is balanced.
I nodded, knowing it was truth. Knowledge was power, and not everyone was meant to wield power. What do you think the demons' plans are? You said you had an idea before, but I got stuck on the light travel.
The princes rule the underworld, my father replied. They will try to do the same here. Perhaps each will choose a continent, or major countries or cities.
My blood froze.
I see that frightens you, as it should.
Father cupped my face.
But you have an advantage now, so seize it. You know they are here. Use all your powers, your tools, and send them back to hell before they can get a foothold in this world.
We will, Dad. A yawn escaped me before I could stop it. Despite the seriousness of our conversation and the revelations, I'd flown through the night. My body was shutting down. I think we all need to rest. Are you staying for a while? He smiled down at me.
No, but you and your friend are safe and together. If you help one another, you're in good hands.
He gestured in the direction my Shadow and Secrets partner had gone. You believe that? I asked.
I do.
Another affirmation. My father, an archangel, trusted Hans. Now that his secret lineage was out, few did in this world. I'd been taught not to, and had been scared to do so in front of my mother and other Nephilim. That my father didn't care about Hans's blood spoke volumes. It made me feel less stupid for never realizing what Hans was back when we used to hang out, and it also lifted a weight off my shoulder. I'd been fighting between an instilled prejudice and what I'd experienced of Hans personally. If Father, of all people, said he was good, then I believed it.
Because one is born a certain way, to a certain family means little, Shailena. It is our choices that matter most.
My father looked down the stream to where Hans tossed pebbles in the water.
That man made his choice when he saved me.
He chose before that, I said. I was too pig-headed to admit it, even to myself. But I'm not anymore.
Admitting your wrongs is only human, and that is in your blood too.
Dad's angelic light warmed my face.
I must go.
He pulled me close, kissing the top of my head.
I might return soon, if I can.
I hope so. We separated, and my father inclined his head. His honey-blonde hair fell into his eyes before he beat his wings and shot into the sky. A streak of gold followed until I could see him no longer. "Bye, Dad," I whispered. The gold light dissolved as if the stars had absorbed my father's essence.
He's gone already? Was he all right?
I spun on my heel to find Hans standing a distance away, watching me. He has work to do.
If it was me,
Don't, I started, not wanting to hear him dog himself again, even if I'd played into his self-loathing. "God, Hans, I'm so sorry," I blurted out in a single breath. "I've been treating you like crap, and it was unwarranted. I apologize for my actions." He stood there, frozen, as if he didn't quite believe my words. "This seems like it's coming out of nowhere, but you did save my dad, and, well, honestly, I've been wrestling with it for a while. I never got bad vibes from you before, but when you told me you were hell-blooded, I fell back on what I'd heard, on what society, specifically Nephilim society, drilled into my head. Sometimes my order thinks we're so much better than everyone else, but
It's okay, Shay. I understand."
Discomfort flitted across his face. Yet another tell that no matter what I said, he wasn't okay with losing the wizard part of him, and having only the demon half to contend with. "You shouldn't have to understand," I pressed. "People should judge you by your actions. I should have done that."
Is this because of your father? What he said?
Hans asked.
Because your mom won't agree.
"Well, screw her," I spat. I loved my mother, but she was wrong about this matter. So many people were. And yeah, Dad drove it home. But I also had been wrestling with it since your secret emerged. Ask Rooms and Harp. They tried to talk to me about it before, and I couldn't deal. So much weight on me, and I was lost. He stared at me for a moment before he shook his head.
I don't have to ask them. I believe you.
An exhale parted my lips. I hadn't even realized I had been holding my breath. "Thank you." Another long stare, but this time the air between us pulsed as if Hans verged on saying something, but couldn't quite bring himself to do so. "So," I drew the word out, "should we try to sleep?"
What about those?
Hans gestured to the feathers forgotten in my hands. "We're going to Paris tomorrow to trade these for things that will help us light travel."
Excuse me?
A dry laugh escaped me. "Have a seat. I'll tell you what Dad told me. Then we'll rest for the journey ahead." Chapter 5. Gunner.
After being confined for days and days in that old English manor house, being back home was a dream come true. I loved having the sun shining on my face. Loved riding in my truck. Best of all, on my walk to the S&S tomb, the college girls smiled at me, and I always smiled back. The only thing that could be better was if I was with my pack, eating homemade biscuits and gravy, getting ready to go on a run. But in a way, I was with a pack. The Coven had become my second pack. One filled to the top of the barrel with all sorts of soups. Untraditional as my choice was, Pa thought it was a good idea for me to hang with vamps and witches and all other sorts. It made me a more well-rounded man and leader. Of course, Ma thought it was stupid, but it didn't matter what she thought. Not here, anyway. I loved what I did, and who I worked with. The best of them all, Coven Master Luca, had called earlier this morning. Normally, I wouldn't be up at 6 and ready by 7, but I was still on England time. So here I was, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, letting myself into the tomb to learn what the mage wanted. This early, the halls were empty, and my footsteps echoed through the vast atrium as I crossed it to the staircase. I climbed the steps to Luca's third-floor office 2 at a time. When I was down the hall, I heard a voice that didn't belong to the Italian mage. It only took a second of listening hard for me to place it. "Harper," I grinned. The she-wolf wasn't as taken with me as most ladies, especially of the wolfish sort. It was an unfortunate fact, 'cause I couldn't help but want to be around her. The wolf was pretty and smart, and got things done. She was a fine wolf, if there ever was one. I stopped at the door to the mage's office and ran a hand through my hair. Good thing I'd showered and didn't reek like the plane.
What are you waiting for? An embossed invitation?
Harper called from inside. She'd scented me. Couldn't help but preen over that, me. And preen I did as I opened the door and swaggered in. "Miss me, Harper?" I asked, inhaling her inviting scent of apples and sun-baked earth.
"Almost as much as that cat I live with,"
she scoffed. "Aw, Benny sends his love from across the pond." Luca rolled his eyes. "Sit down, wolves. Gunnar needs to be brought up to speed, and then I have a mission for you." "Already?" I asked. "Usually we got a day or so to relax. They locked me up, Luca." The mage arched an eyebrow. "Silas already checked in last night. I'm well aware that you had a king-size bed, a fireplace, and other plush amenities at the Coven Manor. Damn, the Fae couldn't let me have any fun." "He coming?" I asked. "Silas." Luca sat, and with a cup of coffee in hand, he pointed to the leather chair across from him. Harper settled into the one beside him. I nodded. "Yeah." Luca shook his head. "No. After he caught me up, I told him what I planned, and he said he couldn't make it, which is fine. Your nose is better anyway." "We searching for something?" I furrowed my eyebrows. Luca held up a hand. "First, Harper, tell him what you sensed last night."
"Yesterday afternoon, actually," she corrected. "Gunnar and Silas would have been on the plane."
Harper's green eyes brushed over me, all businesslike.
"But I was doing a ritual and got the strangest sensation. Then I smelled sulfur a couple of times."
"When Harper told me this morning, it struck me as curious." Luca chimed in. "Why is that?" I leaned forward and placed my elbows on my knees. "Because my morning skim of the news revealed there was an earthquake in Italy. It created a strong smell of sulfur, one that is spreading across Europe as we speak." Now that got me. One instance of rotten egg stink was just that, one instance. But more than that, images of hell came roaring at me. It had stunk so badly down there I thought I'd never get that stench out of my nostrils. You thinking this has something to do with wrath? Or hell? Luca scrubbed at the 5 o'clock shadow on his jawline. "It might. I tried calling Tobias and Meredith, but their phones are off." I sat up straight. "Yeah, 'cause of the OA coming to visit." Luca nearly spilled his coffee all over his lap. "The OA!" His voice rose in surprise. My lips parted. "Silas didn't tell you?" "Not a word." With widened eyes, Luca shook his head. "Toby's sire messaged him from a burner 'cause their phones might be tracked. That's why they haven't been in touch." "What about the witches?" Luca leaned forward. I paused at that. At the very least, Claire had a cell phone. I'd used it to ring Luca. I guess we didn't consider that. There was a lot going on. Meredith was about to use the library, and even if we thought about it, I don't know if Toby would have gone for it. He didn't seem to trust anyone in the Abscondita Coven when I left. Luca huffed out a breath. "Tobias has been losing his head lately." He and Stony are getting cozy, I smirked. Their scents had mixed, and I had a feeling I knew why. They might be mates.
What?
Harper shot up.
But Meredith is a witch and Tobias is...
She trailed off, and I knew what she was thinking about. It happened before, I shrugged, with a witch and a fae. All I know is they're smelling similar, and that happens with mates.
By the old ones,
Harper murmured, and lowered into her chair.
He is protective of her, and I've never seen him act like that before. I assumed it was because she is important to our cause, and maybe that he had a little crush too, but shit, Gunner, you might be right.
Luca waved his hand to get my attention. Be that as it may, I want to back up. The Ordo Aeternum is coming for Meredith and Tobias, and I need to get a hold of them somehow. Perhaps I should send others. The witches probably won't let you, but I called you from Claire's phone, so you should have her number. I mentioned you. I bet she'll listen. Hell, if any of the Archacustos were going to listen, Claire would. Okay, I'll do that once you leave. Let's get down to the matter of why you're here. He rolled his neck as if he'd had the longest morning of his life before he refocused on first Harper and me. You two are a team now. I didn't miss when Harper closed her eyes in annoyance. We didn't pair together often 'cause I talked too much for her. Annoyed her so much that she'd asked not to be put as a team. It had stung at first. Sometimes the truth hurt. I need you to locate Sarah, the Coven Master said. She's been missing for days now. While I believe she must be alive because she's all that the Ringmaster holds over Josiah's head, we need to do all that we can to save her. For sure, I murmured, feeling bad for the sweet necromancer. Sarah had always been a peach to me.
What about the traitor?
Harper asked.
Who's on that?
I am, Luca said. I put it off for too long. The traitor might also be involved in taking Sarah, I added, not just letting the shade into the tomb. Luca gave a succinct nod. We're dividing and conquering. You two have the best noses in the Coven. If anyone can track Sarah, it'll be you. Start at her apartment, and be on the lookout for demons. There have been sightings again in the city, and we're not far from there. Kill them if you find them. He rose. Now, I need to make that call. And with that, the meeting was over. I stood. Want me to drive, Harper?
I walked, so, yeah.
My truck isn't too far. I headed to the door. You be the demon lookout on our way, 'kay? She didn't reply. She just breezed by me and out the door. I shot Luca a grin, and he shrugged, probably not quite sure what to make of the she-wolf. I wasn't sure either, but I knew one thing. This was a chance to thaw the pretty wolf toward me, and Gunner Ray Bryant always made the most of his chances. We pulled up to the garden-style apartment complex. It was nice and roomy, with an expensive yard area out front that all the renters could use.
No space at all between units,
Harper muttered as she hopped out of the truck.
How is it possible that her neighbors didn't hear Sarah being taken?
If the abductor was a witch, they might have cast a silencing charm, I suggested. Or maybe they snuck up on her and knocked her out. Necromancers don't have keen senses.
True.
Harper's green eyes scanned the area. Her pert nose wiggled, hinting that she was already on the job. I followed her lead, sniffing deep. The apartment complex smelled like most others. Lots of humans. Spices in the air, and the scent of cooked onions lingered from someone's dinner the night before. I didn't smell a supernatural around, which meant Sarah was probably the only one in this complex.
Her place is over here.
Harper led the way to Sarah's door. When we got there, we stopped and eyed each other.
You do it,
she said.
Your nose is better, and Luca has been here since Hans discovered she was missing. Mage scent is really strong and might have covered up someone else's.
That's it, though, right? Just those two checked it out?
Luca would have told us otherwise, so we didn't follow a false trail.
Undoubtedly, she was right. If Luca had sent someone before us, he would have mentioned it. I bet he even forbade other Coven members who wanted to take a look. Dan and Gus came to mind. The bears were tight with Sarah and her traitor boyfriend, Josiah. I bent at the knees, bringing my nose closer to the door handle. Right away, I picked up on Hans's faded scent. As ever, he smelled like a wizard, sort of earthy, but with honey, and the car oil aroma that clung to Hans, 'cause that was just who he was. It still surprised me that he hid his demon side for so long. Must have known a spell to dampen his eau de demon. Luca's smell was stronger, almost overpowering Hans's, but there was nothing else. Whoever had abducted Sarah had been sure to wipe their tracks, at least right here. We'd see if they were as diligent on the inside. Nothing. Anyone behind us?
No,
Harper said. I took a step back and kicked open the door that Luca had locked behind him. Damn. They could have cleaned up. I moaned as the rot of vegetables assaulted me.
And you could have gone through a window,
Harper hissed.
Sarah is going to be pissed when she gets back.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there, Toots, I drawled. I added that last bit to get a rise out of her, and it worked. Her pale cheeks reddened, and the air perfumed with her scent as her inner wolf snarled and green eyes flashed.
Don't call me that.
My bad. I bit back a grin. Ladies first. She scowled as she stalked into the home, and I couldn't help but think she was even prettier when she was riled. It thrilled me. Few wolves spoke to me like Harper did. They wouldn't dare, but her paw was as influential as mine, though not of wolvia blood. Alpha Ferens simply had a reputation of being ruthless.
I'll take the bedroom and bath, Harper said. I doubt Sarah would appreciate a guy rooting around back there. We should leave the door open to air it out. You got the living spaces and kitchen?
Sticking me with the stinky spots, I see. The apartment smelled like rotten food.
Luca didn't want to clean up in case we needed to bring the Covenant officials. Obviously, that's undesirable, so let's hope we find her.
Harper had spoken over her shoulder as she made her way to the back rooms. I stalked deeper into the apartment. A cat had been here, and if that wasn't enough, it had shredded the back of Sarah's sofa. Luca must have taken it, though, because I saw neither hide nor hair of the critter. Slowly, I circled the living space, inhaling, tasting the air, and moving on when all I scented were mage and wizard and rotten food. Upon entering the kitchen, I saw it wasn't the lettuce that was bad. Luca had left everything intact, and a spaghetti sauce handprint now grew mold. My fingers itched to wipe it up. Sarah shouldn't have to come back to this. I barely refrained from tampering with the evidence and prowled deeper into the kitchen, my gaze scouring the white countertop, the appliances, and the knife block in particular. Each blade was there. Would Sarah still be around if she'd grabbed one? I got to the end of the small galley kitchen and performed a slow turn, determined to find something that could be of use. That was when I saw something that made the skin on the back of my neck tighten. A thread of fishing line glinted along the back wall of the countertop, barely noticeable in the early morning sun coming in through the window. My eyebrows screwed together. Did Sarah fish? Even if she did, what a weird place to keep line. Inching closer, I examined the line, but only when I stood right in front of it did I realize I'd misidentified it. That was hair. Long, silver-white hair that had been trapped in place by a few stray drops of tomato sauce. My blood went cold. I knew someone with flowing silver-white locks. I bent, brought my nose to the counter, and drew in a long breath. The scent of Fae wasn't fresh. There wasn't even that much of it. But I spent days traveling with one who smelled exactly like this. "Sigh, my man," I whispered. A scream ripped from the back of the apartment. "Gunner! They're here!" I spun to help, only to find a hulking brute of a winged demon walk into the kitchen and bare his teeth at me.
Chapter 6. Harper. The demon might have passed for a human, if not for her glowing red eyes and the faint smell of sulfur wafting off of her.
"You shouldn't have come here, wolf,"
she growled from the entrance to Sarah's dusty pink and cream-colored bedroom. My jaw tightened. Screw you! There was only one reason for this demon to be here. They'd been watching the property, waiting for another Shadows and Secrets member to show up. "Where's Sarah?" The demoness barked out a cruel laugh.
"You should forget about her. She's nothing. Not like you, little wolf."
"You don't know a thing about me." I transferred my weight from one foot to the other, ready for an attack.
"We've learned more than you could imagine. Like who to leverage."
She lunged toward me, knife in hand. My wolf simmered under the surface, but I wasn't fast enough to shift and attack, so I spun, snatching up Sarah's bedside lamp on the way. When the Hellborn came at me, I was ready and cracked her over the head with the lamp. I hit her right, too, because she fell to the ground. Not about to play around, I kicked her in the side once for good measure. No reaction. From the kitchen, a growl rang out. Gunner. Every instinct in me told me to shift and go to him, but first I had to check something. I turned the woman over, pried her eyelid up. The irises that stared back at me weren't red any longer, but brown. There was a good chance this woman wasn't a Hellborn, maybe not even a Hell-blooded, but rather a possessed human. The demon remained inside her, waiting until the body could rise. "Damn it," I murmured. With Shay gone, we'd have to call in the Covenant to deal with this. A Nephilim would have to arrive quickly to save this human from possession. Another growl shifted me from one issue to another. Gunner still hadn't kicked his adversary's butt. I called on my wolf form, my physically strongest aspect, and my senses heightened even more. I bolted out of the room, down the short hallway and into the living room to find not one but two male demons of the brutish, animalistic variety. The pair proved unlike any creature I'd ever taken on. Winged and horned, they did not hide their true nature, which meant they were probably invisible to humans. Gunner, the largest wolf I'd ever set eyes on, was cornered and snarling. One demon bled from the chest, so Gunner had gotten in one good attack, but he was also bleeding from the side. Luckily, I was light of foot, and the demons didn't hear me coming. Not until I launched into the air and landed on one's back, right where the wings connected. He roared as my teeth dug into his neck, ripping it to shreds. Blood filled my mouth, vile tasting as all get out. I spat, but went in for another chomp to be sure he was good and dead. The demon shrieked and frantically flapped its wings, hurling me off, but the damage was done. I slammed into the far wall as the brute fell to the floor to die. I shook and prepared to go in again, but Gunner had already struck, tearing into the other adversary's abdomen first, then the neck. That demon fell too, spilling innards all over Sarah's floor. The tension in my muscles loosened as Gunner prowled closer. We weren't in the same pack, so we had no mind link to fall back on. It was a disadvantage, but normally I didn't mind. Mind-linked wolves were valuable, and if we had shared that connection, Luca would have denied my request not to be partnered with Gunner. Like this, we were any other set of partners, and could work with others as well as together. There was something about Gunner that set me on edge, something more than his excessive chatter. I told myself the weird vibe was the Wolvia blood, but I didn't think that was all of it. When he was close enough, Gunner sniffed me, looking for injuries. I remained still, allowing the posturing. We were both alpha blood, but he was even stronger than me. It was in his nature to want to make sure those he perceived as under his protection were safe, and as much as he frustrated me most of the time, I understood that need. Had experienced it myself among those in my pack back home. Once Gunner assured himself that I was fine, he shifted. I did the same.
"Thanks, Harp,"
Gunner said, using the nickname Shay liked to fling around.
"How many did you take on? Before him?"
I checked him over before answering. His wound was already healing, thank the old ones. "One," I answered. She might be a possessed woman, not like these two.
Aw, damn. Shay's not back home yet, is she?
No. It worried me she hadn't checked in yet, but the whole point of using her as bait was so that Hans could go undercover. Maybe he'd succeeded, and they'd already gathered new information on Wrath and the Darkborn. If she doesn't get in touch soon, we'll have to call in a Nephilim.
Should we take the possessed to headquarters?
He hooked a thumb to the back room. My teeth dug into my bottom lip as I briefly considered. I wish, but getting her out of here will be hard. We'll need an illusion or a glamour to hide her. Maybe Silas can help? Gunnar's face hardened.
I found a silvery hair in the kitchen.
And?
Silas, the traitor.
Gunnar spat out the words that made my stomach sink.
Didn't get another scent, did you?
No. I shook my head. Nothing in the bathroom or the bedroom.
Faye can cover their tracks, and as much as I don't want to think of Silas doing it, he's a smart guy, good at magic. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in his repertoire.
Hurt flashed in his eyes, making me feel bad for Gunnar. He just looked so struck. It was clear Gunnar liked Silas. For that matter, I did too. He wasn't one of my best friends, or even someone I talked to weekly, but he'd always been polite and interesting.
Did you know he was a refugee from the Winter Court?
Gunnar asked. I didn't.
I wonder if this has something to do with that.
He loosed a long exhale.
Sai had to pay someone off to get here, and I don't think that would come cheap.
That's a potential clue, I said with a slow nod. We need to call Luca, tell him about the lady back there. I gestured to the bedroom, and go to Silas's house.
Luca told him we'd be coming here.
My lips parted. So you think that Silas fled?
I think he knew I'd spent a lot of time with him, and was familiar with his scent. He wasn't sure that whatever magic he did to hide his presence would be strong enough. I bet you when we go to his place, he won't be around.
I swore under my breath. First Josiah, now Silas? Were they the only two traitors in the Coven? Josiah's reasoning enraged me, but it also made sense. From everything I'd heard about her, the Ringmaster was brutal, and Josiah was trying to save Sarah. Silas had no family here, no romantic partner either. Was it really a matter of repayment? Or was it something more sinister? I looked around the living room, my gaze falling on the hallway leading to the bedroom, and the memory of what the possessed woman said came rushing back. What in the world did the demons want with me? I could see the other side wanting Meredith so she could find the sacred stones, but I was a wolf, a dime a dozen in the supernatural world. I had a good nose, but not good enough to find the lapis calesti. Did those two say they came looking for you, Gunnar? I asked.
Nah, I expect they were watching the place.
He took a step toward the bedroom.
Let's tie the demon in the back up, so she won't go anywhere until someone exorcises her, and then hit up Silas's place.
Unaware of my inner turmoil, Gunnar lumbered down the hall. I kept quiet as I followed, still deep in thought. I still hadn't figured out what the demoness meant when we turned onto Silas's street. Before arriving, Luca and Gunnar had both called the Fae, only to be sent right to voicemail. Things weren't looking good. My partner pulled over a few homes away and put the car in park.
Feels like I'm trying to ambush him.
We called, I assured him. It's the best we could do. Gunnar nodded, but the conflict that had riddled his voice was still reflected in the tension in his shoulders.
Didn't Cora live around here?
A bit further out of town with her mom, in a small forest. Why?
Was there a fairy portal by her place? Maybe the prince put one here so her ma could visit.
I swallowed, understanding what he meant. What if there was and Silas knew about it? Fae portals were the most common ways in and out of Asila, and one needed to either pass through with a Fae or follow close behind a Fae. If there was a portal and Silas disappeared through it to one of the otherworldly kingdoms, we wouldn't be finding him anytime soon. Let's hope not, I said. Check the house first.
Yeah, right.
Gunnar exited the car, and I followed right behind him. Together, we walked toward the home, which was a single-family cottage surrounded by a double lot lush with trees. I sent him. I walked down the flat stone path, sniffing the air.
Same. It's strong, too. Like he was just out here.
Maybe gardening? By the old ones, I felt idiotic saying it, but I didn't want to think of the Fae as a traitor. Was there some other explanation for the hair on Sarah's counter?
I sure hope so, Harp.
We reached the door, and sensing my partner's hesitation, I knocked. Seconds passed. Too many. So I tried once more. And again, no one answered. A sigh gusted out of me. Guess we're breaking in.
My record for the day,
Gunnar said, though instead of preparing to kick down the door like he had at Sarah's, he reached out, tried the handle. It opened. Weird, I whispered. Why'd he leave it open?
I bet Si knows we're coming and figured, why make it difficult? Either way, it's a bad sign.
Gunnar swallowed. A pit opened in my gut. That rang all too true. Gunnar pushed open the door, and we walked into a home that struck me as unapologetically Fae. The colors befit someone from the winter court. Silver blues, whites, grays, images of snowy landscapes lined the walls, places that must have reminded Silas of his home. Thick furs covered the couch and chairs in the sitting room, and the largest fur one was used as a rug. Magic hung in the air, too, not words, but enchantments that made the place different from any home I'd ever been inside. What do you think that feeling is? I asked, twirling my hand through the air.
I betcha he's trying to mimic the winter realm.
Gunnar's answer shocked me.
Seela feels different. I bet the courts do, too. From each other, I mean.
Having never been there, I hadn't known that about the other realm. I was envious of what Gunnar had experienced. He rarely talked to Seela up. In fact, quite the opposite. He claimed the other realm was a hard, cruel place. Yet I still hoped to go one day, to see it for myself and visit Wolf Island, the home of the most powerful wolf shifters. He was homesick, I whispered.
I guess so. He left his family there, so I can understand.
Our eyes met. Gunnar and I didn't see eye to eye on many things, but family and a pack was one thing we agreed on. Wolves needed their packs. Let's see what we can find, I said after a moment. I wanted to find information related to Sarah, but if we discovered that Silas was sad and homesick, I'd take no joy in that.
We should stick together, Gunnar said. Fae have powerful magic. Who knows what we might find here?
Defensive words. Curses to harm someone who touched anything Silas wanted to keep private. Traps. I wouldn't think any of that was weird. After all, we worked for a secret society that had no shortage of enemies. Plus, the Fae was a very private person, and for good reason. He'd either somehow duped Luca's test to ensure new Coven members were good and true, and did not want to harm the Coven. Or he'd turned on shadows and secrets later. Whatever the case, Silas had things to hide, so Gunnar was right. We had to stay alert. Together, I agreed, and we began our search. The living room came up as a bust, as did the kitchen, the downstairs bathroom, and a bedroom. When we climbed upstairs, though, things changed. If the downstairs screamed otherworldly, up here was 10 times as much. Fake snow flooded the hallway up to my knees, and Silas kept this part of the house cold as heck. I shivered. Where to first? Gunnar opened the door to his right.
This looks like his room.
Not much in there, I mused, taking in the fur-covered bed and the heavy wooden chest of drawers and side tables. On a whim, I opened the door next to me, and my eyes widened. His office.
And the library,
Gunnar agreed, scanning the area.
Seems more promising.
Cramped, too. Drawn to the bookshelves, I entered, scanning his leather-bound titles. Portal magic. I lowered my voice to a whisper. He's obsessed with it, Gunnar.
Not just that. He had an interest in necromancy, too.
Gunnar pointed to a stack of 4 books with several stickies poking out of the pages.
Seeing as he's Fey, he can't do this.
This is looking more and more like it's connected to the Ringmaster, I murmured, moving down the shelves. One thick leather book caught my eye, marked Ledger. I pulled it from the shelf and flipped to the front page. Silas had purchased property. 2 lots, to be exact. One was in Ireland, in a small town named Doolin. He'd owned it for years, and as his accent was slightly Irish, I suspected he'd lived there when he first arrived in this world. The other property was a hunting cabin in upstate New York. I noticed the hunting property with interest. Silas didn't seem the type to go toting guns in the wild. That might be a lead. Trying not to get stuck on it, though. I turned the page, and another new piece of information leapt out at me. Written in an old-fashioned scrawl, a name I recognized made my stomach tighten. Raphael Laurent. Laurent. Tobias's family. Who was Raphael? A sibling? Cousin?
What you find?
Gunnar asked. Silas owed money to a man named Raphael Laurent. I said, have you met him?
Nope, but Toby's one of them.
Yeah. Tobias had tried to hide it, but after Wrath ousted him, the secret spread among the Coven members. Before she went to D.C., Shay had confirmed the rumor. Tobias had confided in her. Cold stomped down my back. I hoped that this information did not point to Tobias being a traitor too. Apparently Silas owed him money. It looks like he's paid it off.
Gunnar said. You think this Raphael might have helped bring Si here? It would be a pricey ticket, especially from the Winter Court, and the Laurents got the cash.
I gazed up from the book and caught Gunnar's eye. The Fae courts control the portals, right? And the Winter Court isn't letting anyone from our world through.
There's one on Wolf Island,
Gunnar corrected.
But they had to pay the Fae out the ass for that. Far as I know, the rest are in the Fae territories. Unless another of the courts has a hidden one. Wouldn't put that past the Laurents and the Blood Court. They do what they want.
I furrowed my eyebrows and peered back at the book. Sure, but why would a vampire care about Silas? We stared at each other, neither having the answer, but I knew somehow this was all connected. Chapter 7. Hans.
We woke early and took advantage of the cloudy skies, flying for miles over mountains and fields of wildflowers before the sun rose. But as we crossed the Swiss-French border, I felt depleted. Hours in the gym and a good diet did not prepare me for so much flying. While Shay was more experienced, I could tell our journey taxed her too. There's a town up ahead, I pointed. Time to rent a car? Get new clothes? My shirt had been ripped in the back by my wings, and the jacket I'd worn when Wrath abducted us was still at Lake Como, along with my phone and personal effects. If we were to go anywhere public, I needed a fresh shirt, and I wasn't alone in wanting a change of attire. Shay still wore the white dress Wrath had forced her to wear. As she flew, the material fluttered around her long legs. Prince Orion might have meant it as a slight, but I couldn't help but think that Shay made the dress look good.
That town looks big enough to have a rental agency and a hostel,
Shay replied after a moment. You sure your plan will work? I measured the hesitation in her tone. It seemed she was not quite convinced.
Getting a passport and money will be easy, and if the person we deal with at the rental agency is human, then no problem. But if they're vamp, witch, shifter, or any sort of magical, the use of my influence to manipulate them will depend on the strength of their magic. Like, I'm not influencing someone as strong as you or anyone in Shadows and Secrets anytime soon. But a head twitch, I can manage.
I'm not so strong anymore, I said.
You're not strong in a way you want to be. But you took down Orion, so you're no weakling.
She gave me a pointed look.
Let's land at the edge of those woods. Judging by the signage, it's probably where tourists go, so we have a better chance of snagging a passport.
I didn't enjoy the idea of stealing passports, but we had to do it. We had no identification, and car companies had to scan ID to rent out a car. Once we had the car, we ditched the passports somewhere they could be found, but we had to use them first. There was no way around it. We descended quickly to avoid notice, and when I landed in the trees, I stumbled before catching myself.
No one saw us.
She looked around the wooded area.
I was watching.
Let's hope that's true. My legs wobbled after being in the air for so long. Now comes the genuine test. Shay snorted, but there wasn't malice in it like there would have been 2 days ago.
Some would say that flying over a whole-ass country was the hard part.
Have those people dealt with vanishing their wings? Because I can tell them that bringing out wings is easier than getting rid of them. The act was difficult, and if I couldn't do it now, Shay would have to go it alone.
How did you feel when you did it before?
Shay ignored my negativity and snapped her wings in at her side. They vanished into the ether surrounding her.
Think back, Hans. You need to do this at will.
I realize. I stuck out my tongue. Instantly, I regretted the gesture. It was so reminiscent of the old us, the pair of friends who sometimes flirted when we had drinks. But Shay didn't seem to mind. In fact, she surprised me by grinning.
I have faith in you. My father did too. You should as well.
Her father. If it wasn't for the Archangel's compassion, I wasn't sure where we'd be. Tension would still riddle the air between us. But things were different now. Let me think. I considered the one time I'd been successful in hiding my new appendages with magic. I'd been exhausted, but also elated after flying around and trying out a few new tricks. Digging deep, I brought that memory to the forefront of my mind, trying to mimic it when I felt so far from elation.
Are you okay?
Shay asked, slicing through my introspection. I huffed out a breath. I need silence.
Well, you look like you were trying to poop your pants or something.
I gaped, which made the Nephilim laugh.
Sorry, but maybe don't try so hard. Take the feeling, and you can use any memory that mimics it. Maybe? Something not so strenuous.
There was merit to that. What made me happy? Elated, even. I closed my eyes and thought back. A memory came to me right away. The moment my father and I fixed our next-door neighbor's car together. It was my first, and I'd felt so a part of the process. Father had been so proud. Recalling the day, my chest warmed. I latched onto the sensation, digging deeper, seeing my father smile in my head while willing my wings to be gone. Shay gasped.
You did it!
My eyes opened, and I craned my neck around. My heart skipped a beat. I did! A laugh tinkled from the Nephilim.
You didn't feel it, did you?
Not at all.
That's a good sign. I bet if you use that method a couple more times and pay attention to your wings during it, you'll master vanquishing soon enough.
I hope so. I turned to the town, barely visible through the thick trees. Shall we find a hostel? We trekked through the trees, her in front and me trying not to notice the tempting way her hips swayed. Shay was a beautiful woman, and I'd always seen that. But I'd also always known what I was, that I wasn't good enough for her. So, I'd flirted a bit, but dated other women, witches, mostly. A Nephilim was simply off limits.
Wish we had our phones,
Shay said.
We would find a hostel so much faster.
We don't have to. When she turned to me and shot me a bewildered glance, I gestured toward the town. The sign. Visible through the trees, on the edge of the town was a grouping of buildings. One proudly displayed a sign proclaiming that they were the oldest hostel in the Jura region of France. Shay's eyes widened as she pointed.
One room has a balcony. I bet I can get in there with no issue. That bypasses the front desk.
I swallowed. Good plan. I hesitated because of what I might have to do for her plan to work. As Shay's eyes swept over my face, it was obvious that she understood that.
We need to be as invisible as possible. Think of what we saw in the lake, and the demons who know what we look like now. And obviously, I need to change. No one wears this toga shit around town.
She gestured to the dress, and as hot as she looked, she was right. We're sticking with it. I hope no one would be around when Shay snuck into the hostel.
Okay, so come on.
Shay peeked out of the trees, and when she saw no one was coming, she emerged on the sidewalk that led into the heart of what appeared to be a quaint downtown.
How about you sit on that bench? It will mostly hide your torn shirt, and you could see people coming from both directions.
I did as she said, hoping no one walked by. After sitting, I took in the area and shot her a thumbs up. I'm good. She gave the area a thorough once-over before her wings unfurled, and Shay launched herself into the sky. A mere second later, she stood on the balcony. Before I could blink, she looked human once again. I exhaled, studying the area to ensure no one was coming. A flash of light in my peripheral told me that the Nephilim was working her light magic. This wasn't as flashy as the wings, but it could still draw attention from passerby. Thankfully, no one was coming, and when Shay managed to break the lock with her magic and slip inside, I felt 1,000,000 times better. How fucked up was that? We intended to steal passports, and I was relieved? It told me a lot about the state of my life at the moment. Father would not be pleased. And what would Mother think? Though most probably assumed my mother, Queen of Hell, only taught us vile things, it wasn't true. Mostly she was kind and soft toward us. Lilith knew how to laugh and make Father and her children happy. But there were other times. Lessons when she instructed Nicoletta on manipulation and taught me how to use my powers of pain. She said they would protect us. Perhaps I'd proven her right using my demon magic on Wrath. A whistled tune caught my attention, and I twisted to find an older gentleman wearing a bowler cape and holding a cane strolling down the street. My throat tightened. "Turn around," I pleaded. But he didn't. The man kept whistling and walking down the path, right toward me. Soon he'd be able to see the hostel. My gaze went to the balcony. She hadn't finished yet. What was taking so long? As if my thoughts conjured her, Shay appeared dressed in new clothes and with a smart trench coat, just as the old man got close enough to see the hostel. I held up a hand, warning my partner, and she leaned against the railing as if she were a traveler taking the air. "Beautiful morning, isn't it?" the man called out, and I turned to find him waving at me. "It is." I stood and wiped my hands on my pants to get rid of the sweat. "A tourist?" His French was thick and intrigued. "Where are you from?" "I lived in the United States." I hoped he wouldn't want to talk about it, but his expression lightened. Fuck. He was a rare type of Frenchman who wanted to swap a few stories. "Where in the States? I've been in New York." "What a city! Great walking there. Have you been?" Behind me, Shay coughed. That was the signal that someone was in the hostel and we needed to leave. My stomach pitted. This man had to go, and there was one way I knew for certain that would clear the area. "I have been to New York," I replied as I reached for my demon powers, which came far too easily for my liking. "It's great." Shay coughed again, more urgently this time, which earned her a look from the inquisitive Frenchman. My mouth dried up, but I had to think of my partner first. So, putting the conversational niceties aside, I struck, and the man doubled over in pain. Wincing, I pulled back, and made it so that instead of feeling excruciating pain, like I'd done with Wrath, he merely had a stomachache. "Are you all right?" I took a step toward him, as if concerned. "My stomach." The man gripped his belly as I loosed another wave of pain within him. "I think I must go home. Have a good trip." With that, the old man turned and hobbled off. I allowed my magic to stay within him until he was out of sight. Then I spun and waved for Shay, but she already stood on the ground, dressed in baggy jeans, a black t-shirt, and a trench jacket. She handed me a bundled-up white t-shirt.
"Someone tried to get into the room."
"Did they see you?" I ripped my tattered shirt off and slipped the new one on, not missing the way her gaze dropped to my abs as I did so. My lips curled upward. Poor timing, but any man liked a compliment, even one unspoken.
I put a chair under the doorknob, so no, but we need to leave. Once they get in, the proprietor will know something is wrong. We need to be out of town by then.
You'd better be able to work your magic, I said, and we set off into the town. Once we were a fair distance away, we inquired as to where a car rental agency was. The shop clerk gave us directions to the only agency in town, and we were off again. Then the siren sounded.
What the hell?
Shay shouted over the noise. A passerby noticed her confusion. American, you shall be on the lookout. Someone broke into the hostel and stole 2 travelers' passports. The police are patrolling.
Oh no!
Shay blanched. As you are not from here, they might stop you, the person said. But don't worry, they're only looking for criminals. Of course, I hope they find them, I said, and pulled Shay away.
Hans, I have the passports in my pocket. If they search us, we're screwed.
You can use your influence.
True, but this is leaving quite a trail, and I don't think I'll be able to run fast if needed.
She gestured to her flip-flop-clad feet.
They were the only thing I could find that fit. I think they're shower shoes.
She wrinkled her nose, disgusted by that tangent. She was right, and I worried the rental agency might not work with us, or that the passports might already be in the system as stolen and give us away. We needed to pivot. I scanned the area, searching for an idea, or a place to hide, or anything. When my gaze landed on a run-down, filthy car that clearly had not been driven in months, an idea struck. How about a joyride?
What?
She squeaked. I went to the car. As I suspected, it wasn't even locked. Who would bother with such a heap? As long as it ran, that was all we needed.
Oh no, Hans!
She approached, her tone thin, worried.
What are you doing?
In answer, I dropped to my knees and ripped the faded panel off to search for the wires I needed. They were covered in cobwebs, but after a little manipulation, I grasped the correct ones. Hot wiring was something every mechanic should know how to do, and I sure as hell did. Seconds later, the car roared to life. Quickly, I checked the gas. Half a tank. It would be enough to get us out of town fast. Sirens blasted closer. I turned to Shay. Get in. Her mouth hung open so wide a bird could have flown in.
Are you insane?
The rental agency might not give us a vehicle anyway, Shay. Not without calling the cops first.
Like you said, I can influence them.
Sure, if they're human. What if they're not? Besides, no one will miss this piece of junk for a few days. I slammed my hand on the cloth seat and dust flew up. Shay wrinkled her nose. Ew. Get in. A hesitant expression rippled across her face, but the next thing I knew, the Nephilim strode around the car and slipped into the passenger seat.
Don't draw attention in town, but once we're out of here, put the pedal to the metal,
she said, eyes wide and round and uncertain. I want to be far, far away. I smirked. You're going to wish you hadn't said that.
Chapter 8. Shay. Signs for Paris proclaimed we were only a few kilometers away. Thank the heavens. Already, it was getting dark, and I was ready to get out of the stolen car. Though the drive had passed quickly, only in the last 45 minutes had I stopped looking behind to see if a cop was trailing us. I shook my head. Hans had hot-wired this hunk of junk and driven it across France. I snorted. Mom would be so pissed if she found out, especially if others did. Her daughter's automobile theft would screw with her next campaign for re-election.
You okay?
Hans shot me a sidelong glance. I still can't believe we did this. I slammed my hand on the dashboard and the glove box popped open. The angel feathers, our bargaining chips, popped out onto the floor, making me laugh. I picked them up and straightened them, placing the plumes alongside my leg. Then again, maybe we're doing the owner a favor. Do you think they can get paid for their stolen property?
If so, they could buy a bottle of wine with their compensation.
Hans joked.
I'm shocked it got us this far.
At that, my stomach swooped. What would we have done if it hadn't made it to Paris? Stolen another car? Tried the passports I had on hand? No, those had surely been reported as stolen by now. They were worthless. I chewed on my bottom lip. Would the ring and bracelet I left behind at the hostel be enough to make up for the fact that the travelers would have to be inconvenienced? Both had been gifts from my mother, and heavens knew that she always chose expensive jewelry. I hoped it would be enough.
Where to?
Hans asked. What? I swam out of my whirlpool of thoughts.
Where do we need to go?
I shrugged. Dad just gave me the Coven's name. He might not even know where they are in Paris.
You're kidding.
No, but they're called the Coven of Illumination.
Hans swore in Romanian, which made my lips curl. He caught me and arched an eyebrow. Usually people are not happy about a cursing demon.
You sound so cute when you do it. The moment the words left my mouth, I wished I could pull them back inside and swallow them. Heat dashed across my cheeks, and Hans couldn't seem to look away. The road? I croaked as brake lights flashed ahead. He cleared his throat and continued to drive with his eyes firmly on the highway. For a moment, no one spoke, and the air thickened. Why was I such a flirt?
Do you have any connections here?
Hans asked after a full 2 minutes of tense silence.
I don't.
I was about to deny having any connections when I remembered Mom had brought me here once to do business. She'd mostly left me to my own devices, but one afternoon we visited one of her friends, a prominent French Nephilim. Yes, I know someone, and I even remember where she lives. A person didn't forget an apartment as memorable as the one we visited. She's one of my mother's friends.
Angel blood?
Yeah. Hans swallowed.
I can stay out of sight.
It might be smarter. But after coming as far as I had and accepting the man next to me, I wasn't about to stand for it. I laid a hand on his shoulder, trying to ignore the tingles at our contact and how much I appreciated the look of his tattooed arms. Why did I always love a bad boy? We'll approach her together. We're partners, and she knows about S&S. That should be enough. Hans glanced at me warily.
You're sure?
I wasn't, but I also wasn't about to let Hans wait in the car. He'd saved my father, and saved our asses from a French jail cell by stealing this vehicle and driving it like a wild man out of Jura. It was my turn to contribute to our mission. Go toward the Eiffel Tower. She lives close to it. Hans's eyebrows shot up, but he followed the signs into the city, and then toward the famed tower. When we were close enough, I directed him to park and stopped the first Parisian on the street. Thankfully, they spoke English since I was fluent in a handful of languages, and passable in others, but French wasn't on that list. A few minutes later, I knew where to go. I directed Hans to the street, and once parked, placed my father's feathers in the pocket of the khaki trench coat I'd stolen before slipping out of the car.
This has to be a pricey area.
Hans nodded to the chic shops we passed. One of the most expensive in the city. She's done a lot of business with my mother.
Enough said.
Hans muttered. Others knew Angelina Ramos not only for being a Nephilim Covenant seat, but a business tycoon. I'm pretty sure it's this building. I stopped in front of a nondescript white door and rang the bell. A male voice answered with a oui. Hello? Do you speak English?
Oui.
Oh, great. I exhaled. I'm here for Celine Duran. My name is Shay Ramos. I paused and then added, my mother is Angelina Ramos, a friend of Celine.
Do you have an appointment?
I don't, I said, but I need to ask a favor of Celine.
One moment, mademoiselle.
The intercom clicked off, and I exhaled, only to have the man speak again before I could do anything else.
Mr. Duran says welcome. Proceed to the elevator and press the penthouse suite. She will wait for you.
A buzz sounded, and I pushed the door open, trying not to laugh at Hans's expression as we entered a foyer of such extreme opulence, I would have felt bad touching anything. Every surface was white or gold and gleaming. The aesthetic was minimal, but not to the point of being stark. It was too rich for that.
Who else lives in this building?
Hans's tone was barely above a whisper, as if they'd throw him out for asking. There's one family on each floor, so 3 families or individuals. I don't know who they are. I shrugged.
You don't think this is insane?
He gestured to the gold-plated elevator doors as they opened. Chopin played as we stepped inside. My mother's place in Paris is similar. And her one in New York, and Milan, and... well, all of her properties were lavish, save for the one I now owned. The Victorian home, while nice by most standards, was what Angelina considered a starter home, suitable for college students only. Hans's eyes stayed wide.
I bet the mortgage on this place could have fed my village for a month.
The elevator stopped, and the doors opened with the chime of a harp. I rolled my eyes. Nephilim were so extra sometimes.
Shelina!
Céline swept into the frame, voice lyrically French, and a smile swept across her round face. Her dark skin glowed as though she'd had one hell of a facial. I was envious. Hans and I looked so dirty and disheveled. A thought that was confirmed when Celine's hands flew to her mouth.
My girl, are you quite all right? You seem...
She trailed off, unable to even bring herself to speak about how filthy I appeared. Shay, please, I told her, though I was sure she'd insist on using the horrible name my mother did. And I'm fine, but we've traveled a long way. Thanks for seeing us, Celine. I stepped into the penthouse, and the fresh scent of lavender filled my nose.
But of course, Angelina's daughter is always welcome at my home.
Her intelligent dark eyes went to Hans. This is my friend and partner at my work, Hans. Hans stepped out of the elevator, but did not offer his hand. I had a feeling he thought Celine might sense what he was and didn't want to complicate matters.
Work?
Celine asked.
Is this a business call? I had hoped to make an aperitif.
I'm afraid so. We can't stay long, but I hope that you might help me locate a group in the city.
What group is that?
The Coven of Illumination? Celine's eyes widened.
What do you want with them?
The priceless archangel feathers burned in my pocket. If I told Celine about them, she'd try to buy the feathers off me. At least one of them. I couldn't mention them. Shadows and secrets business. You understand. I smiled, and Celine studied me, before gliding over to a bar and fixing herself a drink.
What would you like?
She lifted a martini.
Remy can make anything.
Tequila, I blurted. Judging by the look of shock on Celine's face at my preference, I'd said the wrong thing. Apparently ladies didn't drink straight tequila. Well, screw being a lady. Hans cleared his throat.
A whiskey. Neat, please.
Celine clapped her hands.
Remy!
A gorgeous man with long black hair pulled back into dreads and snow-white wings appeared. I sucked in a breath, which prompted an unimpressed humph from Hans.
Yes, Mr. Han. Please give Shay a tequila cocktail, she said, and Hans here a neat whiskey. Our best.
Remy set to making the drinks. Once done, he handed the libations to us, and Celine, once again, studied our attire.
I think you two should clean up before we get down to business.
Celine's nose wrinkled as her eyes swept over me, and then her white furniture.
There is a restroom down the hall, and one that way. Do you recall where the hallway one is, Shay?
I do, I said, conflicted. I wanted to be clean, but I also wanted information and to move on. Still, many Nephilim considered cleanliness holy, closer to God, and I should respect my host, a valued member of our order. Mother had taught me as much.
Remy, show Hans to the other one. There are towels in both restrooms. Use as many as you need.
We acquiesced, taking our drinks with us. The moment I shut the restroom door, I took a quick shower, leaving my long hair unwashed. I had to admit that even though I wanted to get this show on the road, it did feel amazing. Even better, after a few sips of my drink, I was much more relaxed. Good thing, too, because the moment I opened the door, Celine was there. "She's finished beautifying herself, Angelina. Here she is." Celine shoved a phone at me, and I exhaled an annoyed breath. The restroom charade had been a ruse to speak with my mother, perhaps get more information from her. Nephilim were not only obsessed with cleanliness, but nosy as hell, too. "Hey, Mom." I turned my back to Celine and walked straight back into the restroom, shutting the door behind me. If she was going to bombard me, she could try and listen at the door. "Shelina, we've been so worried. You're in Paris? But how?" In a low voice, I gave her the rundown of how well our trap for Nicoletta had gone, which was not well at all. I dropped my tone to a whisper when I told her about Wrath being in league with Tobias's brother and the 7 princes of hell rising. When I was done, my mother didn't speak. A first. "Mom? That hell-blooded? He had nothing to do with it?" My jaw tightened. No, and Dad said he's good, so lay off. She sucked in a breath, and I could feel the anger coming at me through the airwaves. But ever the diplomat, my mother's tone was calm when she spoke again. "I'll inform the Covenant about what happened and the new dangers in our world. Is there anything else?" "No." I wasn't about to mention the feathers or anything else Dad said. Not until I spoke with Luca. "Very well. When will you return?" "I'm not sure. How about I call you when I find out?" She paused for a long time, and then released an exaggerated huff. "Very well. Give Celine my regards. And Shelina." "Yeah?" "Be safe, okay?" A lump lodged in my throat. I was often as hard on Mom as she was on me, but she did love me, in her own twisted way. "I will." We hung up, and when I opened the door again, Celine was still there, looking haughty and holding out her hand for her phone. "If you don't mind, I think Hans will want to call our Coven Master," I asked sweetly, knowing after what she'd done she wouldn't say no. "Fine," Celine drawled. "I wish to learn about why you want to visit the Coven of Illumination." "Sure," I said, letting her think I was going to share that information as I sashayed into the living room, right toward Hans, who already perched uncomfortably on a chair. I pressed the phone into his hands. "Call Luca. Tell him what happened. My mom already knows, so he can contact the Covenant too if he needs. Actually, make sure he does, 'cause I mentioned Stiff's brother." He rose. "Might I use a private chamber?" Celine instructed Remy to take Hans to another room. Once they left, I turned to my mother's friend, prepared to bullshit my way into getting some answers, while Hans called the Coven Master up to speed. "Excuse me, but what?" I slammed the car door shut, unable to fully comprehend what Hans had told me.
"Luca says Gunnar and Harper found confirmation that Silas is the traitor. Since the Fae was in England, where Meredith and Tobias are now, Luca wants us to go there too." His tone lowered. "Using light travel if we can, to stay under the radar."
"I didn't see that coming. Did you tell him about Tobias's brother?" I leaned back in the seat, somewhat exhausted from fending off Celine's questions while Hans spoke to Luca. She knew about New York and that something magical had happened there, but nothing more. It was tiring to discern where to draw that line, especially since Celine was good at probing.
"I told him all I knew about Raphael and the castle, and he's certain that Tobias doesn't know,"
Hans answered.
"Apparently Tobias and his brother have had issues for years. And of course, Luca freaked out over the prince's rising. He actually asked me the time that happened.
My eyebrows pinched together. Why?
Harp had some weird feelings around that time, with the time conversion basically to the hour. Huh. How do we get to the Coven?
Hans asked, moving on. I gave him the directions Celine had given me. The Coven's headquarters was across the river, but not too far, and to hear Celine tell it, someone was always there. Unusual, but not unheard of in a group of magical beings. We were silent for most of the trip, so when Hans parked and turned to me, his voice rang in my ears.
Thanks for not telling Celine about me.
It wasn't her business, I replied. At the very least, since I'd learned what he was, I'd been consistent with that belief. Hans had felt the need to come clean to everyone about his lineage, whereas I'd wished he kept it within shadows and secrets. Maybe it was more for my comfort, but I didn't think so. As the nest members stuck together, it was a cardinal rule of our organization.
True, but she's in your order.
I snorted and opened the car door. Even more reason not to tell her. Nephilim are so nosy. He let out a dry laugh. Come on, Hans. Let's meet the Coven of Illumination.
Chapter 9. Hans.
Shay confused me. First, she wanted nothing to do with me. Now we seemed on better terms, but there was still hesitation there. I couldn't read it. Were we friends? Or was she still a little ashamed to be friends with me? My own issues with my heritage made that last question entirely possible.
This is it, the Coven of Illumination's headquarters.
She stopped before a door that looked just like all the others on Rue de Montmorency. The only thing that stood out on the street was the stone facade of an old restaurant, but the apartment we approached was typical of a Parisian home.
Ready?
She asked. I straightened. As I'll ever be. She knocked. Seconds passed, then a minute, and I was sure no one would come when the door squealed open. An elderly man with flyaway grey hair and dark brown eyes stared out at us.
Comment puis-je vous aider?
The man asked. Shay cleared her throat.
Parlez-vous anglais?
Oui.
The old man's eyes narrowed.
Quite well.
Oh, good. My French is very lacking. I apologize.
Shay exhaled on the back of a breath.
What can I help you two with?
The old man looked from Shay to me and back to Shay again.
I'm Shay Ramos, and this is Hans Novak. We're here to visit the Coven of Illumination. Are you a representative?
The man took a half step back.
I am. You have need of my organization at this hour?
Shay nodded.
I'm afraid it's urgent. We work for the Coven of Shadows and Secrets. Perhaps you've heard of them?
The man studied her for a moment before opening the door to us.
Come in.
We stepped inside, and the aroma of roasted meat filled my nostrils. This man had clearly been in the middle of dinner. I hated to interrupt, but wasn't about to deny that our need was great. The sooner we get to Tobias and Meredith, the better. They needed to hear what happened, to prepare. After we bypassed the sitting room and main staircase in the front, the atmosphere changed. I stood in an elaborate hallway, gilded and polished to perfection. This far back, the apartment appeared to expand. The rooms materializing on my right that, from the outside, I was sure shouldn't have been there. "This is excellent charm work," I murmured. "You have a skilled caster." I'd never done such work. Wouldn't risk it in an apartment that was connected to so many others. One wrong inflection and the spell might destabilize the entire building.
Well, I've had a few centuries to learn,
the man said.
Come, come.
Shay and I exchanged glances. Had that man said centuries? Witches and wizards might live a touch longer than humans, but not for centuries.
I'm sorry, sir,
Shay said.
Are you the caster?
I am.
The man didn't look back. Shay shot me a confused look as we kept following him, all the way to a large lounge area filled with books and tabletop games, through it and then to a workshop of sorts. The scents of herbs and earth hung in the air, and in the back corner a cauldron bubbled away. "Did you say you had centuries to learn how to expand such a home?" I asked. As a caster myself, I'd be envious of that lifespan, if it were possible. I gave a half-smile, as if to make light of his misspeak. My lexicon of spells would be unrivaled.
Ah, I see you know little about our coven.
The man had a twinkle in his eyes.
Or who created it? Ever heard of Nicholas Flamel?
Of course. I waited for how this connected to him.
Well, you've met him too.
The man grinned. My heart stopped at the implication.
I organized this coven in 1410. For a while, it was in the home I designed, just a few doors down in the restaurant. But we had to move. When we returned, the location was not for sale.
He shrugged.
One day, I'll get it back.
You... what? You're the famed alchemist?
Shay gasped and exchanged a glance at me.
Holy crap-a-moly! Do others know?
Nicholas, the most well-known alchemist in history and creator of the Philosopher's Stone, barked out a laugh.
Many in the magical community of Paris are aware.
Shay scowled.
Celine didn't tell us. Or my father.
No matter. You are here now.
Flamel positioned his tall, thin body behind a table littered with flasks, powders, and other implements for potion-making.
And on urgent business, or so you say. What can I do for you?
Shay seemed frozen for another second, but it passed, and she stepped up to the table. I followed just as she pulled out the angel feathers. Flamel's eyes widened, and he held out his hand. Magic poured from his fingers as he sensed the feathers with his power.
Are these what I think they are?
They're archangel feathers,
Shay answered.
How can I be sure these are not from some powerful Nephilim, and not an archangel?
Shay jerked back, possibly struck by the lack of respect for her kind, but recovered quickly.
Because they are from my father, Archangel Uriel. If you look me up on my order's database, I'm listed as his daughter. My mother is Angelina Ramos. I believe our photos are somewhere on there too.
They were. It was no secret who Shay was related to, though. Of course, many did not know. Why would some wizard on the other side of the world care? Flamel, however, was not one to trust blindly, and offering the information proved a good move. The man stared at her before pulling out a laptop from a drawer and firing it up. Shay and I waited, and the instant he'd landed on Shay's photo and the information of her lineage, his shoulders straightened.
I'll be. He was here? Uriel.
He was. I can show you my wings if you wish to be certain I didn't pluck those feathers, and my father's are much larger.
I believe you.
Flamel breathed.
These are valuable. What could I give you to acquire them?
My father told me your coven is gifted in creating something that allows a person to light travel from one place to another.
Flamel nodded.
Ah, yes. We call them laxators. I came up with the formula myself.
Can you make 8? I asked. 1 per feather. Flamel sucked in a sharp breath.
I can, and that is sufficient payment, but it will take time. When do you need them by?
As soon as possible. How much time are you thinking?
I can have them ready within a week.
I looked at Shay. We need to be there much sooner.
What about 1?
She asked the alchemist.
We can come back for the others.
1. If I focus, they only take 4 or 5 hours. But do understand, it's quite draining to focus on creating something for that long. Do you have a specific location in mind?
My heart sank. They only go to one place?
The simplest Luxators do. Others can go wherever you speak, or to whomever. For all of my Luxators, I apply the use of a password. That way, if an innocent gets their hands on it, they won't find themselves in a new place without any idea as to how they got there.
We need the kind that goes anywhere and everywhere, I said, knowing that was how smoke travel worked, so doing so by light should be similar and possible. The best. We need to speak a place and be there in an instant, or a person's name and find them. That would be extremely helpful in finding Meredith and Tobias. And when I say anywhere, I mean anywhere. They will need to be able to go through wards, too.
It will cost more,
Flamel said.
You said the feathers were valuable, and there are 8.
Shay exclaimed, pink rising to her cheeks. Flamel glowered.
The Luxators are valuable too, and to make them I give a large part of myself, and will need something on par with the feathers to rush the order along. What else have you got?
I have money,
Shay said.
Lots of it. I can call my mother to transfer however much you need.
Flamel laughed.
Child, I have been alive for centuries, and possess more money than I could possibly spend. No, in this coven we deal only in the rare. The items only we will have, that which cannot be bought.
Would information be enough? We had loads of that, though I'd have to call Luca before I told this old man anything. Lost. I scanned the alchemist workshop. The shelves were indeed lined with interesting objects. Wings that I was sure had come from a fae hung high on the wall. A unicorn horn lay on a shelf alongside a scale that I'd bet my beloved Jeep had come from a dragon. Most striking, however, was a bottle of something dark red and glittering. Light from the fire heating the cauldron played upon the clear bottle, revealing a peeling piece of tape on the container. I squinted, and inched toward it. The instant I got close enough to read what was on the label, I froze. Orion's blood. Why do you have that? I pointed to the bottle. And when did you get it? Did Flamel know that the demon prince was Earthside? And if so, were they in league with each other?
Ah, the blood of a prince of hell.
Flamel crossed his thin arms over his chest.
I've had that for some time, since before they were banished. Wished I could have gotten a lot of them, but only Orion needed a trade.
I didn't ask why that was. I didn't care. But when Shay met my gaze, what we'd offer to trade next became obvious. What about Lilith's blood? I asked.
The Queen of Darkness. As far as I'm aware, no one has ever done a deal with her, let alone gotten her blood. I'd give practically anything for it.
Flamel eyed the bottle of Orion's blood wistfully. I'm her son, I said. The alchemist whipped his head around.
What did you say?
I'm her son. Part of her direct line. I paused, unable to believe what I was about to do. Part caster witch, part demon royalty. Would my blood be valuable enough to ensure the Luxators work how we want them to, so that we need only the name of a place or a person to travel?
Are you certain?
Flamel's eyes narrowed.
The eyes of darkness have been closed for years.
I'm aware. I stuck up my arm. And I'm sure you have a way to test it, so if you must, do it. He studied me.
The moment I open your vein, I'll know.
He turned and went to another, smaller, battered wooden table on the far side of the room, opened a drawer, and began to extract vials from its depths.
I will take 4 vials, and in return I will make the luxators as you wish. They will respond to names and places and be able to breach any ward. Go anywhere. Is that fair?
My gaze met Shay's.
It's up to you,
she whispered. We were in a race against time, and while I was sure that my blood could do vile things in the wrong hands, I couldn't consider that right now. There was only one choice. It's fair, I said.
Sit, young man.
Flamel pulled up a chair next to the wooden table.
I will sterilize the needle.
Chapter 10. Meredith. I hurled my body onto the bed and heaved a huge sigh.
It's been a long day.
Tobias stopped and leaned against the doorway. The hours since dinner have lasted years. I sat up and looked around. Where did Benedict go? My familiar had come out of hiding long enough to meet Tana before Miriam took her to the Coven's library. There, the leader of the Archicustos began to teach the newcomer about the 7 sacred stones and her place in this wild web as the holder of the Ruby of Flames. I joined them for a few minutes and learned that Tana knew nothing of the Lapis Calesti. While I had been in the same camp, that was frustrating. Would we have to start at square one with every Vindix found? I glanced down at my ring. Along the base, 7 tiny stones represented the Lapis Calesti, the Pearl of Hell, the Opal of Heaven, the Diamond of Souls, the Emerald of Earth, the Sapphire of Seas, the Amethyst of Air, and the Ruby of Flames. The largest center gem was a moonstone. It symbolized the full moon that the ancient holders of the stones danced beneath at festivals long ago, before we separated and forgot our place in the world. This ring was a signifier and identifier. It was going to be even more useful than I'd thought. Besides binding me to the other Vindix, it announced them to me. I just had to get close enough to sense them.
While you joined Miriam and Tana, Benedict went hunting.
Tobias's voice was a soft, inviting rumble that drew me back to the present.
I expect he won't be around for a while.
Goosebumps sprang up along my arms. That meant no interruptions from the cat that was the biggest cockblock I'd ever met. My body yearned to take advantage of this moment, to find relief in Tobias's arms. But before I could lose myself in that pleasant dream, my brain stopped me. There were unresolved matters between us, and I couldn't deepen our connection until we talked them out. We still need to discuss the soulmate thing, I said, inwardly cringing at how awkward that sounded. We never had time to finish before Tana arrived.
No, we didn't. What are you thinking?
I swallowed. I don't know what to expect. I need to understand all the reasons you were so hesitant to mention that we might be fated mates. He'd told me some of them. I knew that being with a Laurent was dangerous. And of his last love, Cecilia, a human woman that his enemies had attacked. They'd done so viciously, too, and Tobias had been forced to turn her into a vampire, which she hadn't wanted at all. Days later, Cecilia had met her final death at her own hands. That was about all I had to go on, but there had to be more.
Shall I?
He gestured to the door, waiting to be invited inside. Sitting up, I patted the bed as he shut us in, trying to lighten the mood a touch. Join me, Ancient One.
Hardly ancient, he said, blurring over with vampiric speed.
The moment he stopped in front of me with a smoldering smirk on his lips, my heart gave a hard thump.
That's reserved for those who lived a millennium, like my sire and the original born vampires. A few others, too.
What? I blinked at him.
The honor of being called ancient.
Tobias purred.
Are you going to be able to focus, witch? Or are you vampire-struck?
I rolled my eyes as if he wasn't exactly right. Sit down already. The bed groaned beneath his weight.
Keep in mind, I'm not sure there's ever been a pairing like this before.
See that? I started. What does that even mean? Vampires and witches have never been soulmates?
I cannot say ever. That's a long time, and tales get twisted or lost to the years. But generally soulmates come from one's own magical order, and only there.
So, if you had a soulmate, she or he... I trailed off, unsure. Tobias shrugged.
I'm attracted to females, but I've heard of soulmates of the same sex.
They would just have to be a vampire? I finished. Tobias nodded.
Precisely.
You mentioned another witch, though, and a fae was her fated mate. My brow furrowed as I tried to piece the information back together.
Cora is a fire witch, and she found her soulmate in the Prince of the Spring Court. A different order, and a different realm.
Do you know of others? I tilted my head.
No. I considered Cora an outlier, but now I'm not so sure.
What does it mean? How will this affect us? Tobias swallowed and turned to face me.
For me, my desire and emotions toward you have been getting stronger the longer I know you. Is it the same for you?
I nodded.
Then, I expect by the time the bond snaps in place, we will have fallen in love. Or be falling in love. That's what others always say about their soulmates.
My throat went dry. Love? It had always felt so out of reach. But my body told me that he was right. My feelings for Tobias had changed remarkably since we first met. From hate to affection, maybe already teetering on love. I swallowed, trying to come to terms with it.
That's what my maker said it was like with her bloodbound.
Tobias added, possibly to fill my stunned silence, though as he did, he looked uncomfortable. Is he gone? I asked.
Centuries ago, before Giselle turned me.
That's so sad. What an understatement. That someone had lost their one true love and then had to keep living for forever was soul-crushing.
Giselle claims she hasn't been the same since.
He swallowed, eyes boring into me as if to say he couldn't imagine losing me either.
There's something more important that you should know about being bonded to me, Meredith. A few things, actually. They are among the reasons I was hesitant to accept our fate.
His evergreen eyes looked pained, and instead of comforting him, I waited. If there was one thing I'd learned about Tobias, it was that he'd give information when he was good and ready.
I will grow protective of you.
That doesn't sound so bad, I whispered, even if a small part, the old hyper-independent me, recoiled at the idea. Used to be. I relied on no one except for my partner during gigs. But day by day, I unlearned that old habit. I discovered I enjoyed relying on others and knowing that they had my back. As long as I liked and trusted them as people, teamwork was satisfying. Tobias absolutely fell into the camp of people I liked. He, however, didn't seem to agree that a little protectiveness wasn't so bad. His lips flattened and turned white before he added,
My level of protector might astonish you. Vampires can become... there's no other word for it. Feral regarding their mate. Especially in the beginning, when the blood bond is fresh and all-consuming. But there's more than that. Something I'm sure will occur and put you in danger.
A long silence passed, and finally, I could take it no more. I placed a hand on his shoulder. What is it, Tobias?
Once the bond forms, we will change, and there will be no going back. It will bond us for life.
My life, he meant. Tobias was a vampire, and unless he was killed in very specific ways, he'd remain immortal. I, on the other hand, was completely mortal. If I was lucky, I'd reach a century. A lump rose in my throat as I looked him over. The dark hair, the emerald eyes, unlined and shining, struck me in a place I hadn't felt before. He'd look the same then, but I wouldn't. Could I handle that? A frantic laugh nearly burst out of my lips, but I pressed them together. I was worried about a distant possibility of looking old and haggard, when it was growing more likely by the day that a demon prince, the Ringmaster, or maybe a sunny team of both, would murder me. Vanity was a real bitch. What do we do if we want to form the bond? I asked, trying to dismiss my fears and focus on the issue at hand. Or if we don't, how would we even avoid it?
The latter would involve us staying away from one another.
No. I shook my head vehemently. Just the idea made me feel ill. He paused.
I wouldn't like that either.
What about forming it?
I don't know how our bond will snap into place.
He arched his eyebrows. Oh, it just happens?
Not really.
He took my hand and rubbed my thumb thoughtlessly.
If we were of the same magical order, it would be easy. Vampires seal their bonds with blood, witches with magic. Wolves perform a ritual with their packs and then run beneath a full moon as a couple. But there is one consistent aspect to every order's way of doing things.
Which is?
True intimacy. In it the pair must be open-hearted, and if they are, the bond occurs.
So if we had sex, it happens? Is that what he meant? Or would there be magic and blood involved? My questions were at the tip of my tongue when a knock came at the door. I wished I could tell the person to go away, that whatever it was could wait, but the truth of the matter was that it might not be able to. I rose and found Claire in the hallway, holding out her phone. My eyebrows furrowed. What's this? Your Coven master needs to speak with you. That must mean Gunnar was home, and had told Luca we suspected the OA had hacked our phones. Smart of Luca to use Claire as a workaround. The OA didn't know she existed, so the risk of her being hacked was negligible. Thanks. I took the phone. We'll get burners soon. The elder witch shrugged. I don't mind. We've debriefed Tana, but Miriam called a meeting because there was more to discuss, and she thought your presence might be helpful. The girl seems more open with you. Are you up for it? Sure, I said. Claire was right. Tana hadn't wanted me to leave her at the library, but I thought it best. Though I'd studied a bit, the Archicustos were the best people to tell her about the Lapis Calesti. Join us in the meeting room after your call, the one with the wee tree on the table. We'll be there. The witch turned and made her way down the drafty corridor. I shut the door and brought the phone in my ear. Hey, Luca.
Meredith, is Tobias with you?
Taken aback, I cleared my throat. He is?
Put me on speakerphone.
Even though Tobias could have heard the conversation without the age of technology, I did so. Okay, we're both here.
I'm on a hunt, so I'll make this brief, Luca said. We've discovered the traitor.
I gasped. Who?
Silas.
Luca growled, and my stomach pitted at the name. No way! I breathed. Yesterday, I'd sat with Silas in front of a fire. We'd talked, and he'd seemed so keen to help the Coven. Not once had I gotten traitor vibes from him.
We're nearly certain of it. If you see him, take him into custody, and Shay and Hans will join you as soon as they can.
He choked on his next words, and I threw an alarmed look at Tobias. Luca was smooth. He didn't falter. What had happened?
Are you all right?
Tobias asked, concern lacing his voice.
No, and neither are you. Shay and Hans failed in their mission in D.C. They ended up in Italy.
How? I asked, confused.
It seems Prince Orion can travel by smoke. Supposedly, it is like how angels and some Nephilim can use light travel, but that's not the most important thing.
What could be more important than learning that the Prince of Wrath had a very useful and powerful magic?
He used Shay's father's blood to raise his brothers. The 7 princes of hell are all Earthside.
My knees buckled.
No.
I'm afraid so.
Luca sighed.
It's why I want Shay and Hans with you, Meredith. We need to find those other stones, and we need to finish them fast. And that's not all.
My head spun. The hallway we strode down was nothing more than a blur as we made our way to the meeting room. The others needed to know what we'd learned. After a mere 10 minutes on the phone with Luca, everything was upside down and topsy-turvy. Silas was a traitor. The princes of hell were here. And Tobias's brother, a vampire named Raphael, seemed to be on their side. I swallowed at that last one. My mate had practically exploded when Luca told us. Even now he vibrated with anger. Guilt I had no business feeling raged through me, filling my every cell. I couldn't control his brother, but that didn't stop me from hating what he'd done to Tobias, or from how my mate was furious, betrayed, and hurt. Acting on instinct, I slipped my palm into Tobias's colder, drier one. I'm sorry. He squeezed my hand. The pressure reassured when so little managed to.
You did nothing.
I know. And it was so unlike me to apologize for the actions of others. But I couldn't help myself. Whatever I had to do to ease his pain, I would. I hate that he did this, that you feel this way. My mate stopped walking and pulled me close to his chest. His gaze was soft, though the tension in his shoulders and jaw lingered.
My brother is his own vampire. We have been at odds more often than not, particularly of late.
His eyes closed briefly, as if trying to rein in the fury raging through him.
I visited him. He said things I found disturbing, but I did not press upon. I should have reached out to him more. If I had, perhaps Raphael would not have opened his home to the Prince of Darkness. We might not be here.
My fingers unwound from his, and my hand traveled to cup his cheek. I won't let you think that. We're not responsible for the actions of others, even those we love. His lips curled.
A woman who believes she has the power to sway a vampire. A Laurent, at that. Audacious.
Are you surprised? My thumb caressed his jawline, hard as granite despite my efforts to relax him. He barked at a laugh.
Hardly. If anything, it drives home the fact that we are well matched.
And we'll always be in each other's corner, I added. From here on out, Tobias, it's you and me against any enemy. Against the world. Against this realm and Asila, if needed. Even as the words left my lips, it shocked me how much I meant them. We had a support system. We weren't alone. But even if we were, we'd survive. Together we'd ride out any storm.
It pleases me to hear that,
he whispered, his lips drawing closer. When they met mine, I sighed, my body relaxed into his, which was still hard as rock. I suspected Tobias wouldn't be able to loosen up until he faced his brother, made him answer for how he'd wronged the world. But all the worry disappeared as my mate's tongue swept over mine. In response, my hand inched up, teasing into his hair, pulling him closer. He did the same, and as our bodies pressed together tighter, heat pulsed in my hips. Damn this meeting. I wanted him here, now. I wanted more than stolen seconds with Tobias and to give myself to him, for our bond to solidify.
The meeting,
Tobias rasped, his lips breaking from mine for a second and traveling down my neck. But do I care? I breathed. He chuckled.
Unfortunately, we do.
His kisses inched back up, to my lips, my cheeks, and a final one landed on my forehead.
There will be time for us later.
Dude, I am a modern woman. I can't be waiting for years here. Not now that I knew what I wanted, how badly I wanted it. Not now that I knew who we were to one another. I craved a bond like the one he spoke of, even if I didn't understand every aspect of it.
One.
He pulled back, eyes gleaming with amusement.
I am not your dude.
I rolled my eyes.
2. It won't be forever. A mate bond is cherished, and if you wish to seal it, I want it as well.
but at the right time. I brushed off the if comment. The bond would be sealed. I had no qualms about it, and he knew it too. His eyes burned with a promise of passion, and it took everything I had not to drag him back to the bedroom. Perhaps sensing my weak moment, Tobias took a step back and slipped my hand in his again. "Come, love." I allowed him to lead me to the meeting room and breathed deeply, methodically, to calm myself. By the time we got there, I hoped my cheeks were no longer pink. No matter how much I wanted to bond myself to Tobias, I didn't need everyone else knowing our business. All 8 members of the abscondida Coven and Tana sat around the large circular table. In the center, the small tree adorned with stones that symbolized the lapis calesti twinkled back at us. Tana had been positioned between Miriam and Phallic. Among the Archicustos, there were 2 whom I had not spoken more than 5 words to, Aya and Phallic. Aya hailed from Nigeria and wore the most spectacular, bright clothing, which initially made me think she'd be extroverted, but really, she was very quiet. The witch spent most of her time meditating, which she seemed to be doing at that moment. Phallic was even more reserved. I'd barely seen the old Indian witch during my stay at the manor. According to Claire, she spent most of her time outside, in the garden. Seeing as how their gardens out back were prolific, I suspected Phallic might be their resident earth elemental. "Do you feel like your head is about to explode?" I asked, careful to keep my tone light. I'd left the library before Tana, and wouldn't be surprised if the other witches had just released her. "I expect my head to pop off in a minute now," Tana replied. "I guess I made your job easier, didn't I?" "A bit," I replied as Tobias and I took a seat at the table. At my right, Hannah smiled. She looked beat, too. Once we got to sleep, no one would wake for hours. "But there are still 5 more Vindix for me to find. I'm not getting off that easily." I leaned forward. "Which brings me to a few questions. Like, how trained are you?" In the library, we'd only gone over Vindix stuff, and I'd seen her fire magic before, but I was curious. As the keeper of the Ruby of Flames, she should be able to create full-fledged infernos. Against the princes of hell, that would be incredibly useful. "I've not used my stone, but I'm okay." Tana shrugged. "Like, how okay?" I pressed. Claire said there were things to discuss, and Luca, my Coven master, just shared some pretty important news with Tobias and me. "How about I show you in the morn?" Tana's face turned red as she averted her gaze to her folded hands. I figured pressing wouldn't do much good. "What's the news, then?" Miriam piped up. The rest of the Coven looked at me with interest, and I told them about Silas and the princes of hell escaping their realm. Once I was done, half the table was no longer sat, but paced the room. The other half looked like they might collapse from their chairs. Tana was in the latter category. If we were closer, I'd go over to help her, help ease the shock. But we just met, and the girl seemed more reserved. It was best to let her process, and then answer questions that might arise. "Who else knows this?" Miriam asked. She'd been pacing, but now stopped, her gaze leveling me. "Luca, Hans, and Shay for sure," I said. "I assume those in S&S who need to know do now." "The Covenant, too," Tobias added. "Shay and Hans were on a mission that included that ruling body." "Bloody everyone in the world will learn our secrets soon." Miriam tipped her pointed chin to the ceiling and closed her eyes. "I don't think that's a bad thing," I ventured. "With 7 devils on the loose, people will need to protect themselves. You didn't see New York, but I don't care about New York." Miriam spat. "I only care about this Coven doing their job, and we are woefully behind. You need to seek the other Stonekeepers. Tana, you require training, specifically with the Ruby of Flames. Olga is our Coven's fire witch and will help train you, though with the power the Vindix are rumored to have, you'll surpass her soon." The old Russian witch nodded. "Goddess willing." Tana didn't reply. Instead, her chin tilted down, and her gaze landed on her hands folded together on the table. I shot a sidelong glance at Tobias. The newest Vindix looked scared. A reasonable reaction, but there was something more there, too. "Hey, Tana," I asked. Are you okay? I know this is a lot, but we can help you take it in. No, it's me, it's... She croaked out. I didn't want to say it earlier, but I didn't have my stone.
What?
Gloria's raspy voice shook the room, but the rest of the Archicustos remained quiet as tension filled the room. It's lost? My stomach plummeted. Mine had been locked away in a supernatural bank. But we'd known it was a possibility that other stones were lost. Whole families had been, and stones were much easier to displace than people. Maybe not. Tana shook her head. But I can't be sure. I'm going to need more to go on than that, I replied to keep the Archicustos from talking. They looked about ready to jump out of their skin. Only Tobias radiated true calm, and I suspected that was all a front. Finally, Tana's eyes met mine, shining with tears. I think I might have held it. Might have... Oh, my goddess, I can't. What can't you do? Tana, we're here to help you. Let us. I stood to go to her, but fire burst out of her palms and climbed up her forearms. She darted a few paces back, away from the table. Flames licked the skin of her bare arms, and from the terror in her eyes, she wasn't controlling them all the way. You cannot help me, she wailed. No one can. I only hurt those I get close to. My stomach pitted. What in the ever-loving hell was she talking about? The thing is, child... Claire stood now, her voice soft and reassuring. We must learn to live and trust each other. This group here, perhaps with a few others, are going to save the world from the monsters it rose. So please tell us what's the matter.
Besides the obvious, of course, Stuart said dryly. Demon Princess running amok. I'm gonna have to call my mum. Tell her to go into hiding. He paused. And again, maybe the princess should be scared of her. Wicked with a wooden spoon, that one. His attempt at humour cracked the tension in the room, and the moment Tana's flames dimmed, her chest sank in. Tana, please. You're not sure you've held the stone, but you might have? I said. Can you explain why you think that? A shuddering breath left the fire witch as she met my stare. The night before I came here, I argued with my parents. It was stupid, but I wanted to go to a custom party and they wouldn't let me. Seeing as I'm an adult, I did as I well pleased. She gulped, and the sound filled the otherwise silent room. I used one of Mom's necklaces as part of my costume, a scarlet witch. The necklace had a large ruby, and without asking, I stole it right from her jewellery box and went to the party. When I got back, they were pissed. Laid into me right good, they did. We fought, and I ran upstairs vowing to never come home from uni again. Her hands flew to her face, and her knees buckled. On trembling legs, she lowered herself to the ground, careful to keep her flaming hands away from her clothing. Unable to stop myself this time, I knelt in front of the witch. What happened? I was angry and... She choked out a sob. I was so stupid, and I'll never see him again. I don't understand, I whispered, dread washing through me at the haunted look in her eyes. What happened? I'd taken the necklace off before bed, but 'twas close to me on the nightstand. It must have been the stone felt how mad I was because it... The ruby is in the necklace, and it started the fire, didn't it? Olga asked. Tana didn't reply, but Olga pressed on. That's the truth of it. Right, girl. The ruby of flames responded to you, and now your previous life is no more. Tana croaked out. I didn't know 'twas the necklace. I never would have touched it if I knew. She sniffled and wiped her eyes. The house was ablaze and went down fast. Only I survived. The instant the words left her, she broke down crying. Hannah and Olga were there in an instant, and though it was selfish of me, I left them and retreated to Tobias's side. He met my gaze, his pale face whiter than usual. She doesn't have it on her, only the bracelet, he said. The talismans, as you call them, are only so that the Vindix can recognize one another, but the actual ruby is in the ruins of her home.
Let's hope it's still there, I replied.
We must go and find it, before Wrath does,
Tobias added.
With the pearl and the opal in his hands, the other stones will call to him.
I agree. My teeth dug into my bottom lip as I studied Tana, still weeping and trembling from her reveal. We need to learn where she lives and get there as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Tobias.
By the time we arrived at the small town outside of Edinburgh, the moon hung high in the night sky. In the passenger seat, Meredith twisted Tana's bracelet on her wrist, hinting at her nerves. After reliving her trauma, losing her home and family, and the overwhelming instinct to flee to a place she did not know, the fire representative of the Vindix was simply not emotionally well enough to join us. However, my cunning Meredith had convinced her to part with the bracelet. My mate figured that between her own ring and Tana's heirloom, she had enough for her seeker magic to find the Ruby of Flame. I prayed she was right, and that we wouldn't run into trouble. Would the fire have drawn the Darkborn's attention? The article we'd found online had made it sound like it was far more than a house fire. The tunnel of flames had reached for the sky in a way that screamed magic. Now that we had learned all 7 of the princes of hell had risen, and they had the backing of powerful people, such as my brother, the game had changed. My fingers gripped the wheel tighter as anger washed over me. How could Raphael do this? Not only did I not understand my older brother, but I felt betrayed, lost. Had I ever truly known him? During my time at Castel Romano, he dismissed humans so harshly that he'd reminded me of an OA member, but his deception was far too complete for that. The Ordo Aeternum was no place for my brother. No, he'd gone a step further. In siding with a prince of hell, Raphael was not just saying supernaturals should rule humans. In my mind, he was saying a small sect, the vilest, should rule over all. I shuddered. Luca had relayed what Shay's father told her, that the princes would claim vast swaths of the earth, that those locations would be their new kingdoms. I hated to think what the world would look like to them. Please calm yourself, vampire. I can smell the tension on you, Benedict drawled from the back seat. Since Tana and Meredith first disappeared into the library, the feline had been hunting. However, the moment my mate and I proclaimed we would drive to Tana's home in Scotland to retrieve the ruby, Benedict appeared and announced he would join. How he knew to return, I wasn't sure. I chalked it up to familiar magic. Many things might have happened in the time that she was away, I said, not about to admit what I was really thinking about. Expect the unexpected when we reach her home.
Speaking of, the GPS says take the next left, Meredith replied, looking up from the phone we'd borrowed from Claire and leaning forward in her seat. Right there. A dim streetlight illuminated the turn a few seconds before we passed it, and I swung the rental down a 1-car lane. Immediately, my eyes adjusted to the darkness. No lights illuminated this road, and every home appeared dark inside. Cozy neighborhood, Meredith said politely, taking in the small homes that were well kept, but clearly in need of maintenance. Looks like their place is at the end of the lane. Hopefully, you'll be able to turn the car around down there. We'll deal with that bridge when we get to it. I slowed as we drove down the street, which was longer than I'd imagined. Finally, we reached the end, on which an empty lot stared back at us. Tana's fire had burned so hot that most of her family home was nothing but charred rubble. The police tape was still up, but we all knew no one would be able to pinpoint the reason for the blaze. Even the best fire forensic teams did not know about enchanted gems with the power to set entire city blocks ablaze. I edged the car to the side of the street and parked. Meredith reached for the door handle, but I stopped her. Wait. We've been traveling for hours. I want to get out and get this done. Just let me sense the area for danger. Her eyebrows pulled together, but she leaned back in her seat. Okay. I started with my eyes closed, scenting and listening for any sign someone might be here.
With Wrath possessing a sacred stone that could, theoretically, sense other Lapis Calesti's usage, we could not be too careful. But there was nothing but the faint scent of burnt wood and plastic in the air, a mercy considering Tanna's parents had perished in the blaze. And when I opened my eyes once more, nothing leapt out. Still, being extra cautious, I turned to the cat. "Do you feel anything amiss?" "Except for the distinct lack of rats and mice in the area. No." His nose twitched. "That might be a good sign. Maybe they sense the pulse of the ruby and fear another fire." We could only hope. I opened my door. "Don't forget your flashlight, Meredith." She snorted, but the glove box fell open. Confident she'd be prepared for a thorough search, I approached the place where the home had once stood. "You're bossier than usual," Meredith grumbled, coming up behind me. "We're mates. I told you I'd be more protective. That includes ensuring that you have what you need to remain safe." I arched an eyebrow at her. She didn't respond, just turned the flashlight on and began sweeping it over the wreckage. Now that we were closer, I could better make out the few items that remained. A warped metal sink, a fireproof safe, unopened and left behind, and a steel filing cabinet. However, most of the family home was not but charred beams and ash. The Ruby of Flames had, in Tanna's words, demolished her life in 10 minutes. That boded well for the power of the stone, if its wielder learned to control it. I swallowed. The girl had raw power, but according to Olga and Miriam, she required intense training. Despite them being a witching family, her parents had forbidden her from using her magic, so she'd only began playing with magic when she attended uni. Perhaps it was best if Tanna kept the stone outside the Abscondita Coven's manor. We did not need a repeat of the scene before us. "Anything?" Benedict asked Meredith, who scanned the remains.
Her bracelet is warm, so I'm sure it's here. The ruby and this bracelet should be connected, and I can use that connection with my power.
"Walk about," I suggested.
"Dude."
Meredith flung the deplorable moniker at me as she arched her eyebrow in annoyance.
"Chill on the commands."
"I'll try." And I would, but I recognized commands as a side effect of wanting to keep her safe. The witch moved through the rubble inch by inch. Benedict and I followed, using our keen senses to assess the area. Aside from the stench of burned debris and rubble, nothing leapt out at me. Certainly not a sparkling red gem. However, when Meredith froze, I did too. "What is it?"
I think it's around here," she replied. "The gems on the bracelet lit up for a second, and my magic yanked at me, like it has before. It's a tell."
She shook her head.
"The bracelet is not burning me like my ring did, though. Tanna got a way more humane trinket. And she's a fire witch."
"And what of your ring?" I asked, stepping closer to her. We did not know what to expect, but if Meredith's ring sensed not only other Vindix, but items that belonged to other Vindix, that would be a boon indeed. We needed to use this opportunity to discover the full range of its powers.
"It's warm, like when Tanna approached us in Abscondita land. Not hot, though. Not like when we had to find the missing stone. That was really hot, almost like it was insisting upon something."
"That seems to indicate that being whole was very important to it." Benedict spoke of the ring as if it had thoughts and a mind of its own. "If not, then it gives more subtle hints."
"Whoa. Yeah, I guess so."
Meredith breathed.
"I haven't found information on the talismans in the library, but I think you're right. At least for now, that's what we have to go on."
"Speaking science," I rumbled. "Sexy." "Please, no," Benedict hissed. "I understand that you two will be all over each other for the foreseeable future, but try to refrain while I am around." He shook his body as if he could shake off how we made him feel. "Thank goodness I've already toured the manor and found a new bedroom that suits me." Ignoring the feline, I gestured to the mess at our feet. Most of the items were too blackened and warped to be distinguishable. Only a bathtub and a half-a-metal stand that had likely once been used for towels stood out. Around here is where you feel the ruby?
I think it's under the tub.
Let's dig around it first, I said, just to be safe. Tana had told us the necklace holding the ruby was in her room before the catastrophe. While I wasn't surprised to find it might have moved, whether by fire crews or by an explosion throwing it elsewhere in the ravaged home, we needed to be careful when we searched. If we weren't, this could take far longer than necessary. Kneeling, I searched the area around the blackened tub. Meredith did too, and Benedict prowled around, sniffing and turning things over with his paws. Once we'd cleared the area and my hands were sufficiently covered in ash, I stood. It appears it really is beneath the tub. Stand back.
Do you need help?
Meredith asked.
That looks heavy.
Seeing as it looked old, undoubtedly it was heavy, but vampires were strong, and I was no exception. I can handle it. Be ready. I squatted, reaching under the lip and lifting. The bathtub rose with me, and though the tub was awkward, I lifted it over my head.
Now that's hot.
Meredith flashed me a grin.
You're not even breaking a sweat.
Benedict groaned. I should never have come with you two.
Oh, shove it, Benedict.
Meredith twisted the bracelet around her slender wrist and beamed the flashlight on the ground as she squinted down at the remains. It didn't take long for her to kneel and begin to dig. Might I assist? Benedict came closer. Setting her light down, my mate nodded. Together, the cat and the witch dug into the ash and bits of charred wood with such shared intensity that had I ever doubted their bond, I could no longer. Seconds passed, then minutes. Sweat trickled down Meredith's brow, and yet she didn't let up. If anything, her focus increased. I stood back, with an enameled iron tub over my head, taking it all in. A seeker at work. Meredith's kind are rare, and to watch the witch use her magic to hunt for a treasure only she could sense was nothing short of mesmerizing. She seemed to be in a trance. Suddenly, her hand plunged into the soot, and when it came out, a flash of red caught the beam of the flashlight.
Got it!
Meredith squealed.
It must have fallen to the first floor, and the tub fell over it, 'cause it was deeper than I thought, but...
We'll be taking that. A male voice rumbled. I spun, tub still overhead, and my entire body grew rigid as 5 male vampires prowled our way. Who are you? I growled. That is of no concern to you, Tobias. The one in the center, the same who had spoken before, leered at us. He was a tall male with bronze skin and burning red hair. I didn't recognize him in the slightest, but he knew me. Bloody hell, did he work for my brother? If so, how would Rafe have found me? Come here, witch, the red-haired leader ordered.
Hard pass.
Meredith snapped back. In that instant, I saw everything that would happen before it did. The men on the far sides of the line prepared to dart forward. One would grab Meredith, take her. Thanks to the Ringmaster, they surely knew she was a seeker. The other 3 would assault me. Before any such thing occurred, I hurled the tub at them. They split, but it gave me time to do what I intended, defend my mate. I lunged in front of Meredith, fangs bared as a vitriolic hiss rolled out of me. You will stand down, freeze, and do not move an inch further. I roared at them, and my voice was thick with compulsion. The 2 on the edges stopped, frozen in place. That marked them as weak vampires. However, the center 3 were closer to the original blood, and though their pace slowed, they kept stalking toward us.
Tobias,
Meredith whispered.
Let me help.
Stay back, I warned, body going taut. I can't control my instincts right now, Meredith. Do as he says, Benedict urged. Footsteps sounded, reassuring me that my mate had listened to her familiar. Someone is protective of the witch, the leader taunted. You getting a piece of that ass, Laurent? My teeth ground together. Who do you work for? Wouldn't you like? I struck while he was still speaking. My compulsion drilled into his mind, extracting the thought at the forefront, the unspoken answer to my question. These fuckers were OA, and it worked out that Giselle was acting as a double agent. My sire's information, that the OA had been in Edinburgh and left, was incorrect. A contingent had stayed behind. Bloody fucking hell. I retreated from his head in time for another one of the trio to strike at me, zooming forward, hands aimed for my neck. "Watch out!" Meredith screamed, but I was ready for him, and the moment the idiot was close enough, I beat him to the punch. My hands gripped his neck, snapping it, and ripped his head clean off. "Oh, sick!" The sound of retching followed Meredith's gasp, though I didn't have time to comfort her. The other two were upon me, fists flying, fangs extended. "I'm going to take your little witch to our headquarters," the red-haired leader said. "And once she's done her job, I'll ask for dibs on her. Such a sweet-looking thing, shouldn't—" I lunged, but before my attack struck, a blinding light blasted through the night, blinding me and everyone else. I roared in pain. "What the hell?" the leader yelled. He spun and shielded his eyes. "Stiff! Get down!" Rather than question why I was hearing her voice and how she got here, I did as Shay commanded, and dropped to the ground. The next second, the sound of heads being split from necks by a sword of fire and light made me all too glad I'd followed through. Blood sprayed on the burned-down debris, bright red from freshly feeding. "I'm holding 2 more," Hans called out, and I shot up. "Stop! I need to question them." I spoke not a moment too soon. Thanks to her wings, Shay had already been zooming over, ready to strike. Instead, she landed and turned to me. "What the hell is going on?" "I'd like to ask you that," Meredith squawked. "Why are you here, and how?" Do not get distracted, not yet. I prowled toward the remaining OA vampires, still frozen from compulsion. I charged toward the closest. My hands gripped his chin. "Who sent you?" "The OA. We've been watching this area for weeks." "Since my sire was in Edinburgh?" It was no use covering for Giselle now. I'd have to tell her the moment we left so she could flee. The vampire nodded in my grip. "Yeah, we heard the Greek family moved here. That's the girl lit shit on fire all the time." "What?" Meredith was at my side. A second later, Benedict joined her, amber eyes narrowed in feline hatred. "How do you know that?" "Been looking for the Firestone for a long time. It's the one that leaves the trail that's easiest to follow," the vampire said. "You followed it here? From where?" My voice was thick with the power of my blood. I would wring every secret out of them that I could. "Found articles in Greece about fire popping up everywhere. Figured that had to be it. Went there and learned the family moved. We came here, but their last name is common, so it took us a while to find this place. That and the girl stopped playing with fire for a couple of years. Only recently started again. By the time we figured that out, the house was gone. We thought of the stone too, but we were on the lookout just in case the seeker came looking." "Who figured that out?" Meredith asked. The vampire did not reply, but one snarl from me changed his mind. "I don't know. The Ordo is huge, and only a few know everything that happens within the organization. We were stationed here to look out for fires. There have been a few recently, and we just learned of this one. When we saw you here, we recognized the Laurent and knew we were on the right track." So, the Ordo did not keep everyone in the loop. They compartmentalized their knowledge. "Do you know where my sire is?" I asked. I knew, but did they? Was she in danger right now? "No idea." The vampire grunted as he tried to break free from my hold. "Good." I looked at Meredith. "Anything else?" "Not that I can come up with, but we can't let them go." We were in complete agreement there. They'd only return to the OA and tell others we'd found the stone. Already there was a target on Meredith's back, and according to Giselle, the Ringmaster was working with the Ordo Aeternum. "I can handle that," Shay unsheathed her sword. I took a step back, allowing the Nephilim to behead the vampires as she had the others. They fell unceremoniously, and I found it impossible to pity them. These vampires had been given the world, immortality, and they wanted more. It was too much. The blood of Vasila had proven that to me, and they only reigned in one of the 9 kingdoms of the other realm. Too much power corrupted, and the OA was rotten to the core.
Do we just leave them?
Meredith asked. We do, I replied, taking her in my arms. She trembled, but only slightly. My mate was strong. Depending on their age and how recently they fed, they'll eventually turn to ash. And fit right in here. Hans gestured to the ruined house. Wherever that is. What are you two doing? Where the hell are we? We retrieved a lapis calesti, but the better question would be, what are you doing here? I gazed at him.
And how the hell did you get here?
Meredith pulled away from me and turned to her roommate.
A light blinded me, and then poof, you were here. Is that a spell, Hans?
The wizard's gaze dropped to the ground, and my eyes widened. What had happened?
Did I say something wrong?
Meredith asked, picking up on the same cues I had. Hans shook his head. I made a mistake, and now it is costing me. The wizard inhaled deeply. I performed a vow of intent, and unintentionally broke it. I did it to save my sister, but in doing so, my wizard magic is now under someone else's control. I can no longer use it. These were dire implications. Who? I asked. Hans gulped. Richard Bronze. My fist clenched. Bronze was a friend of Igor Drago, a vampire I despised. Both men were disgusting, though some circles of supernaturals liked them as they were both elected officials. You can't be serious.
He is,
Shay spoke up.
And he doesn't need us to make him feel bad about it. Hans only has his demon magic now.
I swallowed, knowing full well the agony Hans's darker powers could inflict upon a person, even a vampire. I'd seen it once, in his blood.
I thought you couldn't use that,
Meredith piped up again.
I'm so confused.
It turns out that even after many years of disuse, I can call demon powers. I used them once in New York, before we saved you, and I did again in Italy.
He saved our butts with it, too.
Shay's voice held pride in it. From the princes when they rose? I inquired.
Yup. And he held those vampires in place with his demon magic, too.
Silence fell upon the ruins of the home. I was certain we were missing much more of their story. The way Shay regarded Hans, rather than glaring at him, spoke volumes. But those were tales best left for later.
Okay, but seriously.
Meredith broke the silence.
How did you get here? Oh, right.
On her hip, Shay wore a bum bag, and from its depths, she pulled out a glowing ball no larger than a grape.
This is a luxator.
My mouth fell open. Those were immeasurably valuable. Few can make those. Fewer still can afford them.
The maker was someone you might have known, Stiff.
Shay teased.
Nicholas Flamel ring any bells?
What? Meredith's eyes widened. He's real? Her voice rose in surprise. Real, and very much alive. I had, in fact, met the ancient alchemist before, but had not seen him in nearly a century. Wisely, the man kept his head down. He's real, I assured my mate. So you met him, and he made that? Shay nodded.
Pretty much. Hans and I had to do some wheeling and dealing to get one, and we have more coming. 7 more, in fact. But this brought us here.
You bought 8? I gaped. How? They are priceless. Shay came from money, but even so, I wasn't sure cash was enough to obtain a luxator. Creating one cost the maker too much. As the holder of the Philosopher's Stone, Flamel was uniquely qualified to rejuvenate his life force. but it would still be an arduous task, and he was a very, very old mortal man.
My father paid me a visit. He gave 8 feathers, 1 for each Luxeter. We had to pay extra to get them fast and for us to be able to use names to locate who we needed to find. You said my name, and... Meredith's closed fists rose and her fingers splayed open wide. You were here? Basically, yeah.
Shay shrugged and replaced the Luxeter in her bag.
Yours will be done next, Rooms. My dad told us to have 1 for each stonekeeper, and then I'm keeping 1 too.
It seems you found another stonekeeper? Hans nodded to the necklace, still clutched in Meredith's hand. May I? She handed it over, the red center stone gleaming in the moonlight as she did so.
There's a lot to tell, but yeah, we found the fire elemental, part of the Vindix, the group for the stonekeepers. She's a girl about a year younger than me. This was her home.
Meredith kicked at the ground.
Oh.
An uncomfortable expression crossed Shay's face.
How awful.
A phone rang, cutting Shay off. I looked at the pair who had joined us, and they shook their heads.
We lost our phones in Italy,
Shay explained.
Still need to pick up new ones. Oh my God, it's got to be Claire's, in the car.
Meredith shot me a look laced with fear.
Something must have happened at the manor.
I darted over to the sedan, flung the door open, and snatched up the phone. What's wrong?
Tobias?
A voice I recognized as Miriam's filled my ear.
Yes? You need to return. The wards have been activated.
By who? I asked.
We can't be sure, but there were multiple breaches, so we think it's the OA.
Miriam said, and try as she might, she could not hide the trembling in her voice.
They're here, and they've brought enough power to level our protections, which means we need you two, now. Chapter 12. Meredith.
Tobias whirled to face us, his jaw set in a hard line as he shoved the phone into his pocket. Everyone get in the car. My heart had been hammering the moment the phone rang, and sped up to a frenzied pace. What happened? The OA has made their move. They're at the manor. Shay shot Hans a confused look, but we didn't have time to explain. Shay, you said that a Luxeter can get you anywhere with a name, I asked. And a password, but yeah, that's the basics. From Flamel's place, I spoke the magic word to activate it, then gave it Meredith's name, and specified she was a seeker witch, just in case your name is popular. And zap! We were here. There are no usage limits, correct? Tobias asked, latching onto my idea. We need to use it again. Flamel said nothing of the sort, Hans replied. But this manor, it's where Miriam Black lives? Yeah, I nodded. She's part of the Abscondita Coven. They're all older witches except for 2, a red-haired man and a female witch in her 40s. Tobias? I turned to my mate. How many did the OA bring? Miriam didn't say, but enough to level their wards. Which we recently reinforced, I murmured. So, whoever they brought isn't messing around. Shay, we need to move. Hold hands. My roommate held out her hand. Benedict, let me hold you. Without so much as a sassy remark, the cat leapt into my open arm. I pulled him tightly to my chest. We're seeking Miriam Black, but can you give me a relative location? Shay asked. They are a few miles from the Lake District National Park in England, I answered. Or we could say the Abscondita Coven Manor, Tobias suggested. Surely there is only one. Right, Shay replied. I'll try the Coven then. Hold on tight to Benny Rooms. Once Shay saw we were secure, each person attached to the other by a grip of the hand, she fished the Luxeter from her bag again. Hang on to your tits, guys. She squeezed the magical item. Volar. It glowed, and Shay held the ball slightly aloft.
Take me to Miriam Black of the Abscondida Coven. The Scottish town we'd been standing in disappeared. All that was left was blinding light and the nauseating feeling of being squeezed through a tube meant for mice. In my grasp, Benedict hissed and squirmed, but I kept a one-arm vice grip around the cat. Who knew what would happen if I let go? Where would he end up? As the question occurred to me, the light lifted, slamming me into the night once again. My feet hit the ground, and I teetered, toppling until Tobias caught me. "Steady," he said, as Benedict leapt from my arms. "Gather your wits. The wards are down." A high-pitched whooping alarm confirmed it. I shook myself, trying to pull myself together, when my stomach violently rolled and twisted. "It was better that time," Shay said. "It was," Hans agreed. Shay beamed at him, and I gaped. When I'd seen them last, they'd been so at odds. What had happened? "How are you here already?" A stern English accent barked. I spun to find Miriam 10 paces away in the trees. The lights of the manor were not far behind us. "We thought you'd take hours to return. Granted, I'm glad because they've already broken down the wards, but it's unsettling." "Tell you later," I replied. "Give us the scoop. How many?" "Rykor flew overhead," Miriam replied. That she didn't demand answers on how we'd gotten here so fast spoke volumes as to how worried she was. Everyone understood that the OA was here for me, but if they searched the Coven Manor, they would raid it of everything precious. There were volumes in that library that did not exist anywhere else on the planet. And Tana. "The Wyvern counted 50, but there might be more." Miriam waved a wrinkled hand above. "The trees obscured his sight." Isn't that a dragon?" Shay squealed. "His name is Rykor," I said. Knowing the Wyvern's name might help them if we got separated. There's a giant, too. "Okay. Wow. For once, I don't know what to say." A dry laugh left my lips. "His name is John John. If you see them, don't hurt them." "Girl, I'm not heading into a fight without you." Shay snorted. "You're crazy." "I'll stick close, too," Hans said. "I wouldn't want to accidentally inflict pain on anyone fighting for us." As there were only 8 Archicustos, Tana, and us, that was a smart choice. "Benedict, go inside." I nodded my head toward the manor. The Ringmaster needed me alive until she took my magic, but she wouldn't blink at killing my familiar out of spite. "Maybe stay with Tana. Is she in there, Miriam?" "Aye." She gave me a knowing look. "The girl is no fighter. Not yet, anyway." Seeing as Tana possessed enough raw power to light half this forest on fire, I was glad Miriam had seen that in the newest Vindix. I hope she stayed put. "I don't want to go inside," Benedict piped up. "I'm your familiar, not hers." "She has no one," I replied. "I have Tobias, Shay, and Hans. Please, Benedict. I need to be sure Tana is okay, and you're good at looking out for others." The cat let out a huff. "You deserve an Oscar for that one." Giving me a view of his butt. "Fine. I'll watch the girl. Stay safe." "Thanks. You too." My familiar darted through the woods toward the manor. 2 less beings for me to worry over, and I suspected Tana, who'd been through enough trauma of late, would appreciate having someone with her. "We do not want the invaders getting close to the manor. You lot take the northeastern bit of the woods." Miriam took that moment to dole out instructions. "I'll separate my people so we'll all protect a bit of land. If you need help, send up a ball of light. You can do that, correct, Meredith?" "Yeah," I said. "We're all capable fighters." A smug expression crossed Shay's face as she unfurled white wings and pulled her sword of fire and light from wherever she hid the thing. "Hans, flying might really help." Hans hesitated, but Shay gave him an encouraging smile. The next thing I knew, massive black wings unfurled from his back. I gasped. "You didn't mention those." My wizard mentor frowned. "Don't have the attitude," Shay said to Hans. We need any advantage, and flight is totally an advantage. Are there weapons on the property? She directed the question to Miriam, whose eyes widened at the sight of Hans's wings. Miriam blinked several times before snapping out of it and gesturing right. In the shed, up that way. If you need something, break off the lock. I don't have time to open it. With that, Miriam turned and began walking through the forest. Protect this land! Protect the future! Yeesh. If I hadn't thought this was ominous enough already, the old lady knew how to throw a dire veil over the night. Shay, what do you need? I asked my roommate. Girl, I have my sword. You need a weapon. Or are your spells up to snuff? Aside from seeking powers, there had been little time to practice my hedge magic. Basic powers that all witches had and could stretch into protection. A weapon would be good. Let's check out that shed. We ran around the manor in the direction Miriam had pointed. The moment we rounded the corner, the shed presented itself, as did the enormous lock on it. Tobias? I pointed at the lock. He blurred to the door and slammed it open as if the lock was nothing. Whoa, I breathed. That's hot. Shay snorted. And it begins. My cheeks heated as I ran into the shed. Miriam hadn't specified exactly what would be inside, but the answer was weapons that I guessed were from the Middle Ages. Are these as old as they look? I looked at my vampire mate. I believe so. He pointed at some of the swords. It's confusing because the mana is newer, but then weapons are mobile. Perhaps, once, the Arcacustos used these as defense. A tale for another time. Which looks best? No swords, or maces, I added, spotting a hulking spiked weapon I was sure I would only manage to impale myself with. A dagger, for close fighting, Tobias said. You'll have to use magic for battle at range. His keen gaze swept a wall lined with axes, swords, daggers, and other pieces, some jeweled, some plain, some still stained with blood. My nose wrinkled, and I waited. Shay stepped inside the shed, and without hesitation, plucked a weapon from the wall. This one is perfect for you. She grinned. Made for supernaturals. One side is a dagger, the other is a stake for vampires. You hold it in the middle. There were only 3 ways to kill vampires, by wooden stake, decapitation, or fire. Shay was spot on that this was my best option. And it has a handy halter. Shay tossed the halter at me. Put it on. I followed directions, looping the leather around my thigh, and cinched it tight. Now that you're settled, we need to get closer to the boundary line. Tobias herded Shay and me from the shed and stalked toward the woods. I followed, sheathing the dagger side in the halter as I walked. The stake portion was pointing upward, dangerous. But I'd have to deal. There were far more treacherous things in the woods tonight. Beyond, darkness smothered the forest, despite the moonlight, and the stars twinkling above. In sync, we crept through the trees, on the lookout for anyone who did not belong on these hallowed grounds. We made it no more than 50 feet, when to our left, someone screamed. The rasp in their tone hinted that it might be Gloria. Instinctively, I spun on my heel, but Tobias caught me at the wrist. We go this way. They might need us. I tugged against him. Miriam gave us a sector to defend, and we will do that, Meredith. Running that way only puts the Arcacustos in danger. I cannot wait to understand what you're talking about with Vindix and Arcacustos and all these other words, Shay muttered. But yeah, Rooms. I agree with Steph. I despise that nickname, Tobias snarled in warning. Shay smirked as if pissing off Tobias gave her the greatest joy, which it probably did. Shay liked to get reactions out of people. In the distance, a twig cracked, and every one of us froze. The opposition was closing in. Lower, Tobias whispered, and as one, our group crouched. Hans and Shay took the right, while my mate and I hung left. Strategically, we were close enough to be able to help the other pair, but not close enough to impede fighting, or for me to hit someone with magic. Maybe Hans, too. I wasn't sure how much control he had over his demon magic. Focus, Meredith, Tobias breathed. You focus.
I told you I would be protective. He shot back, not at all fazed. This is a minor example. I cannot fight as effectively if I always have one eye on you.
I can handle myself, I said, even as the memory of a demon snatching me up and flying me to an abandoned skyscraper filled my mind. Shit. Could I? I'd known how to fight for a long time, but only against humans and not to kill. In the past, I'd fought to give myself enough time to escape. My training against supernaturals had not been as thorough as I would have liked. Time, or lack thereof, had dictated I spend hours on other things, like reading about the sacred stones. I needed to balance my time better. I'm aware that you have skills, Tobias conceded, although he had to be thinking about New York, too. Stay close. That I could do. In fact, it was what I wanted to do, so I nodded as we continued snaking through the forest. We crept through the dense underbrush for so long I began to think we'd all imagined the snapping twig. Or that it had been an animal. Of course, that was when they struck. 2 wolves and a gamut of other creatures exploded out of the darkness. 3 went for Tobias, fangs extended. Vampires. 1 wolf targeted Shay, while the other came for me. I wasn't sure what the remaining adversaries were until magic spewed from the hands of 3 and the spells hurled right for Hans. 1 spell struck him square in the chest. Hans froze for a moment, and that was all it took for a vampire to fling his fangs into Hans's neck. Shay screamed, but as the other vampire detached from his first assault and went for her, she couldn't go to Hans. As for me, I slashed my dagger at the wolf I fought. It was clear as day this group knew who they were attacking and that they saw me as the weak link. Gritting my teeth together, I called my power, winding up my hedge magic in an effort to prove them wrong. It built inside me, so potent I might burst. With one final swipe of the dagger to effectively ward off the wolf's sharp teeth, I stepped back. Then, I let it fly. It struck the shifter in the head, dropping the creature to the ground. 1 down. I spun, trying to take in if the others were having any luck, and my heart lodged in my throat. Shay and Tobias battled enemies, but Hans was on the dirt, moaning with a gaping wound in his neck. Why hadn't he used his magic? He was Lilith's son, and his sister was powerful, so I suspected he was too. Had he hesitated on purpose? I swallowed, hating the idea and its implications, and started toward him, to help if I could. But before I made it even halfway there, a hand wrapped around my arm. "You're coming with me, witch." The deep male voice sent shivers up my spine, and not in a good way. I twisted, blade raised, intent on taking down my new foe. The hell I... The threat died on my lips as the person knocked the dagger out of my hand, swept me over their shoulder, and ran. Behind me, Tobias roared, but I couldn't locate him because the world blurred from the speed that my captor ran. A vampire had taken me. Fuck me! I considered thrashing, but if I freed myself that way, the speed at which I traveled would make that freedom dangerous. I'd be hurled into a tree and die on impact. My jaw tightened. Why was I always the one being abducted? I didn't care that Hans had no wizarding magic. When we got out of this, he was teaching me all the hedge magic he knew. No excuses. My captor jerked, as if he had to slow for something, and a creak hinted he might have opened a door. Then we headed down. A musty stink filled my nostrils, but the world still moved too fast for me to determine where I was.
"Ah, here we are,"
the vampire said, as if I could see anything more than his ass.
"As you requested."
"Set her down!" I stiffened. That voice. I would know it anywhere. The Ringmaster hadn't even tried to find me on her own. She'd sent minions to do so, just like in New York. The woman had balls, bossing around supernaturals the way she did. The vampire thrust me off his shoulders into the ground with such force my knees buckled. I sucked in a breath, trying to get my bearings after being transported at the speed of light, and casting a glance around the room. I recognized the area. We were down by the enchanted pool. Dread spider-walked down my spine. The pool was secluded and deep underground. I'd have better luck attracting help in the thick of the forest. How these people had even found this area so quickly baffled me, but I didn't have time to think it over.
Right now, all that mattered was gathering my wits and surviving. The Ringmaster stood before me, and a big burly man hovered beside her. A black wolf tattooed on his neck hinted at his magical order. Then there was the necromancer I'd once counted as a friend. Josiah stared at the ground, his expression blank. But I studied him with every ounce of hate I could muster, and saw he'd sustained an injury. His arm bled from a gash higher on his shoulder. I wish they'd struck him in the heart. "Good to see you, Meredith," the Ringmaster cawed. "Can't say the same." She twirled her hand. "Lovely, isn't this place?" A lump rose in my throat. "How did you find it?" "Shifters can be quite useful." The Ringmaster smiled at the burly man next to her in a way that made me think something was going on between them. "One smelled water, but it didn't smell normal. He followed his nose to this place and left us to it. I feel like such a beautiful place is special, ritualistic. Much more appropriate for our second attempt at magic transference, don't you think?" While she wasn't wrong on 2 of those counts, the Ringmaster was dead wrong if she thought I was dying down here today. "Vampire," the Ringmaster said, as though she hadn't asked me a question, "guard the top of the stairs. I don't want you smelling my blood." The male who had carried me here vanished as fast as he'd arrived, and I was in a nightmare once more, stuck here with a random wolf, Josiah, and the Ringmaster. "No dilly-dallying this time, necromancer," the Ringmaster said. "Take her." I was about to spin, but caught myself. What would be the point? Even if I outran the wolf shifter, I wouldn't be able to sneak up on the vampire at the top of the steep steps. Instead, I stood my ground as Josiah approached. I could knock him out to buy myself time. Without the necromancer, the Ringmaster would never get what she wanted. The issue of Sarah, who may or may not have been rescued by now, entered my head, but I shoved it out. At that moment, I had to think about myself. So I let Josiah get close, let him try to apologize with his eyes, yet again. When he got close enough, he reached a hand out to guide me, and I prepared to fight. But then, his hand bent upward, ever so slightly. Had I not been watching him so closely, I never would have noticed. Metal glinted inside. My eyes widened and met Josiah's. "Don't fight it." He gave a slight nod, his eyes darting to his wrist. Fast as a flash, I reached into his sleeve. A blade had been hidden there. The metal cut into my hand, but I took it, yanked it out, and with my opposite fist, sent an uppercut to the necromancer's chin. "No!" the Ringmaster screamed as Josiah staggered, and I rushed forward, blade at the ready, only to be stopped. A barrel of a pistol stared me down, locked and loaded. "You don't think I'd rely on magical means, did you?" My old boss sneered at me. "If I didn't need your power, I'd put a bullet in your heart right now. But other parts will do. Take one more step if you want to test me." I didn't. She'd shoot. The Ringmaster looked at the wolf. "Tie her up. When the necromancer wakes—" A groan filtered from the door above. Before I could even blink, a blur of motion raced past me. The huge wolf shifter slammed into the wall, hitting so hard that his skull cracked, and a clatter of metal and the discharge of the gun had me dropping. "You must be Meredith." A feminine voice rang out, French and musical. "I sent my son all over you." I glanced up, and my mouth fell open. A blonde woman, dressed in skin-tight jeans and a black top with lace sleeves, stared down at me. She stood behind the Ringmaster, gripping the woman tightly with one arm. In her other hand, she held the gun. Though my old boss struggled to get free, she barely seemed to move in the woman's vice grip. Only a vampire could be so strong. But who was she? "I am." I rose.
"And I'm Giselle, Tobias's sire."
Her lips were ringed ruby and mesmerizing as she spoke. "How?" I gestured around the cavern, at a loss for how she found me.
I was not able to join this piece of trash's team, but I found the shifter she released. He told me where you were, right before I ripped his throat out.
The Ringmaster cried out, and Giselle's fangs popped out. Quiet! Wisely, the human silenced, though her eyes still burned with rage.
I had hoped to find my son, Giselle continued.
We were ambushed.
He will be worried about you.
Giselle's grip on the Ringmaster's neck tightened, and she nodded down to the blade Josiah had given me. It lay on the ground, dropped when the gun had gone off.
Do what you need to do, Meredith, and then we'll find him.
I scooped up the knife, ready to end this for good.
Chapter 13. Shay. My sword of fire and light hissed through the air, finally hitting my evasive target. The vampire's head lopped off, and the body fell to the ground. Not wasting a second, I spun toward Hans, but Tobias's guttural roar had me turning yet again. 2 more vampires lunged at him. Shit! My heart leapt into my throat as I weighed the options. Hans was breathing. Against all odds, he lived. I had to pray he had a few more seconds. I sprinted for Tobias, and didn't falter as my sword rammed through the center of one vampire. As it was made of fire, and not a grazing flame, the body ignited. But to be sure, I decapitated the bloodsucker too. Tobias took advantage of my arrival and lunged at the last foe, ripping out his neck with a viciousness that both appalled and awed me. Then, we were alone. Meredith, I breathed. She'd been taken 5 minutes ago. Far too long. So much could have happened in that amount of time.
I'll follow her.
Tobias looked at Hans.
Does he need blood?
Please. I knew it had to be killing Tobias not to run after rooms, but Shadows and Secrets had a credo. We did not leave people behind. We took care of each other. Pour it on the wound. I'll do the rest. Tobias darted over, and before I even joined, his vein opened and blood poured onto Hans's neck. A moment later, the vampire stood.
I must go.
The shifting of air indicated he was already on the hunt. Please let him find her in time, I thought, knowing that wherever Meredith was, the Ringmaster would be too. Hans groaned, and I dropped to my knees, rolling him closer. It's Shay. I'm going to pour angelic magic into you. The vampire blood sealed the wound slowly, but Hans had already lost a ton of blood. He needed any help he could get, and my magic might stabilize him enough so that moving him wouldn't be risky. Okay, I'm going to start, I said, as much to myself as to him as I pressed my hands to his chest. One exhale, and I released my magic. Stop! Hans gasped, the effort of it tearing at me as much as it did him. Tears sprang into my eyes. I'd hoped that wouldn't happen. Nephilim weren't healers, but our magic could repair the damage, a little. That, combined with the vampire blood, should have worked. I'd done it before to others, even Hans once. My magic had never harmed him in the past. But Hans's demon side was growing stronger, and that was changing him. He couldn't tolerate my power inside him. I swallowed the rising panic before it took me over. Stop, I told myself. Dad assured me that Hans was good. He is good. He's just different. I looked down to find him staring up at me, blue eyes bloodshot with pain. No more. Please, Shay. I won't, I assured him. But we're still under attack. I need to get you to the house. A vampire tore your neck open and Tobias helped so the skin is sealed, but I can't be sure about the inside. And what about Meredith? He asked, putting an end to my verbal diarrhea. She's... The word stuck in my throat. Tobias went after her. Hans tried to lift himself, the stubborn man. Hans, you can't go. You can barely talk. I won't have it. I'm taking you to the manor. Hans had at least 50 pounds on me, but there was no other options. I could do this. I simply had to. I squatted and shifted my arms under his bulk and then rose. It worked, until it didn't. I'd lifted him maybe 10 inches off the ground when my arms gave out and Hans tumbled to the ground. I fell too, and when I landed, our lips were inches from one another. My hand found its way to the planes of his chest, rock hard beneath my touch. Somehow,
Though we'd spent all day in transit, from Italy to France to England, he still smelled nice, like mint, with a hint of motor oil. Before I knew what I was doing, I inhaled deeply. Hans's eyes widened. Oh my heavens, what was wrong with me? I cleared my throat. Sorry, thought I might have smelled a wolf. His eyebrows arched. You can scent those? So, caught. Nephilim weren't known for their senses, like vampires or wolves. I live with Harper, so I can distinguish wolf. I flailed for a semi-believable lie as I shifted away from him, but I clearly can't lift you. I need help. You need to help the others. I'll stay here. He moaned again, hand fluttering to his neck. I'll be fine. No, you won't, and I can't leave you here. They're still fighting. A rumble behind me had the hairs on the back of my neck lifting. I spun and gasped. From the woods, a freaking giant was approaching. His lips were set in a hard line and his fists clenched. This had to be the one who lived in the forest. What had Meredith called it? Anger on his face made me want to run, but I couldn't leave my partner. Hans, do you remember the giant's name? Johnny? He guessed. No, not that. I swallowed as the giant closed in on us. Not trying to anger it more by calling it the wrong name, I waved. Hi! We're friends with Meredith and Tobias, the witch and vampire. Please let this giant know what I'm saying.
John, no. Who you?
His fists clenched menacingly.
You hurt Woods?
Never! Hi, John. I smiled, even though I trembled inside. I'm Shay, and this is Hans. I gestured to my partner. We're here to help.
Help Coven?
Exactly! I sounded breathy. Despite that this enormous being appeared less menacing, I still wasn't sure. Never having met or even seen a giant, I had no idea how they acted.
Why he no stand?
John asked after a moment. Hans is hurt, I replied, sure now that we stood on even footing. I need to get him to the manor. A vampire bit him.
Not friend?
No, a different one. I pressed my lips together before going out on a limb. Can you carry him?
Shay, this is unnecessary,
Hans hissed. I ignored his protest, not about to turn my back on the giant. Hans might not enjoy being carried, but he'd have to deal. I was doing this to keep him safe, and the manor house was probably the safest place at the moment. If it wasn't, they wouldn't have kept the other stonekeeper there.
I help.
John lumbered forward. I stepped aside as he approached Hans, and my heart continued thundering. The giant didn't seem aggressive any longer, but I kept my guard up, and was ready to pull my sword from the ether should we need it. His neck was hurt, I said as the giant squatted. Can you be careful of that? John nodded and scooped up Hans as if he weighed no more than a small child. My partner shot me a look, but I shrugged and fell into line with the giant as he ambled back toward the manor. The giant was strong, but he sure as heck wasn't quiet. I figured it was only a matter of time before his crashing through the woods attracted a foe. I was proven correct as the manor came into sight. A wolf lunged out of the trees, jaws extended and eyes on John, but I had been on guard. I leapt forward, and my sword hissed in the air, catching the wolf's fur on fire. It yelped and twisted, but not fast enough. The next second, I plunged the tip of the weapon into its side. A whine left the creature's lips as it hit the ground and its body went slack.
You saved John.
I turned to find the giant staring down at me, tears in his huge eyes. We're a team. My lips curled up slightly. The large man swallowed, and Hans cast an alarmed glance toward Shay.
Shay, I don't want to drown in tears,
I snorted. John, we need to keep going. I kept my voice soft because even though the moment of vulnerability was sweet, Hans was right. We needed to move on.
Okay.
John croaked out. Though I was pretty certain he had a lot more to say, we rushed the rest of the way through the woods and only stopped at the door to the manor. I tried it, but found it locked. Crap! It was possible for me to sear through the lock with my magic, but then the home would be insecure.
Someone's inside. That girl.
Hans said.
I saw a figure through the stained glass. It has to be her.
That's not very smart of her.
Would you be able to hole up in a room with a fight going on outside?
Fair point. I'd find that impossible. Okay, I guess I lifted a fist and let it fall in a knock. Who's there? A feminine voice called out. I have fire at the ready. Good, I said. Keep it up, but let us in. I'm Meredith's roommate. We work with her and Tobias in the Coven. Prove it, I scoffed. How can I? What's my stone? I reeled. Meredith told us this, but so much had been going on, and we'd been catching one another up. What had she called it?
Ruby of Flames.
Hans called out.
You're the fire elemental.
The door swung open, and I thanked the heavens he had a better memory than me. My relief was short-lived, though, because the moment the young woman caught sight of John, she nearly slammed the door in my face. Thankfully, I had fast reflexes, and stuck my foot in the jamb before the door could shut. Stop! The giant lives here. Hans lost a lot of blood and needs a place to recover. Can you help? Watch him? My partner shot me a look, but I didn't stop. Hans would be safe in the manor, or as safe as anyone in those damn woods could be. I needed to pivot and help rooms in Tobias. Sure? The girl looked at Hans, lingering on his tattooed arms and then his face. I hated that look, but understood it all too well. The bad boy image had major sex appeal, even to a Nephilim. Shay. Hans started. John, can you set him inside? I pointed, and the giant reached inside, setting Hans down on a chair inside the entryway. Not the best place, but as John didn't fit through the door, it would have to do. The wizard slumped, still clearly beat, but he looked like he wanted to throw down with me as I gripped the doorknob. I waved. Stay put, Novak. You're safe here, and the Coven can get you a blood regeneration potion when someone returns. Right now, I need to make sure Rooms is okay. Then, much to my partner's great annoyance, I shut the door and went to find my friend. Chapter 14. Tobias.
Every part of me flamed with fury. Meredith had been taken from me, not once, but twice. The moment I was sure Meredith was untouched, I'd rip into the offending parties. No mercy. But first, I had to find the fuckers. The vampire who scooped her up was fast, even faster than was normal for my kind, which meant he left little trail. And Meredith, well, she must have been unable to move, let alone touch a branch along the way. Or perhaps she hadn't considered it. Had she marked a path, I would have already found her. I stopped for the first time since leaving Shay and took in the night air haunted by screams and the sounds of battle. Blood tinged the woods, witching, shifter, and... My spine straightened. Was that necromancer? Josiah. Again, I broke into a sprint. The necromancer would be with the Ringmaster, and that woman was undoubtedly the one responsible for taking my mate, for bringing the OA here. I stumbled. In New York, the Ringmaster told Meredith that she'd traded dens for a powerful assistant, someone with magic, and I suspected that was the wizard S&S turned over to the Covenant in New York. But that wasn't what had me losing my footing. When I visited my traitorous brother in Italy, I'd seen a pair of sunglasses, one that had not matched Raphael's posh style. A niggling thought assured me that I'd seen them before. And I had. On top of Denz's head when he attacked my mate in the New Haven Museum. Raphael had needed a child that others did not know about, one to do his bidding in the shadows. Why they'd gone after Meredith, I wasn't sure yet. Was Denz simply set on revenge against the woman who'd left him in prison, or had Wrath already known about her? Impossible. The wind raced in my ears, echoing the shouts for help and hissed curses flung at opponents. I ignored them all, making connections as I tracked Josiah. The moment I rounded the vast manor, I knew where he was. In the distance was the vampire who had taken Meredith. His body lay crumpled on the ground in front of the entrance to the enchanted pool the Archicustos used to identify Vindix. His head was a good 20 feet away. Someone had ripped it clean from his body. I sprinted forward, stopping short of his body, and knelt to study it. One sniff, and the hairs on my arms raised. I knew that scent. 3 of them, actually. As I suspected, Josiah was here, as was my mate. And my sire. A groan sounded, and the tang of blood fresh from the vein caught my attention. My heart lunged into my throat as an image of Meredith, blood rushing from her body, filled my mind. I sprinted down the steps, and when I got to the bottom, stopped short. My maker stood before Meredith, a blonde woman at their feet, the Ringmaster. Blood pooled beneath the heinous woman who'd once owned my mate. She'd been stabbed. Not Meredith. And that wasn't the only corpse. Another man had been killed, his skull crushed against the cavern wall. Josiah was there too, but I saw no lethal injury on his person. "Tobias!" Giselle called out, and Meredith spun, her eyes wide as they caught on me. "Good of you to join us." I didn't reply, just ran to my mate. The moment I reached her, I swept Meredith up in my arms and pulled her tightly to my chest. "Are you okay?" "Fine," she stammered, but I felt the staccato beats of her heart, smelled the fear radiating off of her in waves. "She's gone." "I see that." I pulled back, hooked Meredith's chin, tilting it up, and lowered my lips to hers. Indecent, some might call the kiss, but as my tongue swept her mouth and her hands pulled me closer, I didn't give a damn. I'd almost lost her, my blood-bound mate. For the second time, I'd failed her. Never again.
"I see that I was correct," Giselle sang. "Mates."
We broke apart, eyes locked on one another for a second longer. Meredith's gaze told me she truly was fine, and I hoped mine promised she'd never again be abducted.
"When did you learn?"
Giselle placed her hands on her hips. My bloody sire had always had a nose for gossip. She wouldn't stop until she had her fill. Recently. My hand slid into Meredith's smaller palm. The bond is not in place.
"It will be soon."
My sire arched her eyebrows. Meredith cleared her throat.
"Can we not talk about that?"
She gestured to the ground where Josiah lay.
"He's knocked out, but he might wake up, and I don't want him to overhear."
A low and dangerous growl rumbled out of me. I should tear him limb from limb. "Don't," Meredith said. "He still has crimes to answer for." I snorted, wanting revenge even if it was against our laws. Back in New Haven, Josiah was an accomplice to murders, and the Night Circle Coven of hedge witches would demand their due. That still did not make me care much. He'd harmed my mate, and he would pay. In one way or another, I'd have a hand in it too.
"And,"
Meredith drawled,
"what if he can tell us something about the OA that Giselle can't?"
The moment she mentioned the Ordo, I recalled what we'd learned in Scotland. I looked at my sire. "The OA suspects you. Did you realize they retained a team in Edinburgh?" Shock flashed across her gamine face.
"I did not, but things have been off for weeks. I need to consider things." "You shouldn't leave tonight."
Meredith's grip tightened on my hand.
"Once the fight is over, stay here. Even if you have to say we caught you, don't leave until we figured everything out."
Giselle's lips twitched.
"Your mate wants to get to meet the family, Tobias. How sweet."
"Family? Have you already sent Serena to visit Raphael?" The words burst out of my lips with greater force than I could have fathomed.
"What?"
Giselle's eyebrows pinched together in the middle. "Serena? You asked her to visit Raphael? Where is she now?"
"Last we spoke, in Prague. She had a few things to take care of, and then she was going to Italy. Why, Tobias?"
"She cannot," I said. "Raphael is a traitor. He is allying with Prince Orion." I locked eyes with Meredith. I believe he is also Denz's sire. Why Raphael turned him, I'm not sure, but it might have been to have a new child with skills, one no one had met, or perhaps to toy with you, should that prove beneficial. Meredith snorted.
Well, it worked, but Den's is the least of our worries.
She twisted to my maker.
Raphael also helped bring all 7 princes of hell earthside.
Giselle paled. The Ringmaster either hadn't known that, despite having been linked to Wrath, or she hadn't told the OA. Nor had they learned from other channels, at least not yet. I had no doubt they would. In time, I suspected that Wrath or his brothers might even try to ally with the Ordo. Giselle pulled her phone from her pocket and began typing. A moment later, she met my eyes.
I just texted her. Serena will not go.
She'll have questions, I replied, and I don't know how much more I can share, especially if you leave tonight. I must speak with Luca and the Abscondita Coven. For a moment, silence hung in the air. If my sire stopped spying on the OA, the blood would call Giselle to a sealer and inquire why. What if she remained as a spy? Who knew what the OA would do to her? I wished for my sire to remain here, but I knew better than anyone that Giselle Laurent could only be commanded by the royal vampires. Finally, a sigh parted my maker's lips.
I will stay. You must tell me what I can say to Serena.
Of course.
But first, we should go back up,
Meredith said,
and finish the fight.
I'd almost forgotten that, above ground, a battle might still be raging. However, Meredith was right. We needed to drive the Ordo Aeternum from these lands and then decide what to do next.
Shall we bring him?
Giselle towed Josiah, who didn't move. He was still knocked out cold. As Meredith said, he has crimes to answer for, and he might know something of value. I stepped forward to carry the traitor, but Giselle waved me off.
I have him. You care for your mate.
She lifted the man up and over her shoulder as if he weighed nothing at all.
Damn.
Meredith shook her head.
Sometimes I wish I was a vampire.
You are perfect as you are, I assured her. Let us go. With Meredith in the middle, we climbed the stairs, leaving the Ringmaster and the other body behind. The Coven would determine what to do with their bodies. Josiah was the only one I cared about. When we surfaced, Giselle spared a glance at the vampire's corpse on the ground.
I told him to stand down. Pity he was such an idiot.
It's quiet, Meredith whispered. That could be very good or very bad. I listened hard. The sounds of fighting, so prevalent before, were non-existent now. Had the Archicustos beat off the OA? Or the other way around? Where should we— Oh, shit! Meredith jumped back, knocking into Giselle as a figure dropped out of the sky. One glimpse of white wings assured me that we were fine, though I still scowled at Shay. A heads-up would be ideal, unless you wish to have your throat ripped out. Shay rolled her eyes.
I can pull my sword on you so fast you wouldn't know what hit you.
Her attention drifted down the line.
Are you okay, Rooms?
Fine. She killed the Ringmaster. I could not keep the tone of pride from my voice, but as Meredith cringed, I fear I'd spoken out of turn. I didn't get to ask why she'd reacted, though, because Shay moved forward and wrapped my mate in her arms.
That's heavy, but I'm glad you're not in danger anymore.
No more than anyone else, anyway. Meredith exhaled, and a whirlwind of emotions came out on the back of her breath. Later, I would dive into those.
Where's Hans? I had to drop him off at the manor. He needs a blood transfusion.
Meredith's face paled.
But aside from that, I think the fight is over,
Shay said.
I was flying around and looking for you and only saw older witches and lots of bodies. You said that the people who lived here are old, right?
Most. Meredith nodded.
Well, they can still kick butt.
My mate smiled. Let's see if they need help. The backside of the manor proved deserted, but once we swept round the other side, 2 particular Archicustos emerged from the trees.
Bloody tossers!
Gloria roused from where she lay in Stuart's arms.
I dare that wolf to come back! I'll finish him!
First, let's get you seen to, Stuart said. That leg looks bad. Hey! He spotted us and picked up his pace. You're right. We are, I assured him. The others? All alive. What can we do to assist? Stuart nodded to the manor. Riker is performing a sweep of the woods, but I assume that one is a prisoner. He pointed to Josiah. He is. Then we should show him to a room. Well warded, I assure you. As they'd contained Gunnar and Silas in such a space, I didn't doubt that.
Chapter 15. Meredith. We threw Josiah into a room inside the basement, one slightly less comfortable than the ones Gunnar and Silas had been confined to when they were, in Gunnar's words, tossed in the dungeons. The necromancer deserved far worse, but the archicustos weren't jailers, so I had to settle for what they had. Afterward, part of our group converged in a small infirmary, where Hannah worked on Hans and Gloria, the two fighters who had sustained the worst injuries. Although, if you didn't see Gloria's leg, you wouldn't know she was injured. The woman wouldn't shut up about getting revenge, or strengthening the wards, or hunting down the wolf that had bitten her. Leaving Gloria to those of the Abscondita Coven, I swerved toward Hans's bedside. Shay and Tana were already there, whereas Tobias and Giselle stood off to the side, whispering. "How is he?" I asked. This close, the smell of herbs and something astringent was much stronger. "Fine?" Tana's eyes locked on Hans in a way that was not dissimilar to how Hannah looked at Stuart when she thought the sole male archicusto wasn't looking. "He just took a potion. It knocked him out right away." Shay's mouth flattened, and she side-eyed the fire witch. Tana didn't notice. Instead, she looked at me. "You got it, right? The stone?" The ruby of flame. Damn. I'd been through so much in the last hours that I'd forgotten a lapis calesti was in my pocket. "I do." I pulled out the necklace encasing the stone and handed it to Tana. Carefully, she stroked the gem, and the moment her skin touched it, the ruby gleamed brighter. "You'll not be sleeping in the same room as your lapis calesti." A stern voice barked as Miriam appeared next to us, her eyes on the ruby. "Not until you've proven you can handle it." The unsaid words hung in the air. Tana had accidentally burned down her family home, killing her parents in the process. Had she been better trained to wield the power of such a potent magical object, she might still have a family. "I understand." Tana's face and voice were tight. "Speaking of the manor," I started, desperate to cut the tension between the two, even if it meant bringing up another testy subject. "We should really leave this place. Clearly, the OA knows about the Coven, and that I'm here. They also know I'm a seeker. They'll want to take advantage of that." "They could not pick you out of a lineup, though." Giselle interrupted from where she stood with Tobias, reminding me that while vampires might not appear to be listening, they usually were. "They know the Ringmaster wanted you, and your magic, that you're a seeker, but not that the opal belongs to you, Meredith, nor that you are my son's mate." She pushed off the wall she had been leaning against. "Speaking of which, we need to talk." I refrained from groaning. Was this going to be some parental, you better treat my son right talk? "Just as well," Miriam huffed. "Whether we are moving is a decision for the archicustos, no one else." If I'm to find the other Vindix and bring them to the manor, I would prefer that the location is safe." I folded my arms across my chest and ignored Giselle, where she lingered at the side of the infirmary, waiting. Some are going to need time to learn. They might not even know they're witches, or have the bloodline in their ancestry. This place must be able to provide safety as they prepare. "Let's bloody hope I'm the one farthest behind," Tana muttered, and while I agreed, I doubted it would be the case. I hadn't even known I was a witch. Tana didn't know the ruby and her family heirloom were far more than pretty baubles. The other 5 Vindix, whoever they were sure to have gaping holes in their knowledge too. "Leave it to us archicustos." Miriam did not budge one bit. My jaw tightened, and I prepared to bear down for an argument when a light hand landed on my forearm. Meredith, if you please.
I twisted to find Giselle's green eyes watching me, her eyebrows arched. Fine. She wasn't going to be put off, and I was wasting my breath with Miriam anyway. Let's go. Together we left the room, but right before I was out of his sight, I tossed a glance at my mate. He nodded, approving whatever his sire wished to talk about. I sighed softly. We strolled down a long, dark hallway. The manor was quiet. Most people were in the infirmary, or the woods, patrolling for any lingering foes. I doubted they would find anything but bodies, of which there had been an alarming amount. To my knowledge, no one had yet told Miriam about the Ringmaster or the wolf shifter down by the enchanted pool. I'd have to remember to do that.
It was your first kill?
Giselle asked suddenly. What? I blinked, having been so lost in my thoughts.
Your old boss. She was your first kill.
I swallowed. Others might have died from my actions. In my old life as a thief, I didn't stick around long enough to find out what happened to them. But hers was the first one that didn't feel completely in self-defense. How did you know?
The body has many tales. Live as long as I have, and you learn them all.
I don't regret it, but I also never thought about it too hard. For many years, I'd been a thief, a tomb raider, a criminal. And while I'd known being in S&S might mean I had to kill, especially in self-defense, I couldn't say that that was what had happened. Giselle had held the Ringmaster in her arms while I ended her life. She'd been powerless against the vampire, and it had shown. For once, I'd seen true fear in the Ringmaster's ice-blue eyes. I'd been protecting future Meredith, but I'd not been in danger. Now, I was a real murderer until the end of my days. There was no way to sugarcoat it, no way to turn back the clock. If I was being honest, I didn't want to either. With all that was going on in the world, that kill wouldn't be my last. I knew that, but it still hit me harder than I'd been prepared for. It would take time to come to terms with what I'd done and move on.
Meredith, I realize that you're going through something.
She gestured toward the door leading outside and ushered me through it.
But I do not know how long I will stay here, and I wish to speak with you about something. It's rather important.
I figured. I rubbed my hands against my arms. We hadn't been in the manor long, but a chill seemed to sweep the forest. What is it?
You're my son's mate.
She began walking down the gravel path. I am. As we walked, I tried not to notice the random pools of blood in the dirt, filling the spaces between pebbles.
Do you understand what that means? To be fated with a Laurent?
Tobias mentioned a few things, mostly that being fated mates within your family is dangerous.
He speaks true, and in this climate it might be more dangerous than ever before.
I cocked my head. How so?
King Vladastrika of the Blood Court in Esila is searching for the sacred stones. He set me to find information on them. Now that I have failed and can no longer return to the OA, I must face him.
A muscle in her neck fluttered. An annoyance that had nothing to do with me flickered across her face.
He is a born vampire, and as such can compel anyone who came after him. That is, all vampires but one, his queen and mate.
You think he'll compel you? I asked. But you're close family, right?
In the blood, family means both everything and nothing. You'll soon see that firsthand.
Giselle swallowed thickly.
For once he learns of Tobias, and how he is mated with a witch, you both will be called to the court of the blood.
Is there any way that we can deny it?
Not if you wish to live a long life.
Giselle stopped.
But you can take a cohort, which I'd suggest.
I stopped and turned to her. Something about Giselle made me trust her. Could you come?
After my failure as a spy, I think it would be best if another came. My daughter, Serena, would be an excellent choice.
She leaned closer,
and though the vampire smelled of old pennies, there was also a hint of flowers and musk, like an expensive perfume. Serena is the smartest and most charismatic of all my children. She has talents that complement Tobias's and would be an asset. I chuckled. I won't tell Tobias you called her the smartest and most charismatic. Giselle laughed freely. I have told him, and you can bet his sister has too many times to count. He doesn't mind. Tobias has always liked strong women. You are a testament to that. Heat flooded my cheeks. I didn't blush often, but there was something about Giselle that made the compliment seem so much more. Perhaps taking one or two more would be good too, she said. Someone with command and power. Shay's an archangel's daughter, and Hans, he is of Lilith's blood. Giselle interrupted. Tobias told me. Both would be excellent choices. There's a Wolvia in your coven as well? Gunnar, so you think having a squad of powerful people with a distinguished bloodline would keep us safer? Giselle pursed her lips. Indeed. In Isila, power is everything. A force of varied supernaturals might be what King Vladistrika responds to best. I hope you take my counsel when you are called. I paused before nodding. We will. Thank you for looking out for us. Giselle took my hand in hers. I love my children. I want them to be happy, and I will do almost anything for them. Even Raphael? I asked. Her exquisite face fell. If it meant saving him from the mess he is in, yes. But will I join him with the devils? No. I love him, and hope we can save him. For Tobias's sake, I wish the same. Perhaps we should head back, Giselle asked. My son will not want to be parted with you for long. The mate bond grows stronger by the second. How can you tell? Mostly, I sense it in my son. She swallowed. There will be no going back for him. Though I would be remiss not to say this, Meredith. Should you two bond, and you perish, Tobias will never be the same. I stared at her, not having expected that, but I knew it was what she wanted to say all along. And why not? Tobias had mentioned Giselle's maid had died, how she'd been a shell afterward. She wouldn't want that for her children. I have no intention of dying. None of us do. Giselle's voice broke, and she turned to hide her face. No one ever sees it coming. It was almost dawn when Tobias and I ducked back into the manor. For hours, we'd helped comb the forest, searching for OA stragglers or bodies. Only 2 bodies remained. The Ringmaster and the wolf, down in the sacred pool. I still had yet to tell Miriam where they were, because the leader of the Archicustos wouldn't like the idea of the dead being down there. Though as Tobias and I entered a dark parlor next to the breakfast room where the others had gathered for a fortifying cup of tea, I could put it off no longer. I approached the circle. Miriam, can I have a word? Make it quick. I'm about ready to fall over from exhaustion, child. With her dark circles, she looked like it too. Then again, I was sure I didn't look much better. So I did as she requested, unsticking the words from my throat and flinging them at her along with my nerves. The Ringmaster's corpse and that of a wolf shifter are still down by the enchanted pool. What? She squawked, as I'd known she would. Why didn't you say anything before? That's sacred ground. I couldn't think about it, I replied shakily. Sorry. Miriam studied me, her chin tilted up, before nodding. She was about to say something else when Tana appeared. I can burn the body if you want, Meredith. I looked at the fire Vindix with my eyebrows arched. Sure? I didn't help during the fight, and I don't know what's up with this woman, but I can tell that you want her gone. Flame burst into her palms. I can help with that. More training is always a good idea. Olga, the fire witch among the Archicustos, shuffled over with a handkerchief tied tightly over her head. I cleared my throat, surprised by her offer. Olga had taken her to burn other bodies, but she hadn't seemed at all enthusiastic to do so. Who could blame her? Burning bodies sounded awful. I cast a glance at the girl and noted the resolve on her face. But she did seem to want to do this. Was the bond of the Vindix, some fabled concept I'd read about in the Abscondita library, working on Tana? Encouraging her to ease my pain? Thanks, Tana. No problem. The fire witches left, and once they were out of earshot, Miriam released a sigh. Olga told me that Tana's flames lack control, and that they could be far more powerful, too. That child will take weeks to learn. Weeks? We might not have that long. Not with the devilish princes in our realm. Suddenly, exhaustion washed over me. More than anything, I wanted to go to my room and lie down. A hand cupped my lower back. We should retire, Tobias said. The manor is secure, if only for the night. Miriam sniffed, taking offense, but unable to deny that whatever the Ordo had done to render the Abscondita Coven's wards useless had worked. Giselle, are you staying in the manor? Tobias asked. If I'm welcome. The elder Laurent looked at Miriam. I'll ask Stuart to show you to a room. One not so close to my son. Giselle had a twinkle in her eyes. I do not want to hear any noises. Yeah, right. As if I had the energy for that. More importantly, I needed to consider our bond before acting. Let's take our leave before my sire makes any more inappropriate insinuations, Tobias murmured, though there was no anger in his voice, just protectiveness. I allowed him to lead me to bed.
Chapter 16. Gunner.
After hours of searching, the only lead we had as to where Silas might have stashed Sarah was the very same one Harper found in the Fae's ledger. Once Luca gave us the go-ahead, my partner and I hit the road and traveled to the remote cabin in upstate New York. After hours of driving, we were closing in on the property.
Creepy out here, isn't it?
Harper peered into the woods, flashing by. You didn't grow up in the woods? I teased, knowing that she must have. She was a wolf, same as me. Our kind didn't do well without nature, and her family was well off enough to have purchased land.
Forests and mountains surround our pack's property.
Harper nodded.
But there's something about being out here.
She shuddered.
I've felt off since that night the earthquake happened. Not sure why. It has me kind of worried.
I shot her a sidelong glance. Harper wasn't like most wolves. She tended to be more solitary. Sometimes I thought it had to be because she lived with Shay, and socially, the chatty angel gave Harper what she needed. Maybe even wore the she-wolf out. Then, there were other times that weren't as easily explained, like when she felt something off during the earthquake that coincided with the same time the princes of hell rose to earth. I shivered. Luca had told us the news that the earthquake in Italy was way more sinister than the human news had even known. I couldn't believe that Shay and Hans had seen 6 more princes rise from a lake. One had been bad enough. Harper squinted down the road.
There's a side lane. I think that's the turn.
Our GPS had long since stopped working out here, but I thought she was right about the turnoff and slowed down. I took the curve gently, in case there was a fence hidden in the thick trees. There wasn't. All that stared back at us was a ribbon of dark road disappearing into the woods. Roll down your window a smidge. Take a whiff. I put the truck in park and leaned toward the window to scent. Pretty quick. I could tell that nothing was weird. Anything?
Nothing that I can pick up, she said. Trees. A bit of autumnal rot, but that's all.
Same here. Still, we don't know who else Silas might be in league with. Or maybe the Ringmaster's here too. Can't be too careful. I shifted the truck into drive again and got on with it. The driveway was long and rocky. My truck jostled in a way that told me I needed to take a gander under the hood. Or maybe ask Hans to. That man knew how to make a truck purr. That train of thought lasted until we got to the end of the lane and my headlights illuminated a cabin. I parked and killed the engine.
Looks like a dump.
Harper got out and shut the door softly behind her.
I can't see Silas owning this.
Me either, truth be told. I followed my partner, eyes taking in the scene.
Anything now?
Harper scanned the woods. Not a damn thing, I replied after taking a few deep whiffs. Should we shift?
Let's not quite yet. At the first sign of trouble, I'll shift, but you should wait on it. You're a better fighter than me in this form.
Girl, you gonna make me blush. Harper rolled her eyes, and I couldn't help but smile harder. Compliments from this chick were rare as hen's teeth, and I ate them up when I got 'em. We inched closer to the cabin. No lights blazed from inside, though I could tell someone had been here. Footprints in the dirt marched the same way as us. They weren't made that long ago, either.
I'll open the door, and you barge in, Harper whispered when we got to the threshold. I have your back, if you need teeth.
Got it.
Ready?
Harper placed her hand on the knob. I shifted into position, ready to scoop the knife from my boot. Waiting on you. Without hesitation, she flung the door open. I ran into a pitch-dark room and nearly bowled over from the awful stink. I gagged and stopped moving. The room was dark, so I couldn't see anything yet, but I heard nothing and only smelled the rot. When my vision adjusted, I scanned the room, assessing it in a second. Empty.
Go deeper,
Harper urged, her tone tight, probably because she was trying not to breathe in the rotten stench. She shut the door behind us, trapping us in with whoever or whatever might be inside.
Judging by the size, this is a 3-room shack.
I agreed, and trekked forth slowly. Below my feet, the floorboards groaned, and one bent, nearly puking as the rot filled me. Maybe if I was a wizard or a fae, it wouldn't be so bad, but I doubted it. If Sarah was here, I felt bad for the girl, having to live in this. Nothing still, I said as we approached a door that most likely led to a bedroom, and opened it. No one leapt at us, or attacked, and when the door creaked open enough for me to slide on in, I did, but only made it 2 steps before I froze. Those fuckers, I growled, taking in the figure on the bed. Sarah had been tied up so that she couldn't move, and left on a dirty mattress covered in filth. She seemed to be sleeping, though how she managed, I had no idea.
By the old ones,
Harper breathed.
She's so thin.
The girl was already slender, with not a lot of reserve to use up, and now she'd gone and eaten through most of those reserves. Had they fed her at all since she'd been captive? You wake her, I urged.
She knows you too, Gunner.
I'm a big dude. That might scare her first thing. Harper nodded and approached the bed. Sarah didn't stir, and Harper's lips spread into a thin line as she stood over the necromancer, studying her more closely. Slowly, she reached out her hand and laid it on Sarah's bony shoulders. Our coven mate's eyes flew open and a cry left her throat before Harper could release the young woman.
It's me, Harper. We're here to save you.
A strangled sound that made me want to punch whoever had hurt Sarah left her lips.
Is this a trick?
Hell on wheels, what had they done to her?
No trick,
Harper whispered.
Gunner is here too.
Sarah cut a glance at me, and a little tension left her face, only to be replaced with a mortified expression.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I stink. They only came once every couple of days, and I had to... And they never let me clean up.
The assholes who took her didn't even let Sarah use the toilet.
It's fine.
Harper waved off her comment.
It's not. You're wolves.
Her cheeks went scarlet. We don't care, I affirmed. We need to get you out of here. Let me help. The shame didn't leave her face as we untied the ropes around her arms and feet, and that only made me angrier at whoever had treated her this way.
"Sit up now," Harper said once the ropes fell to the floor. "The room might spin."
Sarah nodded and did as Harper said. She'd just sat upright when I caught the first whiff of trouble. Sulfur. That scent was burned into my mind from hell, and I'd been reminded of it when we checked out Sarah's place. Now that I knew all 7 princes of hell were on Earth, it was easy to believe demons were all around us all the time, even here, in the middle of nowhere. My jaw tightened, and I cut a glance at Harper, but my partner was so focused on Sarah she hadn't noticed. "Ladies," I kept my voice soft, not sure where exactly the reek came from. "We need to get out of here pronto. Someone is coming." Harper stiffened, her nose lifting into the air. The truth registered almost instantly.
"Demon?"
At that, Sarah went white as the moon.
"No!" "Do demons check on you?"
Harper helped Sarah off the bed and caught her when her knees buckled. She'd been locked up for days and given little food. Still, should she have been so weak? Or had they been doing other things to hurt her?
"A hell-blooded witch did. She's not powerful, but she's always armed. After Silas took me, demons brought me here, though." "Well, I hate to break it to you, but there are more demons in this realm now, so they might be taking over for the witch,"
Harper said, and together the girls took a few steps.
The
door to the shack flew open to reveal a hulking, horned beast straight from the underworld. I'd seen this kind before. It was one of the big ones that worked the fields in hell. I spun and threw the truck keys to Harper, who caught them with her free hand. "Run!"
"We can't leave you,"
Harper retorted.
"The code."
My fist tightened as the enemy approached. S&S decreed we left no member behind, and normally I followed the rules, but not today. Not with Sarah being so frail. Even on the best of days, the necromancer wasn't a great fighter. While I'd take Harper's help in fighting off a foe any day of the week, Sarah would slow us down. And who knew how many more monsters lurked in the woods? "You gotta," I said. And as if to prove my point, Sarah fell to the floor, limp as a wet dish rag. My partner scooped her back up, a frantic look in her eyes.
"I can't even mind link with you. How will I know if you're okay?"
"Run!" I yelled as the demon charged. "Drive back. I'll be fine."
"Damn it, Gunner!"
Harper shouted, but I didn't have time to argue with her about how things should be done. The demon roared again. It was almost upon me, too close for me to shift, though it would be the best way for me to fight. Instead, I pulled out the knife hidden in my boot and slashed at the monster. My blade struck gold, slicing across its neck. A dying roar burst from its lips, and 5 other cries echoed it in the woods. Damn it! Just our shitty luck that there were others close by. "Go!" I hollered. "I'll cover you." Harper released a frustrated sound but did as I asked, running past me with Sarah in her arms. I followed, all my senses on high alert. The moment we burst outside and 2 more demons appeared, lingering on the edge of the woods, I wasn't at all surprised. "I've got 'em," I growled as Harper threw a concerned glance my way.
"Luca is gonna be pissed."
She charged the truck and extended the fob. The truck lights flashed on, and I prayed Harper would get Sarah inside to safety. The next second, the bipedal monsters were upon me, and I swore. Blade clutched tightly in my hand, I stabbed at the closest monster first. The attack was effective enough for him to back off, but the other one kept on coming. Too bad for that ugly sucker. I was ready for him, too. I ducked under an oncoming claw, twisted, and sank the blade between his eyes. Like a ton of bricks, the beast fell. The other demon roared, its eyes wild and wide. In that instant, fur sprouted on my arms, legs, everywhere, and I fell to all 4s as a wolf. A deep predatory growl rumbled out of me. In this form, I was much shorter than the other monster, but my teeth and claws made up for that. Bearing the weapons of the wolf, I prowled forward, and the demon took a step back. A honk sounded. Harper backed up, telling me she was leaving, calling out my chance to join her. But as the demon turned tail and ran into the woods, I loosed a howl and laid chase. I wasn't backing down tonight, or ever. I'd track this demon to the edge of the world, and Harper would have to go on without me. 'Cause tonight my wolf was running free and hunting for blood.
Chapter 17. Harper. The sounds of clanging metal startled me awake, and I jerked up with a groan. My back ached. My neck, too. And I soon learned why. Apparently, I'd fallen asleep as I'd watched Daphne heal Sarah, and the chair I was in was not the most comfortable. Should have scooted my butt to one of the empty ones. I rubbed a tweak from my neck. What was that? Daphne bustled out of one of the back rooms where the healers brewed potions, concocted salves, and did whatever else they had to do to save the lives of S&S. Just sore. Should have laid down. I doubt you expected to stay the night. I hadn't. Old ones, I hadn't even expected to sleep. But somehow the adrenaline from leaving Gunnar to his own devices against demons and then driving through the night must have worn off, and I'd crashed. Is Luca in the tomb? I asked, ready to get down to business. He arrived last night, shortly after you fell asleep. Asked me for a wakeful potion. Daphne shook her head. I don't think the man slept a wink, nor did he intend to. He's in his office waiting for you. A wakeful potion? What was going on? Had Luca heard from Mare and Tobias, or Shay and Hans? I shook myself, trying to stay on track. And Sarah? I gestured to the bed where the necromancer slept. Has she woken? Not since we washed her. Daphne's nose wrinkled. The job of bathing Sarah had been atrocious and made me want to punch in faces. Her captors had neglected her, and she'd been covered in filth. But I did give her an IV last night. It had a potent sleeping potion mixed in because she needed real rest, so she'll probably be out most of the morning. Have you done a scan? Yes. I'll perform a more thorough one when she wakes, but she's fine. Dehydration seems to be the worst of all. Glad you had those bags on hand. I stood and stretched. Daphne snorted. Some healers issue modern medicine, and to be fair, some of it is complete shit, but it has its good points, just like witchery. I'll go see Luca then. Holler if you need me to help with anything else. You've done enough. Daphne's pity-filled eyes fell on Sarah. I'm glad she's not in danger anymore. Me too. Before things got too emotional, I ambled to the door. See you later. Entering the hallway, I listened. The Coven tomb was quiet. I hadn't asked Daphne for the time, but I guessed very early, which was good. I might feel like hell on wheels, but I had classes today, and even though my enrollment at Yale was largely a cover, I hated falling behind. It grated against my perfectionist nature. With each step, my legs and arms came to life a little more, and the kinks in my back worked their way out. By the time I reached Luca's office, I almost felt normal. The door was shut, so I knocked. Come in, Luca called. When I opened the door, my mouth fell open. Luca stood at his espresso machine, making an Americano, but he wasn't alone. Gunnar sat in one of the leather-bound chairs, his shirt in tatters and a red welt on his cheek. How did you get here so fast? I exclaimed, relief sweeping through me. Before I'd passed out, I'd been so worried about Gunnar, but every time I called him, his phone had gone to voicemail. Just got back, he drawled. I hitched a ride back from a wolf in one of the local packs. Ah, of course. We were both alpha blood, but he was also Wolvia, and the moment most wolves met him, they recognized that distinct power from the other world. It was hard to explain to those who weren't wolves, but we sort of vibrated on a different level. Please never ask me to leave you again. I crossed the room and slipped into one of the 4 leather chairs Luca used for his less formal meetings. Gunnar leaned forward, and the scent of him, woodsy, musky, totally male, mixed with blood of the night before and dirt, filled my nostrils. The mixture made something deep within me warm, but I shoved it down before it could rise.
Gunnar was hot, no denying it, but he was also a lot. I didn't need that, or want it. My lady bits might sometimes proclaim otherwise, but it wasn't happening. Not if I had anything to say about it, which I did. Alpha Ferenz was hard as nails and traditional in a lot of respects, but my father didn't believe in arranged marriages for pack gains.
It couldn't be helped, Harp.
A crooked smile crossed Gunnar's lips. True. There was no way I could have fought and saved Sarah, but leaving him still pained me. I hated letting others down.
Never again,
Luca reiterated, as his espresso sputtered into a cup.
You two broke code. You had a good reason, and Gunnar got out okay, but we have rules for a reason. Okay, I annihilated 6 more demons.
Gunnar shook his head and leaned back. As he did so, the tears in his shirt shifted, gifting me with a stunning display of abs. I averted my eyes, feeling hot all over again.
It's concerning that there were so many.
The machine finished, and, with a cup of espresso in hand, Luca joined us. Only then did I notice the dark circles under his eyes.
And that's not the only thing that concerns me.
Thankful for something to focus on other than the hot wolf, who surely must be giving off hormones because I wasn't usually so susceptible to him, I turned to Luca. What's that?
Silas.
He's still MIA?
Yes, but that's not what I'm worried about. It's the vow all members make when they join S&S.
The one to not harm anyone in S&S, which Silas had done by abducting Sarah.
While I'm not the best potion brewer in the Coven, I consider my skills to be quite good,
Luca said.
And knowing what we know of Silas's arrangement with Raphael, how he owed the elder Laurent money, presumably for smuggling him into this realm, Silas might have been sent here to watch Tobias. Spy on him, even. How did the potion I create not detect that the Fae had less than pure motives?
I'd seen the potion the mage spoke of, drank it myself, and I'd also witnessed when others ingested the brew and it exposed their ill intentions. That had not happened to Silas.
I wouldn't know about the potion working or not,
Gunnar said.
But regarding your idea about him spying on Toby, why would he do that? To hear Tobias say it.
Luca sipped his espresso.
He and Raphael have not been close for years. Perhaps his elder brother wanted to know why. Or perhaps he was already on a downward spiral and knew the Coven to be powerful, and therefore wanted to keep tabs.
Luca took another sip of his coffee.
But right now, I'm more interested in how Silas tricked the potion. There are potions that might inhibit it, but the one I use is quite strong.
Could a Fae glamour do that? I asked. One that would have allowed him to hide his motives? Luca's eyes widened.
I suppose it's possible. Usually glamours are physical, but perhaps one might tweak their intent. I'll have to research that.
He shifted his body toward me.
As there's no way to figure that out, let's move on. Is Sarah all right? I popped in a few hours ago, but things might have changed.
I gave them the rundown on Sarah's prognosis, reciting what Daphne had told me. Both men appeared pleased by my update, and by the time I finished, Luca was smiling.
You two did well.
My phone rang. The sound loud and shrill in the relative quiet of the tomb. I rushed to pull it from my pocket and silence it, but one look at the screen and my heart dropped. It's my mother. It's so early in California. I should get this. I stood and rushed to the door.
Of course.
Luca nodded. I let myself outside and picked up the call before it went to voicemail. Hey, Mom. I shuffled down the hall for privacy. What's up? Oh, baby. I'm so glad I got you. You weren't sleeping. I was already awake, but why are you? It's the crack of dawn there. Something is wrong, isn't it? A pause followed, telling me I'd hit the nail on the head. Mom? I dragged out the word. It's your father. she said. He was attacked. What? No one in their right mind would attack Alpha Ferenz. What in the world was going on? I told him to be careful, baby, but you know your father. He's not one to take a challenge lightly. The pit that had formed my stomach when I saw her name on caller ID deepened. What do you mean? A group approached us, Harper. Who? They call themselves the Darkborn. Fuck! I roared. On the other end of the phone, my mother gasped and muttered, Harper! Language! Behind me, Luca's door squealed open. I turned to see Gunnar and the mage poking their heads out. Are you okay? Luca's dark brown eyes widened. I shook my head, but motioned for them to leave me alone. This was pack business, and S&S business too, I supposed. But for now, I could think only of my family. What did they say, Mom? And what did Dad do? They're looking for wolves to join them, baby. They didn't tell us much, but I get the sense that they want a fight. A big one. She was right that a fight was coming. A whole damned war was. Though I hadn't expected the Darkborn, followers of Wrath, and probably the other princes of Hell to act so fast. My father was legendary, an alpha that others did not cross. And though I hated to dwell on it, he was sometimes cruel in a way I was sure the princes would love. That begged another question. Had they approached Gunnar's father too? I'd ask as soon as I'd figured out what was going on. What did they do to Dad? When your father said we wouldn't help. Wait, he did? My voice rose in surprise. I told him about your warning and... She trailed off for a moment. Baby, I need you to come home. We need to talk. That stunned me. Your father is badly injured. He might not make it. Her voice broke. What the shit, Mom? Why didn't you say so sooner? My insides were a mess. This was the worst time to leave the Coven, but we were talking about my family here. My father was apparently so injured that Mom feared for his life. Considering he was an alpha wolf with heightened healing abilities, that had to be really bad. Not only that, but the Darkborn had been to see the pack. The two dominant aspects of my life were colliding, and I despised it. I'll come, I said. I'll book a flight today, but I have to go tell Luca now. Of course, baby. I'll be waiting. She drew in a long breath. I love you. Why did I get the sense that she was hiding something else? I shook my head. It didn't matter. I'd be home soon enough, and I'd wring all the information I could from the pack then. Love you too. I hung up the phone and swallowed down the lump rising in my throat. The last few hours had been an utter shit show. I returned to Luca's office, and the moment I entered, I had both guys' attention. My father was propositioned by the Darkborn. He denied them, only because I said something a few days ago. I guess they beat the crap out of him. I have to go home. My mother isn't sure he'll make it. Gunnar let out a low whistle. I should call my pa. You should. Luca nodded. If they went for Alpha Ferenz, there's no reason why they wouldn't go for Alpha Bryant. But I think you should go with Harper, Gunnar. What? I froze where I stood. Why? Was Luca crazy? Gunnar was from a rival pack, one that was the only competitor to my own in the country. 2 reasons. First being, if the Darkborn return, you will want backup. Someone who knows what's happening. The public knows that New York was under a magical attack, but largely they do not know why. We cannot speak on any matter relating to the demon princes until the Covenant makes the announcement, but it will be easier with Gunnar there. Luca explained. I can take care of myself. I blinked, still confused. The backup isn't just for you. Family is the most important thing. Luca's voice dipped, revealing emotion that he rarely showed. Then again, he never spoke of his family. Only recently did I learn he had a twin sister who lived in New York, a woman that, among the Coven, only me, Tobias, and Meredith knew about. The city was only a short drive away, and after what happened, Luca must have been thinking of his twin more often.
Take the extra protection, Harper.
And the second? I pressed, even though the first reason was more than good enough.
You come from a smaller city, correct?
Yeah, mostly supernatural. My pack was designed in that way.
If the Darkborn found such a place, and already targeted a prominent alpha, don't you think they'd explore more? Look for powerful witch covens or lone vampires who might be swayed by their side. The demons are here, there's no doubt, but the more backing they have, the better for them. There's no telling where they will need assistance to maintain power, if they get a foothold, which I'm sure we can all agree is their plan.
Of course. Why leave one kingdom if you did not wish to expand? In the other world, the princes of hell had everything they needed. They wanted to come here, to rule over others, to expand their power to the human world. It was not necessity, but desire. And after they'd accomplished that, then what? Maybe they'd try to take Asila. But what about demon hunting around here? I asked, and learning more about Silas's past.
The Coven is large, and others will hunt demons. Sarah is safe, so the most important task is complete. I will soon be travelling to England, so I'll ask Dan and Gus to help. I'll have them hack into cameras in the city and surrounding airports. Soon enough, we'll have a location for the Fae.
I stood there, stunned. Is everyone okay across the pond?
Luca nodded. They are. I spoke with Shay in the small hours, and things are under control. But I do wish to monitor the situation. I can't share more now.
Luca's voice stayed calm and smooth. I had to take that for what it was. Mare, Tobias, Hans, and Shay were fine. Luca wouldn't lie about that.
Well, let me call my pa and make sure he's okay.
Gunnar said.
If they're fine, I'm happy to go with you, Harper.
I have to admit, I'm a little worried to bring you to the pack. Luca looked stricken.
Your packs are competitors, but surely it won't be bad. It'll be all right.
Gunnar replied. Uneasy, I shifted my weight. Mom would be okay with it. She'd trust me and understood the ways of SNS, like my siblings and Dad's betas did, to some extent. But the rest of the pack? They didn't know much, if anything, about my coven. They thought I was at Yale for an education only. In fact, considering the pack alpha was injured, and I'd be coming home with a Wolvia, I had a terrible feeling about all of this, but it also appeared I didn't have a say. Chapter 18. Hans.
I opened my eyes and grabbed at my aching neck, only to flinch when I touched it. What the fuck had happened? Had someone throat-punched me 12 times?
You all right there?
Asked a woman, making me jump in shock. I twisted to find that I was in a bed, but not one I recognized. The girl sitting in the chair next to me was unrecognizable too. Dark hair, amber eyes, and... who was she? Have we met? I blinked rapidly and took in the young woman's amber eyes. They were mesmerizing. A light somehow.
Hit your head too, did ya?
The woman set the books she'd been reading aside and stood.
That angel girl said you got a vampire bite, but didn't mention a bump on the head.
Vampire bite? Angel girl? I sucked in a breath as the memories of the night before came rushing back. I'd been out of it, but I remembered the giant transporting me and Tobias pouring blood on my wound. That was why the skin on my neck seemed fine. Someone must have given me one hell of a sleeping potion for me to forget all that. Her name is Shay, I said, but I still don't remember yours.
Hurts me to the quick, too. I took care of you when she dropped you on the doorstep.
She smirked, hinting that she was playing around.
But I suppose it's not too unthinkable. You were a right mess.
She paused, and I arched an eyebrow, which made her chuckle.
Oh, right. I'm Tana. I'm also a Vindix, and holder of the Ruby of Flames,
which, in case you forgot, means I have to help Meredith save the world.
She shrugged.
That's what they tell me, anyway.
I took in everything she said, and the pieces clicked into place, all except one. Why are you here, Tana? Are you a healer too? Her cheeks turned pink.
I got up early. I had nowhere to go. But I knew this area, so I came here.
I cast a glance around the room, filled with potions and herbs hanging from the ceiling. Healing areas weren't my first choice of places to hang out, but to each their own. Slowly, I sat up to lean against the headboard. Only then did I realize I had no shirt on, a fact that Tana seemed to latch onto.
You have a lot of tattoos.
Her eyes lingered on my chest, where ink travelled down from my sleeves. I do.
Do they mean anything?
Some. Others I got when I arrived in America, because I was young and stupid and play-acted like a man. I shifted and my neck twinged, making me wince. The rest of me felt fine, so I hoped my neck would soon follow. Tana smirked.
Once I pierced both eyebrows and my nose at the same time. Came home and my mum had a fit. Threw a bowl of stew against the wall. You should have seen the stain.
At that, I laughed. The girl was so random and chatty. The Fire Witch smiled.
You have a nice laugh. Glad the vampire didn't wreck your vocal cords. He does, doesn't he?
I jumped to find Shay standing in the doorway to the healing room, a cup of coffee in both hands, and a scowl on her face.
Am I interrupting?
Her voice held an icy tone. No. My brow furrowed. Why did she look so pissed? I'm glad you're here, actually. I want to be caught up. At that, her face softened, and Shay stepped up to the side of the bed.
Let me look at your injury.
Are you a healer now? I teased.
I can tell if a mauling from a vampire looks better or not.
She set the coffees on the side table and leaned over me. The scent of roses and something sharper, citrus, cut with ginger, filled my nostrils. It was delicious. Before I could lose myself in the aroma, she turned my chin and laid soft fingers on my injury.
That okay?
Yeah. She exhaled, and I knew why. Last night, her magic hurt as it spread through me. She'd probably assumed a touch might twinge too. I had. But no. Her mere touch didn't burn or irritate my skin. Not like skin-to-skin contact had irritated me when I carried her father from Lake Como. Was it because her father was a pure-blood angel and Shay had some human in her? The question disappeared as Shay's fingers trailed the line of my neck, almost as though she were caressing me, though I knew she was examining the wound. But when her hand stopped and moved onto my jaw, stroking it, I wondered if I was wrong.
I think you're good.
Shay cleared her throat.
The skin seems healed. Not thin or anything. And I'm not using magic, but I don't sense any corruption.
Hard to compete with a half-demon. I flinched when she cringed. Why had I said that? We were working on mending our differences, and Shay was trying to be gracious. Why let my own self-worth issues get in the way? Uriel's talk of accepting myself flitted to the front of my mind. It was something I needed to work on, for sure. Especially seeing as Richard fucking Bronze hated me and I was never getting my wizard magic back. This was my new normal.
Here.
I shook myself and found Shay holding out a steaming mug that appeared to be handmade.
I can get you something else if you don't like it. Personally, I'd kill for some oat milk, but I was pretty sure this was how you took your coffee. Or I can get something.
Tana piped up.
I'm a great barista.
Shay's jaw tightened. The reflex was so small that, had I not been watching her, I might have missed it. What was going on here? Unnecessary. I took a sip of coffee, touched that she remembered what I liked to drink. This is great.
Good.
Shay brought her cup to her lips. Tell me what happened after the giant dropped me off. Shay filled me in, and when she got to the part where Meredith killed the Ringmaster, tension lifted from my shoulders. That was one enemy down. Too bad that, by all measures, the Ringmaster was the least powerful. Where's Josiah now? I asked when she stopped.
Locked up downstairs,
Shay replied. I want to see him. I moved to get out of bed, but Shay stopped me and pressed her hand against my shoulder.
You sure you're okay?
She didn't remove her hand. The heat of her sank into me, warming me even though I hadn't felt cold. As if just noticing her lingering touch, too, Shay's cheeks turned pink, and she withdrew. I regretted her absence immediately.
Maybe I'm moving too fast. Should I get one of the older witches to check on you?
Now that I'd been sitting up and moving about, I felt better, mostly normal, so I shook my head. I want to question him.
Can I come?
Tana asked. Shay and I exchanged a look. Not a good idea, I said. This is Shadows and Secrets business, and we'd have to clear it with our Coven Master. Sorry. She looked dejected, but not confused. Someone must have told her about Shadows and Secrets, that she wouldn't be privy to all that we discussed.
I'll go to the library then.
She threw a wave.
See you later, Hans. Maybe we can have lunch together.
Sure, I said, somewhat shocked. Tana brightened and let herself out of the room. She couldn't have gone far before Shay snorted.
She likes you.
What? I blinked at her in confusion.
That girl. Well, I guess she's like 19 or 20, so not a girl, but still. She has a crush on you.
Shay's nose wrinkled as she spoke. Did Shay not like Tana? Why? She seemed all right to me, charming and light and fun. I think she has no friends, I replied, checking that I had boxers on before I stood, stretched, and searched for a shirt and pants.
Here.
Shay glided over to a dresser and pulled a robe out of the drawer.
Your clothes are in the wash. They were covered in blood. Put this on.
She handed me a long white robe that made me feel silly, but I did as she said, glad we were off the subject of Tana.
Just so you know,
Shay added,
the witches here saw your wings. Miriam saw them while you were awake, and the rest while you were passed out. Somehow, maybe because your body was uncomfortable laying on them, you banished them while you slept, but not before the Coven saw them.
I stiffened. And? What do they think?
That you can conjure wings.
She shrugged.
We only told them that you're a wizard, and there's no reason for them to think you're anything else. Certainly no one will guess the truth, not what S&S didn't for years.
I exhaled. Thanks. In time, I'd have to tell this Coven the truth, but I far preferred to ease my way into that.
It's your tale to tell. Also, I didn't mention it earlier.
Shay leaned against the wall as I tied the sash around my waist.
But I already spoke with Luca before everyone went to sleep. He wants me to come get him later and then go see Flamel. He wants his own Luxeter, which is a pretty good idea.
Guess Flamel will get more demon blood, I muttered.
Luca said he'd bring something of value. No idea what, though.
I tensed. Nothing from his vault? The most dangerous items that S&S found were put in a vault that only Luca and one other person could open. Another mage. I'd never met the person, but had personally unearthed some of the items in the vault. They were valuable as hell, and most were just as terrible. They had nothing on the Pearl of Hell, of course, but I still didn't want to see them in the wrong hands.
No way,
Shay assured me.
He'd never do that. He took a vow never to harm.
I believed that, believed in Luca, but I still couldn't fathom what he'd bring. Shoving down my curiosity, I joined the Nephilim at the door. Lead the way, Shay. Though I'd been in the manor all night, I hadn't been conscious for any part of that, so everything was new to me. The place was dark, like the S&S tomb, but much older. Paintings of deceased members of the Coven that lived here hung on the walls. The images went back a couple of 100 years. They've been here all this time? I murmured, awed at the history of it all.
I guess.
Shay gazed at me and the pictures on the wall before she shrugged.
I haven't had time to learn who they are or anything. Meredith called them the Abscondita Coven. Do you remember that?
Vaguely. She looked worried, and I aimed to lift her spirits. I'm fine. Sore, but okay. I'll be ready for another battle by tonight. She groaned.
Let's hope not. I'm kind of glad we're getting Luca, 'cause I want to bring him back here too.
He can help with warding. I can too, like we did at my place.
Smart. Mage magic was rare, as was Nephilim magic, and few people knew how to break their enchantments. When used together, the chances of someone breaking the wards were even smaller. Do you think the witches will be okay with that? I asked.
They probably won't like it, 'cause it means they have no control, but what are they going to say? Please don't keep us safe?
She arched her eyebrows.
They tried to ward their property, and it didn't work. Now, the OA knows where they are located, so the protections have to be stronger. I might even ask Luca if he can make this place unfindable to all those except the people with markings. Or a password. Something.
That left one niggling issue. There was always the option that stonekeepers would come here and be drawn to this place. After all, lore told us that the stones wanted to be together. How would the Guardians find the manor if it was so well warded? Shay led me down another corridor and stopped suddenly.
I'm lost,
she announced.
Sorry, I thought Oh, shit.
A door swung open behind her, and out popped an old witch with a red kerchief on her head and a scowl on her lips.
What are you doing out of bed?
I'm healed.
Says who?
My voice trailed off.
You should have stayed in bed.
Her eyebrows knitted together as she studied me.
Where are you from, boy?
Romania? I said, and as her face softened a touch, I sensed a weakness, so I sought to take advantage. Listen, we're looking for the necromancer your coven locked up. I need to speak with him.
The traitor?
Yes, I replied. The woman cocked her head, seeming to think it over.
I will show you the way. You shouldn't be lurking around our halls anyway. Most of the manor is off limits to you.
I cut Shay a glance, but she shrugged. Okay, thanks, I replied, as the woman shuffled from her room and waved for us to follow her. What's your name? I only remembered Miriam Black because the name had been burned into my mind since Tobias went to La Bastion. Had I met the other witches?
Olga. I'm the fire witch training the new Vindix.
She looked back at me.
You're a wizard.
My heart stuttered. Should I tell her? I studied the harsh lines of Olga's face, trying to discern how she'd react. Not yet. I wasn't ready to tell them who I really was yet. I nodded. I am.
They've never seen our kind conjure wings.
She paused.
You must be powerful.
Years of practice, I replied lamely. I'd tell them the truth, just not yet. I wanted to get the measure of this coven first. Olga seemed content to lead us the rest of the way in silence. We followed her through a couple of dark corridors, and then down a set of stairs. When we reached the bottom, I sensed the wards in the hallway. Josiah must have been close.
He won't attack and try to escape?
Olga asked.
No,
she said.
I don't think so.
I didn't either, though if I had my way, Josiah wouldn't be in the room for long.
All right then.
The witch took a key from her pocket and stuck it in the lock to the closest door. My eyebrows shot up, and she caught the gesture.
It's no normal key, boy. Filled with enchantments.
I wasn't going to say anything.
You didn't have to.
Olga swung the door open.
I'll be back in my room. The enchantments will reset. They're specific to necromancers, so you two will be fine should you need to use magic.
The OA had broken through their wards, but I was still impressed. Order-specific protections were advanced.
Thanks,
Shay said, assuring Olga that we had it from here. The fire witch left us, and we stepped inside. My nose wrinkled. Though the room was pleasant enough, it smelled of stale dirt, probably because Josiah was lying asleep on the bed, covered in mud. Why is he so filthy? They should have thrown him in a dungeon, not put him in here.
They don't have one, and found him knocked out in a cavern,
Shay replied. Fucking hell. I had missed so much thanks to the damned vampire attack. We approached the bed, and still Josiah didn't wake. Fueled by anger at what the necromancer had done to the witches of the Night Circle and Meredith, I didn't care to wake him up gently. I slammed my fist into the bed, right next to his head, and Josiah yelped and shot straight up. When he saw us, his dark brown eyes widened, and he pushed back, as if Shay and I were going to attack him.
Chill.
Shay's tone was hard.
We want to talk.
You're not going to kill me?
Josiah asked, voice incredulous. What good would that be to anyone? I shot back. You have crimes to answer for. People who deserve justice. Plus, I have questions and you will answer them.
Anything?
Josiah held up his hands innocently.
I'll answer anything. I didn't want to do what I did.
Shut it, Shay screamed, her face turning red. Unless you're answering a question, I don't want to hear a word from you. Got it?
Josiah's umber skin paled slightly, but he nodded vigorously.
First off, Shay started. Did you know about Silas?
Yes. Josiah sat up and nodded.
More please?
He didn't work for the Ringmaster, but for someone else. But they're still connected in a way. I think they did a deal and Silas was a part of it. He actually took Sarah.
At the mention of his girlfriend, Josiah's voice broke.
You know they found her, right?
Shay asked, and when I shot her a shocked glance, she nodded.
Luca told me when I called about the Luxiters.
Are you serious?
Josiah's eyes widened and filled with hope. He looked about, ready to break into tears.
Was she hurt?
A little.
Shay's eyes softened.
Dehydrated and covered in filth because she was left alone for a long time. It's still early, but Luca said she'll be okay. She's with the Coven.
A tear slid down the necromancer's cheek.
Everything I did was for her. Did you know they took her first because her necromancer magic is stronger? I bet the Ringmaster made Silas take her and not me, even though he had to have told her about how Sarah wouldn't harm a fly. Everyone knows how she is. I'm still pissed that he did that.
And when Sarah didn't use her powers, then they hung her life over your head.
Shay finished. Did Silas let the shade into shadows and secrets too? I asked, already moving on. Sarah was safe, and that was all that mattered on that score. Here, there was information I needed before I got to the point.
He did. I don't know how he got it in there. It's not typically a Fey power, but he has talents that we didn't know about.
S&S, you mean? I corrected. You're no longer a part of us. There is no we. Josiah cleared his throat noisily.
Of course. The Coven?
How much time did you spend with the OA?
Not too much. I saw one of their headquarters, though. We stayed the night there while the Ringmaster told them about Meredith, and they figured out where she was.
Using tech?
Yeah. They have a system that's...
The necromancer let out a long exhale.
It's vast, man. Bigger and better connected than the one Shadows and Secrets has built. They can track almost anyone on the planet. Fuck. The OA knew where we were anyway, but this information meant that moving wasn't necessarily an answer.
Then again, staying in one place might have been worse. We talked to Luca about it. Among other things. Like the liberty I was about to take. Could you get back into their headquarters? Without the Ringmaster? Josiah's lips parted.
They seemed interested in my magic.
Good, I said, because that's one way you'll be earning your penance. You, Josiah, are to act as a spy in the OA. At my side, Shay stiffened.
What? But if they learn, they'll kill me.
Then you'll have bought days, weeks, even months of freedom. Life, too, maybe, considering how angry the Night Circle was that you killed their witches.
I didn't.
Josiah's eyes widened. They don't care, I said. They demand justice, and they'll be given it too. So that's your choice. I paused so it could sink in. Spy on the OA for SNS, or we'll deliver you to the head witches in magical chains. He stared up at us, pleading, but neither Shay nor I flinched. Finally, Josiah opened his mouth. I'll do it. We'll be back later. Expect to undergo a vow of intent, so we're sure you can't back out. I turned, and Shay followed. The words on the room acted as Olga had said, not stopping us as we saw ourselves out. When we were in the hall, Shay waited until we were out of earshot before turning to me.
Luca didn't approve of that, but I think you did the right thing. Tobias' sire was a spy in the OA and feeding Stiff information. Now she can't do that anymore, so Josiah might be one of our best options, if they let him back in.
I'm sure they'll want him. A necromancer is hard to resist, I said. Being one of Luca's right-hand men had certain privileges, and Luca would see how valuable a spy would be. I was certain of it.
Sure. Meredith is going to be super pissed, though.
I cringed. Tobias would be too. I didn't look forward to being on the receiving end of either of their reactions, but I'd deal. If Luca agrees, and he will, everyone will fall in line. Josiah will give us valuable information, and when he does, maybe we'll have a fucking leg up against what's coming.
Chapter 19. Meredith. Sunlight streamed in through the far window, waking me. I stretched, arching my back, only to have my butt hit something hard. I froze.
Forget where you are, love.
Tobias's voice rumbled with laughter, and the tension left me at once. I had forgotten where I was and who slept next to me. The vampire had refused to let me be alone last night, and while I wasn't ready to deal with the mating bond, I'd wanted the company. After killing the Ringmaster, being alone sounded horrible. Just the memory made me shudder.
Hey.
Tobias gently placed his hand on my back and trailed down the lines that the Ringmaster had made there.
Are you all right?
I am. I turned to face him. My gaze dipped to his muscular chest, bare and lickable. Tobias hadn't slept, but he sure had made himself comfortable in my bed, stripping down to tight black boxer briefs.
What happened?
His green eyes filled with concern. I drew my attention back to his face and forced a smile. I remembered the Ringmaster.
A kill is always a hard thing to deal with, whether it's your first or your 100th.
100th? The question of how many people he'd killed was on the tip of my tongue, but I stifled it. Tobias wasn't a man, but a vampire. That order had different rules, and they were often more draconian. No matter what his number was, it wouldn't change anything between us.
And that woman was a monster.
His hand snaked around me, landing again on my thin scars, and a low growl rose in his throat.
I studied the marks she left this morning. If she wasn't already in hell, I would have loved to send her there myself.
I hummed, not sure what to say to that. The Ringmaster was dead by my hands, and while I had trouble with some aspects of that, I wouldn't have wanted anyone else to do it either. She'd been my monster to slay. Is anyone else up yet? I changed the subject.
It's late morning, and Shay awoke some time ago. I heard her walk down the hall, and she has not returned. I expect that she's gone to check on Hans.
Tobias said.
Benedict has been padding around outside for an hour, too.
I rolled my eyes.
If he wants to be closer to you, he can have my room instead of the one he claimed earlier,
Tobias said.
I don't plan on using it any longer.
That got my attention, and I sat straight up. You're inviting yourself to share my room? He smirked, rising as well.
Is there a problem with that?
Had he been any other man, I'd have played it cool. Told him I needed space. But Tobias? What was the point? The soulmate bond hadn't even snapped into place, yet, day by day, I grew more attracted to him, more in need of him. I didn't want to be apart, so why play like I did? The world might end at any moment. I didn't want to see my end, not having been truthful to the literal man fate made for me. No, I said, but asking would be nice, you cocky-ass vampire. If I wasn't a touch cocky, I wouldn't be the man you know, now would I? The question wasn't meant to be answered for the next moment. His hand cupped my face, and he leaned in. Our lips met, and mine burned beneath his touch. The heat traveled downward, sizzling through my body and lighting me up inside. A soft sigh left me, and Tobias took that for what it was, an invitation. His hands threaded into my messy hair, making my heart beat erratically and my breath thin. When he pulled me closer, so that the hard planes of his chest pressed into me, a surge of desire washed through me. "Allow me to relieve you of this, Miss Stone." Tobias's voice all gravel and grit and desire as his hands dropped to the hem of my t-shirt. My skin simmered where his slender fingers touched it, taking his time as he dragged the material up. "Bit drafty in here," I murmured, as my nipples puckered in a way that had nothing to do with the chill. My body hungered for him, had for a long time. My soul did too. The prospect of getting what I wanted was enough to send my magic flying through my veins, energizing me in an unfamiliar way. "You're chilled?" He arched an eyebrow, taking his time to revel in my naked torso, as if I was the most beautiful creature on the face of the planet. His attention burned so intensely, and his naked desire so mirrored my own. I couldn't hold back a second longer. Warming up. I leaned in, kissing him again, biting his lower lip and pulling until he groaned. I smirked, enjoying getting the upper hand for once, and released. "Let me see if I can warm you up then, love." I was about to remind him I wasn't quite ready to go all the way, and perhaps snap our mating bond into place. Not yet. I needed time to process everything that entailed, the good parts and the dangers. But Tobias wasn't about to push me. Instead, his hand slid down, fingers slipping under my panties. Deft fingers found my center, already drenched for him. A low, rumbled please sound parted his lips as he slid inside. I tilted my head back, a foolish move, considering he was a vampire, but no fangs came. Lips, soft and insistent, covered the expanse of my neck instead, moving from jawline to shoulder bones as his finger found a rhythm inside me that made my back arch into him. "You're mine, Meredith," the vampire whispered. "Always remember that. I will protect you at all costs. Do anything to please you." I swallowed as his words swelled to fill the room. An epic promise, if there ever was one. The bond between us had been strengthening, but when it formed, what would change? How would we feel differently? Already I was his, and he was mine, and the feelings were intense, far more intense than anything I'd ever felt for a man before. Again, I remembered myself that Tobias wasn't a man, not a human one anyway, and I wasn't a human woman. Whatever happened between us would be far more intense than what I'd shared with other lovers. The idea both thrilled and terrified me. "And you're mine, Tobias," I breathed. The power in the words filled the room, charging it. All mine. My breath was stolen from my lungs as Tobias's thumb slid to the nub at my center and circled. Vampires are far superior to human men, I thought, as the pressure inside me built. The tension between my thighs coiled as Tobias's fingers played me like a damn fiddle. "Come for me, witch," he snarled, lips going to my ears, whispering in them, biting just enough to be dangerous, but not drawing blood. "I need to feel your pleasure, to smell it, to taste it." My heart rate, already racing before, spiked. It was as if my body could not help but follow his command. Stars filled my vision as I came and leaned into his body, short on breath and clawing at his back. "Good girl," he purred, maintaining his rhythm until I stopped shuddering, until I could see straight. I peered down his back, a limp noodle of a woman.
a tattoo of a snake, coiled and ready to strike, stared back at me. I lifted my fingers, tracing the snake. And to my surprise, Tobias stiffened and pulled back to stare into my eyes. It's the sign of my royal house. All Laurents, within 3 generations of natural-born vampires, are branded with the house crest. I swallowed. After my talk with Giselle, the House of Laurent was now a source of anxiety for us. Eventually, the royals would demand that Tobias and I come to them, and in their world, they held all the power. Well, not here. Not between us, I thought, my fingers digging into my mate's skin possessively. If those royals thought they might frighten us, or even tear us apart, they had another think coming. Fuck them, I murmured. Fuck them if they try to tear us apart. If they try... His fingers pressed against my lips. Forget them for now, please. Looking deep into his eyes, I could tell that Tobias didn't want to think about the havoc the cord of the blood might wreak on our relationship. How they might use me to force him to do something he didn't want. I kissed him again. A low growl came from him. Honey. I asked, our tongues dancing together, our skin sizzling where it met. You taste so strongly of honey, love. Tobias's eyes met mine and crinkled at the corners with mischief. I wonder, are you sweet everywhere? Before my orgasm-addled brain could come back with a remark, he dove beneath the covers. I sucked in a thrilled breath. So much attention. A girl could get used to this. You haven't seen the half of it, my mate, he hummed. We can do without these. His hand landed on my hips and spread. A ripping sound filled the morning quiet as he literally tore my favorite red-lace cheekies off. I gasped. My skin tingled where his fingers danced along my upper thighs. Good God, I was on fire. You owe me new panties. I'll buy you a bloody truckload. I gasped as Tobias's tongue met my center, soft and teasing. Oh, shit. To your liking? Liking? It was as if the floodgates of lust had opened between us. Would we even get out of the room today? Good God, yes, I stopped as his tongue trailed to the line of a very prominent artery in the inner thigh. Tobias? I'm in control. He ripped the blanket off, allowing me to watch him. His eyes were alight with lust, but seeing him eased the trickle of anxiety that had spiked inside me. As delicious as your blood smells, I won't bite unless you allow it. Until then, I only want to worship you. Oh, good God, I'm a fucking goner. Relax, Meredith, Tobias urged. Let me know you. So I did. I leaned back, and again he caressed me with his fingers and tongue. Second by second, my body loosened. Below, Tobias's green eyes flashed upward, locking with mine, and a rough chuckle left his busy lips. He was smug as hell, and he damn well should have been. Never in all my 21 years had I felt like this, so alive. My every cell sang. When the song built, nearing a crescendo, I couldn't fucking believe it. I'd had multiple orgasms before, but this fast? Never. Had the body wanted what the body wanted? And as the wave of euphoria washed over me, I let go, wrapping my hands into the vampire's hair. Tobias, I screamed, and stars filled my vision once more. Slowly, the wave of pleasure died, though my heart rate remained fast and my breath thin. When Tobias pulled back, I sighed and closed my eyes as my mate lay next to me. When I opened my eyes again, he was there, propped on one elbow, smiling down at me like the devil himself. How was it? I snorted. You know you're amazing. By now, other people might have heard too. Heat rose in my cheeks. I'd screamed. Surely Giselle had heard us. What about the others? But I love to hear how amazing I am from your perfect lips. Tell me more. I grabbed a pillow and aimed it at him, but the vampire stopped me before the pillow made contact. He leaned in, brushing his mouth with mine. You tasted as I thought you would, sweet and spicy and perfect. My perfect mate. My heart fluttered. Would I ever get used to that word? Mate.
It was supernatural, of my new world, not my old. Plus, it was so much more than a girlfriend, even heavier than wife. It was a word that, before a few days ago, I never would have considered using for a romantic partner, but it fit him, us, so perfectly. I cupped the side of his face, my fingers tingling as his sharp cheekbones pressed into my palm. Time for me to pleasure you, my mate. My hand twisted through his hair, pulling him closer. Meredith, Tobias whispered, stopping my lips an inch from his. Not today. My mouth fell open. You don't want me to? Oh, I want you very much. Tobias's voice dripped with pleasure. But more than that, I want you to be sure. To know that after a release, a vampire is almost certain to bite their partner. For a mate, it is how we seal our bond. Of course, I'm not sure we can say the same for our specific bond, you being a witch and all, but it might be. You need to be ready for that. I paused. The time dens had attacked me rushed to the forefront of my mind. That had been terrifying, and it hurt. But surely, when Tobias bit me, it wouldn't be the same, so I pushed it away. Tobias was not a new blood, even if he had, in his own words, exhibited bloodlust during the early days of our relationship. So much had changed since then. Unlike when we first met, when he tried to dominate me again and again, I trusted Tobias, trusted that he could stop. Back then, he'd only lusted after my blood, and it would have overridden any attraction, which was all we had. Now, however, I knew he wanted me, as his mate, not just for my blood. I understand. I nodded. I'm prepared. Tobias cleared his throat and placed his hand on mine. I'd also prefer my first release with my mate to be when we are making love. For that, I can wait. Oh. I looked down, not sure what to say, but Tobias hooked my chin, dragging my eyes back up to lock with his. You're coming to terms with what we are, and how a vampire will act. I've lived a long time, and now that I've found you, I'm in no rush. You, Meredith, will be worth the wait. My throat tightened. I'd had a few lovers, none of which were ever serious. It was hard to have a relationship with a professional thief. The men I'd been with had all been respectful, some more than others, of course, but they weren't dicks. And yet Tobias was in a class of his own. He put them all to shame. If I wanted to wait years, he would. Not that I wanted that, not at all, but having the option made me feel all kinds of things. Valued. Safe. Loved. I threw my arms around him, pressed my lips to his, claiming this man for mine on this very day. When we broke apart, I smiled. Thanks, Tobias, for everything. The words, I love you, flitted through my mind, but I wasn't ready for that either, so I squeezed his hand and hoped he felt the love growing within me. Chapter 20. Tobias. The hour neared noon when Shay pounded on Meredith's door and announced a meeting. In truth, though I was accounting for the late night and the healing of others, it surprised me that calling a gathering had taken so long. I was surprised, and yet I could not find it in myself to regret the stolen hours with my mate. As Meredith and I entered the large dining hall to find the others already gathered, I prepared to put pleasure aside for a few hours, perhaps even days, if things had already taken another turn for the worse. Sorry to keep you waiting. Meredith's voice rose. I squeezed her hand, and she threw me a soft smile that had me licking my lips. While I'd always found Meredith to be beautiful, the attraction was growing stronger. Now the witch was not simply lovely to look at, but appealing beyond my wildest dreams. She tasted of honey, and her very mannerisms, glance, and breath seemed designed to appeal to me. Once I'd started worshipping her body, I'd found it difficult to stop. She hadn't seemed to mind. My lips curled in a self-satisfied smirk as I recalled the expression of ecstasy on her face, the way she'd screamed my name the last time she'd come. My cock twitched, and I forced myself to pivot to pure thoughts. It was nearly impossible. That was until Giselle cleared her throat. I caught my sire's eye, and she arched a knowing eyebrow. Bloody hell,
I probably reeked of Meredith, and the moment we were free of this meeting, my maker would have a million questions. My family was nosy, though this time I'd be hard-pressed to shake the questions off. If our mate bond snapped into place, Giselle would be required to protect Meredith too. No doubt she took that responsibility as seriously as I did. And Giselle didn't seem to be the only one watching us as we crossed the room to 2 chairs in the middle of the long table. Shay's eyes twinkled with curiosity, and Benedict, who perched on the table in front of one of the empty chairs, glared at me with narrowed eyes. I had a feeling that when Giselle pulled me aside, the Nephilim and Benedict would do the same to Meredith.
Now that everyone is awake and given a clean bill of health, Miriam Black started, we should discuss how to proceed.
I pulled out Meredith's chair, pushing it back when she sat down next to Shay. As Benedict slipped into Meredith's lap, I took my place between my mate and my sire. The table seemed divided into halves, with those in the Abscondita Coven sitting on one side and S&S members, Giselle and Tana, on the other.
Aye, and I took advantage of the light and performed yet another sweep of the woods earlier.
Stuart rested his hands on the table.
No one was hiding, and there were no more bodies to be found.
Thank the goddess for that.
Olga muttered. The old fire witch had been up half the night, burning bodies.
I'm not ready for another night like the last.
But you are anticipating it, correct? Preparing? I leaned forward. Claire, the steel-haired Irish witch, nodded.
Of course we are. The Ringmaster might have failed, but why wouldn't the OA want a seeker of their own to find the other stones?
Agreed.
Meredith pursed her lips.
We can assume that the OA will want the stones, now that the Ringmaster told them who has them. Eventually the princes and their Darkborn might even start working with the OA against us. Their aims align well enough.
The coat of blood as well,
Giselle said lightly.
How so?
Gloria's voice turned raspier than normal. Her injury appeared healed, though I suspected she'd stayed up most of the night, replaying how to repay the person who'd injured her. The woman was a spitfire if I'd ever met one.
As I mentioned before, I spied on the OA for the blood.
Giselle sighed.
Now that my cover is blown, I will have to report to my kin, which brings us to one important matter.
My sire levelled the witches of the Abscondita Coven with her gaze.
This was brought up earlier, to no resolution, but I have to reiterate that it would be foolish for you all to remain here. You need to find a new place to conduct business and train the Vindix. If the King of Vampires wishes, he can see into my mind. See this very place.
Each Arcacusto flinched, but Miriam recovered first. Our decision has not changed. We will remain.
Do you have a death wish, old woman?
Giselle asked.
Surely you have heard of the blood. If the king sees this place, he will come. He will not hesitate to take your knowledge or the Vindix to find the stones. The Vindix? What would he do with us?
Tana, who sat at the far end of the table, leaned forward, eyes wide with terror.
First, he'd use you to find all 7 stones. Then, once he had them, and you in his possession, he'd make you wield their power in his name. Perhaps you'd be a blood slave, too.
Giselle shrugged.
The vampires of Asila are a different breed than those here, child. More savage, by far. I'm not a child,
Tana retorted, which only made Giselle smirk.
Either way, you do not want any of my royal bloodline to come here.
Giselle's voice darkened in warning. Then we'll further enhance our wards. Miriam swept her hand around the room. We spent part of the night and much of the morning doing so, but with time we could put even greater protections in place. The more varied, the better. Perhaps the Nephilim can help. She looked at Shay. Shay leaned forward.
I can, and Hans and I have an even better idea. 2, in fact.
Go on, then. Miriam waved for her to continue. I'd rather not die here waiting.
First of all, you allow the necromancer to leave and become a spy for us. Hans and I already spoke with Josiah and our Coven master. Josiah has agreed to spy on the OA, but you have to release him.
The members of the abscondited Coven shared glances. They didn't trust the necromancer. After what he'd done, I didn't either, but I also knew Josiah. He'd done terrible things, but was not bad at heart. If given a chance, he would work to right his wrongs. For me, the biggest issue was how he'd hurt Meredith. The idea of him getting close enough to her again made me want to punch a wall. I wasn't sure I'd be able to get anywhere near the necromancer without having a strong desire to rip his throat out. But using him as a spy? Yes, I'd do that.
Was anyone going to ask me about this?
Meredith spat out.
You know, as the only surviving person Josiah basically hunted, you don't think I deserve a say in this? Because I do, and I'd much rather him go to trial and have someone related to the victims deal with him. Rooms,
Shay whispered.
It's not what we typically do, but it's a good plan.
Meredith glowered at her friend, but Hans interjected. It was my idea. If you want to be mad at someone, do it here. But I stand by my choice because as long as Josiah complies, this is the only thing that could give us an advantage. Hans's gaze shifted to me. I bet Tobias thinks so too. Meredith turned. The apples of her cheeks were still red with anger.
Do you?
I'm inclined to agree that this will give us an edge. I reined in my ever-simmering anger at the necromancer. But if you wish for me to stand with you, I will. Always. Her soft lips pursed, and though I did not think she was aware of it, her fingers floated up to her collarbone. The line the necromancer cut into her skin was barely visible. In a few more days it would be gone, but the pain of that moment would stick with my mate forever. Meredith? I whispered. Fine, she replied. A spy is useful, but I swear if he puts one toe out of line. Her eyes narrowed as she let an unspoken threat hang in the air.
What if we let him go, and he vanishes?
Olga asked wisely.
Even if he does not want to work for the OA any longer, why would he wish to put himself in the middle of what's to come? The princes of hell have risen, young ones. A war will follow.
I have that covered, Hans said. We make him swear a vow of intent so he can't betray us without losing his power. He rubbed his neck, and someone escorts him to the Ordo's headquarters.
Which looks like a job for me.
Giselle leaned back in her chair.
I cannot get too close, but I can go with him to a point, scare him into submission.
I doubted that was necessary, but I wouldn't deny my sire the privilege.
And your second proposition?
Miriam prodded. Shay folded her hands on the table.
I can help you reinforce your boundaries, but you'll need more. Lots more. I want to invite our Coven master here.
More people? Sounds like a bad idea.
Gloria muttered.
He's trustworthy,
Meredith interjected.
And a powerful mage. You want his help. I need to go see him later today anyhow.
Shay tapped her fingers on the table. When Meredith and I gave her a questioning look, she continued.
He wants a Luxeter too. I'm taking him to the Coven of Illumination to buy one.
The question of what Luca was bartering in exchange for a valuable Luxeter flitted through my mind before Giselle cut through it.
Seeing as how Shay has already invited someone, I should mention that my daughter will arrive here today.
Each archacustos stiffened. Aside from the Vindix, they didn't want visitors, had balked even when I insisted on staying, and now people kept pouring in. And more might still, if we get this land protected well enough. This bit of woods might become a haven for many. I wasn't about to say that out loud, though.
What use would we have of your daughter?
Claire asked diplomatically.
Serena is skilled at tracking and hunting. She's a vicious fighter and extremely intelligent too. She would be excellent protection if anything else were to befall this land.
Would it be necessary with an enhanced ward system?
Miriam challenged. Shay shrugged.
You can't be too careful. That's already been proven.
And it had. No matter how well Shay and Luca wove their magic with witching magic to protect this manor, land, and any Vindix who might arrive, there was always the chance someone more powerful would strike and tear their protections to pieces.
If the other Vindix arrives unprepared, like Tana has,
Olga spoke up.
then you are correct. We will need the help to protect them until they are ready.
The question of when that would be hung in the air. Tana, at least, knew how to use fire, but she wasn't an elite fire wielder. Nor did she understand how to use the ruby yet. It's best to assume you will receive untrained witches, I said. Meredith, too, did not know of her heritage until she joined SNS. If you start from there, then you can create a plan to educate them as rapidly as possible.
Which means you'll be busy and require Serena's help.
Giselle dug in again. No one argued. No one even spoke, though I could guess by the twitching of Miriam's left eye that she wished to argue. Instead, however, the old witch stood.
It's settled then. We're staying at the manor. The necromancer will leave, and more will come to assist. If that's all...
No one looked inclined to piss the Archicustos off any more. I believe that's all. I nodded. Without another word or a glance at me, Miriam left the room. The others of her coven followed until only the members of SNS, Tana, and Giselle were present. Meredith let out a long breath.
I feel bad. We're making them bend to our will.
Times of turmoil require people to bend or they break. The elder witches had better get used to it.
Giselle turned to Shay and Hans.
Now, why don't you introduce me to that necromancer so I can get moving?
Seeing as Hans no longer had access to his wizard magic, we had to recruit a caster to perform the vow. Luckily, Gloria seemed to want to do anything but rest further, and jumped at the chance. The members of Shadows and Secrets and Stuart helped her down the stairs. Stuart, aside from being the dominant air elemental in the coven, was also the second-best warder, after Miriam. When we reached Josiah's door, Stuart turned.
If I lift all the wards now, the magic will take better. Is that what you want?
The vow has to stick. So, yeah, Hans said. Though he cringed any time he mentioned a vow of intent, he also seemed to have taken up the mantle for the effort. Stuart got to work at undoing the wards, and the air filled with a faint scent of honey. Hans watched the wizard, a forlorn expression on his face, and he was glad when Stuart finished. I felt bad for the bloke, but Hans needed to get his shite together and lean into the powers he still possessed. Who knew what time we had before we met with another opponent? The door swung open, and the necromancer himself jumped off the bed, and his eyes locked on my mate.
Meredith, I'm so sorry,
Before I could even consider stopping, I shot forward and grabbed Josiah by the neck.
Tobias!
Meredith shouted. What are you doing? But I couldn't answer her. Couldn't do a thing except glare down at the necromancer who had tried to take my mate's magic, the creature who had been willing to risk her life. If you want to live, don't talk to her, I snapped. Don't touch her, don't look at her, don't think her name, don't even bloody breathe in her direction. Do you hear me?
Breathe?
Shay whispered, her tone incredulous.
Oh, shit. Tobias is going all mate protector. Stop!
Meredith tried to place herself between me and the necromancer, who gasped for air. Wisely, Josiah averted his eyes.
Tobias, he's going to pass out, and we need him.
I snarled. Josiah, do you understand? Blink twice if you do. 2 quick blinks followed, and because I did not wish to upset my mate more, I released the necromancer. He drew in a wheezing breath and turned his back on my mate, but not before Meredith's fist shot out and slammed into his stomach. I smiled darkly. "Don't we need him, love?"
"Of course, we do," she retorted. "But it was me he was going to kill, and I deserved a shot too." Okay.
Shay stepped closer to Josiah, who bent over with his hands on his knees, struggling to pull in air.
He did something horrible, but no more beating on him, at least, for now. We need to get this vow done and move on to other things.
Like? Meredith placed her hand on her hips.
Training Tana, which I assume will include you.
Shay shrugged.
Hans has to work through some things, and I need to go to New Haven to pick up Luca.
Right. My mate rolled her shoulders back. Big day. Let's get on with it then. Shay walked over to Josiah.
Hey, we need you to make a vow of intent so we can be sure that you won't screw us over.
Josiah coughed a few more times before he straightened. For the briefest moment, his eyes glanced at Meredith, but quickly snapped away. Behind me, Giselle laughed so softly I was sure the others hadn't heard, but I did. I'd meant every word of my threats, too. If he so much as took another step closer to Meredith, I wouldn't be liable for what I did. "What does that entail?" Josiah asked. "It's a promise that you won't screw us over." Hans snarled. "If you do, you forfeit your magic." Josiah paled, his gaze still on the ground. "I don't think."
"Well, too fucking bad."
Meredith shot back before he could finish.
"I don't think I wanted to have my magic stolen, but that nearly happened. Your power won't go away unless you betray us. Again."
You have a choice in the matter, so be a man and make the right one this time.
The necromancer winced. "Fine, I'll do the vow. But who is going to take on that responsibility? Most people wouldn't want my magic." Gloria cleared her throat, and Hans stepped forward. "Gloria's a caster, but I'll be the binder." Questions entered Josiah's eyes, but he was either too scared or too smart to ask why Hans wasn't taking care of the casting himself. "You'll have to walk me through it." Josiah allowed Hans to lead him a few paces away from me and Meredith. The hell-blooded wizard then gave a brief explanation to Gloria and Josiah, and the pair linked hands. Hans placed one of his on top of theirs, and the binding promise began.
"Goddess, hear me!"
Gloria spoke loud and clear.
"Bind Josiah's ward to Hans Novak. Ensure his intention is true. That his promise is of the light, not the dark. Should he go against his promise, tie his magic within him to be released only at Hans's will."
Light funneled around the trio as Gloria chanted the words again and again. My hair lifted and the skin on the back of my neck prickled. I'd never witnessed a vow before, and was surprised to feel so much. It must have been even more intense for Hans, because his eyes closed. When he opened them again, they glowed a brilliant gold. I sucked in a breath.
"The goddess has accepted the bargain."
Giselle sighed, as awed as me.
"Do you, Josiah, agree to spy on the Ordo Aeternum on behalf of the Coven of Shadows and Secrets? Do you swear to do nothing to harm any Coven members and work only for them and their aims?"
"I agree," Josiah said without hesitation. A brighter light wreathed their hands. The illumination seeped between their fingers and then began to pulse. Hans tilted his head back, as if experiencing some type of miracle. I had to admit, though I was no witch, as the light swirled around and the power of the goddess encompassed us, it was the closest bloody thing I'd ever felt to a divine moment. The moment that power vanished into the air, Hans's eyes met Josiah's. Josiah's no longer glowed.
"Forsake us,"
Gloria said.
"and you will live forever without your magic."
Josiah shook his head. I have no intention of betraying anyone. We'll see about that. I grabbed Meredith's hand and walked toward the door. Get cleaned up. My sire will take you to the OA when you're ready. We entered the hallway, but before we even got up the stairs, Giselle's heels sounded on the wood floor.
Tobias? A moment.
I tightened my grip on Meredith's hand, a gesture my sire did not miss. Her eyebrows arched high.
I'm afraid I'd prefer to speak with you alone, my son.
Meredith nodded.
I need a moment alone anyway, before I go to the library. Tana needs training, and I should study more too.
Right. The forbidden library. Only the Vindix and the Archicustos earned the privilege of entry. Already that rubbed me the wrong way. Now I wouldn't be allowed to be near my mate when our bond was so close to being set. That put me on edge, and yet she had to go. Good luck today.
I'll see you later.
Meredith kissed me on the cheek and then left. With every step she took, the urge to run after her grew.
My dear, you are in trouble.
I exhaled, turning to Giselle with considerable effort. This was only getting worse by the minute. I know.
It will be less pressing once the bond is in place. Not immediately, but eventually. Within weeks.
It's difficult to believe.
In a way, the bond reassures you. Don't get me wrong, Tobias. You'll still be protective and always want her, but it won't be so overpowering. Which brings me to why I wanted to speak with you.
I nodded, urging her to continue. Giselle cleared her throat.
After I drop off Josiah, I must seek the blood. They will interrogate me and call for you, and I've been thinking...
You already told me this. I interrupted her as the irritation of being away from Meredith grated on me. How was I going to deal while she studied all day? Giselle chuckled delicately.
Let me get to the point before you do something hasty.
She exhaled.
When the blood calls, Tobias, you must either be bonded to Meredith or have left her. For good.
My stomach sank at those words. Just the idea made me feel wrong, empty. The only other emotion was the violent urge inside me rearing up to challenge anyone who even suggested such a thing. I quelled it quickly. Giselle might look delicate, but she was my sire, stronger than me, and could control me in a second. Why? I asked, tension riddling my voice.
If you have forsaken her and truly mean it, the blood will take no action against her. If you are with her and do not take her to Esila, the blood will capture her. Expect them to always find a way. Of course, I do not expect you to leave her, but it is an option.
She squeezed my shoulder.
I only want to bring it up because I care for you and wish for you to be safe. Now that extends to her too. No matter what you choose, I will be there for you.
There was wisdom in my sire's words, but I'd never be able to leave Meredith. If the blood demanded I take my mate to their violent court, I wasn't sure what we'd do. But I knew one thing. Separating would tear my soul to bits.